Check, check, 1, 2. Okay, so now we are here, and our great producer Stefan is right behind me, and I am actually running everything from here today. We've set up a one-man show where I'm running the whole show because Stefan and Gabe are both going to play today. So our producer Stefan is here, and he's going to be playing in this first match. You're going to get to see him play. He has a nice, I'd call it a typical Steel Song deck, and Monty on the other side is playing a.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yep.
Okay, but is that too loud for you?
So Monty's playing
Sounds like I hear
a.
the ocean.
Yeah, that's
He's playing a. We're doing checks as you probably heard them. I could hear them talking, which will be interesting. We'll figure that out later. But for now, we have some interesting decks. I like Steel Song. Steph's playing a pretty standard version of Steel Song.
I swear I hear the ocean.
He's using a few other things in it, such
It's
as
like water.
Sven and some interesting cards
Yeah,
that
it's
you'll
like,
see.
sounds like a bubbling brook.
Monty's playing his typical
There you go. Go.
cheat deck with this. So basically, in his yellow, in the amber, he is playing a lot of
Now I hear crackling.
Plutos and Gastons, and is trying to cheat out his ink and cheat out big characters early on in the game. So the big contest here is going to be whether Monty could cheat out these characters or whether Steph could use his songs to destroy the characters. One of the two will happen.
Sounds like an ocean. Waves.
And we'll see which one.
It's like a little
which
drip.
one it is. But it should be a very interesting matchup. I can't see the chat yet, but eventually I'll see the chat and we can all talk. And I'll talk back to you guys in
It's
chat.
Like
But for now,
trains.
just wanted to say, oh, now I can see the chat. So
what is it supposed to be, Steph?
yeah, Steel Songs is it's a good matchup, and
No, I hear music.
we'll see how this matchup goes. I'm just going to open up some windows here. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, poor Monty with the Steel Songs is an easy matchup. I can see our chat here, and yeah, it's gonna be a good one. I think we're just testing the audio because as you could hear Monty in the background. I don't know why we could hear them, but Steph is going to fix the audio shortly. And while he does it, we're just waiting for this match to start. But it should be a good matchup. Obviously, Steel Song is.
Can you talk? Yeah, you can hear me, and it's not too loud for you, right? Like it's not.
Strategy, Monty,
I can hear you loud and clear.
Pluto first, but if that Pluto gets hit by a song, then
Hello, testing 1, 2, 3. You good?
it will hurt them.
Rose, that's it.
So it's gonna be interesting, depending whether who's on the draw first and who's on the play first. Because if you're on the play, if Monty's on the play, he can cheat out his Pluto, cheat out his Gaston. If he's on the draw, he might not want to put it out because Steph playing a Cinderella could easily stop Monty's upscaling.
I'm sure.
So it'll be interesting. And obviously Monty has some good high-end cards. His whole strategy goes for the high-end cards. So I think they're about to start. I'm gonna let them roll and then I'll start the clock here in about a minute or so. But once they get everything done, I can see they have all the dice, all the damage dice and everything ready to go. So we have a great matchup here at Southside Gaming. This, for those who don't know, this is the set championships here today. We have, I think it's 30 players, and we're going to have 5 rounds plus a knockout round. So we should bring you 8 matches today, it looks like, which will be good. We'll get a good assortment of matches in here. We have most of the SSG team is here. I want to get Gabe in here. You guys want to see Gabe play? You want to see Skinner play? We have them all here. They're all playing, so I'm here kind of broadcasting it. But we'll we'll get this all set up, and it looks like they're gonna roll the dice. Well, it looks like we're we're about to start. Steph is doing one more thing, so I'm letting him do it. He's actually controlling the computer here from out there. The good thing is we've always broadcast from out there, and when we broadcast from out there, we have computers right near the table. Today I'm remote controlling in, so I'm doing a one-man show while Gabe, Steph, Skinner, they all play today. So it's a little different than you're normally used to. You're going to have just a one-man show here, me controlling everything, controlling the cards, controlling the decks, controlling everything, which is going to be different, neat, and cool. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to try to bring people in here, so we'll get Gabe in here to talk in between matches. We'll get everyone in, our whole broadcast team here. But today is going to be a nice day. I'm curious what decks are going to win. I haven't seen the color scheme yet. We're getting the computers up late. In case you're wondering why I'm sitting here waiting while Steph is bringing up Inkborn, and he's still not sitting in his seat. We're trying to get all of the computer system ready. We're going in to make sure we could put the overlays of the cards, a bunch of things. So once we get all of that ready, which shouldn't take that long, we'll be able to start. And we have it should be a good tournament today. We have, like I said, there's, I believe, 30 players. Once we get Melee up in here, I'll be able to tell you. And we have, besides the 30 players, we have some really strong players here. Obviously, from the SSG team, we have Ray and Hector and Jack, and I think Zach Bivens is here. So we have a good amount of strong players here, which is always a good thing when you're dealing with this. When you have strong players, it's always fun, and we have a good amount of strong players here. So I'm excited to see. Also, obviously, Monty is from Team Illuminati, and we have a bunch of strong players. Freddie Rivera, who's won a bunch of tournaments, is here. We'll get to see him later. He actually won the other night. There was a local tournament to play for a Stitch Rockstar mat, and Freddie won that and got the Stitch Rockstar mat. And we have as well, next week, as you know, is the Reign of Jafar. So if you're going to be here next week, or if you haven't signed up yet, sign up for Reign of Jafar. Okay, so it looks like we're ready to go. So I'm going to hop in and we're going to start the timer. And just remember, next week we have Reign of Jafar. So if you're looking to come out here, just remember Reign of Jafar. So right. Steph is in his seat. He's ready to go. And
we can do
here we go. I am going to start the timer here, and there we go. They're rolling. They're ready to go, and we'll get into match one here.
It's 2 or 3 game.
So you're going to hear them in the background for now. We'll get something will get fixed after.
Let me shuffle it some more.
Unless I can figure out a way to mute them, but I'm not sure how to mute them yet. If not, I don't know if they're actually coming through on the stream, but they are coming through here, and I could hear them. Whether or not anyone else can, we don't know. But if you could hear them in the echo in the background, don't worry. You'll get to hear their strategy while I discuss the game. So now we're here. We're back, and
put back 3.
We have Monty's throwing back 3. Steph is also. Oh, We don't have Steph's hand cam. I will let me run outside and let Steph know that his hand cam is the wrong camera. Hang on.
Sorry? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Steph is going to fix this quickly, the hand cam. We have the wrong camera set up, so getting this fixed shouldn't take too long, and then we'll be ready to go. I see we have a good amount of people already joining us, so we're just fixing the hand cam to the correct camera here. Give it a second, it'll pop in, and there you are. There is the other hand cam, the correct hand cam. So now we're on track to go, and ready to go. It's the technical difficulties sometimes, but it should all be good. We have a good matchup here. Let's see who's going to go first. I didn't actually see who won the die roll, but there's the fist bump for the handshake, and let's see who we have first here. It's looking like Monty's going to be going first in the first game.
Pass.
And Monty didn't even play a Pluto. He usually tries to cheat them out, but I think he's worried about it getting hit by a song, so he decided not to. Let's see what Steph starts with. Is he going to start with a Cinderella, the standard play, or is he going to go with the Robin Hood to shift it out? We'll see in a second. Cinderella, the standard play, ready to sing a song. And Monty has 2.
Play invited to the ball. Reveal the top 2 characters. If there's characters that go to my hand. Let's go to my hand. Pass.
So Monty's loading up his hand. He plays a lot of characters in here, very few stuff. Invited to the Ball is one of the few songs he plays. And he uses it to pick up characters early, which gives him more inkability as well as playing out stuff when he needs to. And Steph obviously can't sing, but he's putting out Robin Hood
For 1.
to get ready for a possible shift on turn 3.
Here you go.
All right, Ink Pongo, play Gaston, pass.
And there's the Gaston, like we talked about. Gaston will help to get quick leverage where, Monty could play a 6 cost character on the next turn with the 2 from Gaston plus the 4 ink. So we'll see what big character Monty's ready to play out. But Steph should have, with the Robin Hood, shouldn't have too much of a difficult time taking out the Gaston and making it where Monty can't bring out multiple characters with that Gaston. Steph's deciding what to do. I can't see all of his cards. So I'm not sure what's in his hand right now. But it looks like
Sven?
It looks like he's playing Arrow and he's gonna dig for the song. So let's see what song he gets. I saw a Storm Rage On. I saw a Strength. Which one is he gonna do? Which one is he gonna use? He's taking the Strength of the Raging Fire. And he's gonna, whether he sings that with Cinderella now or waits, I'm not sure. Because Gaston has a 4 health, so he can't really take out Gaston with that.
I will pass.
And that was it. Just laying out characters and getting ready for whatever Monty can do with 6 ink here, because Monty is about to do a big 6 ink character, 4 ink plus the 2 from Gaston. I'm expecting something big to come out here. In Monty's hand, I see. Well, yeah, there are some of those big Stitch cards.
All right, so inks are for Stitch.
Oh, a Gaston and a Pluto. Monty's just waiting so he can bring out a bigger character even. But now let's see what happens. Now is where some of these spells are going to come in, some of the songs. And these songs will be able to take out some of Monty's board. It's a question of which songs that Stefan will do and in which order. Because one more character, then you'll have a Strength of a Raging Fire that could take out a Gaston directly. A Let the Storm Rage On will take out a Pluto directly. And if you do that, then Monty does not have the ink to bring out a high-cost character.
Lilo.
And here comes the songs. The Strength on the Gaston to kill it. Another Strength on the second Gaston. 2 strengths take it out to 2 Gastons. Monty never even got to use the ability. And Stefan now is controlling the board pretty well.
Ink. Shark.
But the Maui Shark comes out, which changes things. Here's where Steph's thinking, if I had a third Strength of a Raging Fire, one more character, and he could wipe out that Maui Shark in one shot. I don't know if he has it in his hand.
Ink.
Shifting the Robin Hood.
Whole New World.
Yeah.
And doing Whole New World and trying to dig for whatever spells he can get to hopefully take out the Maui Shark. If he doesn't take out the Maui Shark then has a lot of power. Monty hasn't actually played any actions yet, so there's nothing to pull out of the discard. But it's still a powerful character. And oh wait, he does have actions. He did Invited to the Ball, which he can take again. Oh, but there is World's Greatest Criminal Mind, which does take out the Maui Shark.
Storm. Draw.
And there's the Storm as well.
2, go to 3.
And as you can see here, now we have Seth with a 3-0 lead in points and a nice wide board presence at the moment. Monty now has used up his early characters.
Try to fix this timeout thing in the meantime.
And he needs to figure out how to get any board presence at this point, because Stefan has all the spells that he's going to need, all the songs that he could do a lot of damage to Monty every time Monty brings something out.
Okay.
So there's a Maui. He takes out the Robin Hood, and there's another Pluto to try to cheat some more. He hasn't been able to do any. Even going first, Monty hasn't been able to use his cheat cards to be able to cheat anything out. So we'll see if he can use this Pluto before it also gets hit by a song.
All right. We can do strength here.
A Strength on Maui to take it out.
Pete, no action.
And there comes Pete. Just to make no actions for Monty. Monty really doesn't have actions. Invited to the Ball is really all he's playing, but might as well play the Pete because it's also a character that can quest and attack for 3. So it's a nice card to keep going wide.
2, we'll go to 5.
And Steph quests is trying to figure out what to do with Ariel, whether it's a quest or whether it's singing a song. And it's going to be singing a song.
You ever seen that movie John Wick?
No.
Yeah. You should watch it. See what happens when you touch somebody's puppy.
So right now it looks like Steph still has control of the board and has all of his cards out. He's slowly creeping up. He's at 5 to Monty's 0, and Monty now is in another position where he needs to get cards out. There's a big baby Zissou and another Gaston and another Pluto. So Monty's still trying to be able to use his cheat cards. Let's see if Steph has answers for them this time. So far, Steph has had answers. I don't know if he'll have all the answers, but he's got some.
Repeat. Let's use the Sisu. Do Whole New World.
So Whole New World again to get more cards, looking for songs with all the rest of the singers out there. Let's see what songs he got and if he has a song to be able to take out more. But instead he gets a SME, which allows him to even go wider on the board at this point.
I'll quest with those two. That puts me to 8. And then I'll pass turn.
So Monty finally is going to have a chance to cheat something out. I don't know what he has left in his hand to cheat out what big characters, but this is his chance to get out something big and bold to make a move because he's so far behind in this game. There's a Maui he brought in.
Take out your Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
And Maui takes out the aerial, which helps so no more Whole New Worlds can be played that quickly.
Ink for turn.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see what Monty can do. He has 3 more ink here, plus he has up to 3 more if he uses his Pluto and Gaston. So we could see a sixth character. We could see another Maui Shark if he has one. Let's see if it is the Maui Shark that's going to come out.
Maximus in turn, gain 2.
That's a Maximus. Monty's going for the Maximus mega point strategy here. We'll see how it works. We'll see what happens, what he can bring out after this. But he got 2 points for Maximus just being out. And if he can get a 10 strength character, if he can boost the character to 10, he'll be able to get 5 points at the end of his turn, which those 5 points creep up on you, and he could surpass Stefan pretty quickly. So Ariel digs for a strength. He's going to use that strength. Let's see who he's going to sing the strength on. I'm expecting the strength to be sung on. Yep, on Maximus, and Maximus is gone. Because that's Monty's lore gain character. The Maui's going to take out more characters if Steph doesn't remove it, but there's nothing wrong with that. There's a second SME just loading up, and Steph's just questing, and he's going to try to quest out. Because other than Maui, and I guess Gaston could do 2 on someone, but that's not really enough. Gaston could take out a SME, but then you're not using it for the extra 2 ink, which Monty might have to do because now you have game on board with the double SME and everything else. Steph is showing game on board here. And Monty has a lot of things he's going to need to take out. I don't know if he has the firepower left to take out everything.
Yes, you're right. Thanks.
Like Gaston could take out the SME, and Maui could take out, I guess, the Lilo, and you're taking out 2. But then Steph is still showing 5. Even with that, Steph is showing 5 and is at 18.
Mm-hmm.
Play that. Tap this. Play this.
So Monty's now playing out a Maui Shark, a Flynn Rider, and a Mulan, and has to figure out a way to take out multiple things. Yes, he takes out the SME. Then he's also going to need to take out at least one more thing, or else Steph is going to get to 20. Takes out the Cinderella, so leaving Steph where he gets to 19. Steph will be able to go to 19 next turn if he doesn't sing anything.
Quest roll?
Get you at 3.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I'm just going to take a look at your discard really quick.
Sure.
And Pluto quested. Monty decided I have no more use for the ink parts. I'm going to start questing with my characters to get something. Steph can go to 19, or he could hold back. He could, if he waits a turn, he could just put out a character and then go to 20 where Monty can't do anything because Monty has no power to banish any of Steph's characters if they just sit there and wait a turn. So Steph may just play out characters. Well, officially, he should play out enough characters 3 points because
I definitely know I want to do that. So 17.
Because I think Monty is playing Pirate's Life, and you have to account for the fact that you might lose.
Okay.
Yeah, so here comes the characters. Here's a Robin Hood, which gives an extra 2 for next turn. And there is
Go to 19.
a Troubadour, and he's showing enough that even if
It's gonna be rough.
the only way Monty can survive is if he has 2 Pirate's Lives here. If not, Steph should go over next turn. Monty may have 2 Pirate's Lives, in which case
Oh, goodness.
I tossed the second wheel or the third wheel with the second one. So
we'll see what happens. But it looks like Steph does have control of this board at this point, but maybe Monty has 2 Pirate's Life in his hand. If he does, he could do something. If he doesn't, I think the game might be over.
Ink.
Monty didn't take his 3 for Flynn Rider. He should.
Yep.
He should take that at some point. Let's just wait and see if Monty takes the 3 for the Flynn Rider, which would put him at 6, but not enough to go over.
Taking the 3, so go to 6.
Yeah, there's the 3 that Monty needed to take. And still 6 is a far way off from 20. Monty's going to have to take out everything. And because there's a big Robin Hood and a Troubadour, that's 3. So Monty would need to do 2. He would need to do two Pirate's Life in order to stay in this. Does he have it? If he does, he's got, enough ink to do 1, and he's got the Maui Shark to do another.
In this game, the Robin Hood's messing me.
Or he could sing the 1, attack with the Maui Shark, bring it back.
So
you have a big C.
But I don't think he could sing with a second one. He doesn't have 12 ink.
Yeah, I have Big Sisu.
Oh, Big Zisu.
Have.
That's the other way to take out some characters, Big Zisu.
I
just can't get rid of it because I do 5.
Yeah.
So the Big Zisu takes out a lot of the characters, but in order to win, he's going to need the Pirate's Life. If he has the Pirate's Life, he could sing it with Maui Shark.
And all those guys are gone except for him.
Mm-hmm.
He gets 5 damage and you win the game.
Awesome.
So close.
Yeah.
And Steph goes over. So for game
Ain't
1,
no character but that one.
that is Steph with the win. Let me just update this.
If I could have just knocked that out, I would have gulped.
And there's Steph with game 1.
Almost.
And Steph is now in control.
Well, I don't know what's in your list or if you've considered it.
Steph is in control of this. He won from
Doesn't that help?
play.
Like a big
Would?
I mean, he won from the draw. So winning from the draw, going second is harder in this because
well, that's what I'm saying. If you have that with the Robin Hood
But I
out,
have
So,
things to
because he won from the draw,
it's just
he's able
I just
to.
couldn't do it. I couldn't do everything at once, right? At one point,
Yes,
I
if
really
Flynn was
dropped Big
Lumiere,
Sisu and Shiv Mulan, and it's
then
just not
Monty
good enough for
could
you,
win.
is it?
yeah.
It's not good enough. He was like, maybe
Welcome to
if you had
see
something
Eric
else.
Eats, And
You ready for my greedy
it would have
play?
been great if I had had a Fisher on the
And
board to
this
boost.
was
There. Okay, Fisher. Yeah,
this
that's
is
what we're
That,
saying.
that's really what you're looking
matchup.
for. And yes, I do have it in the deck. I just didn't
Yeah,
have it in
if
the field.
No, I
yeah,
well, I
Monty's
saw
saying
it.
if he
Yeah.
had the fish hook,
But
there was ways Monty could have.
no, I
called,
was
but
considering a very
now
greedy
now
play,
Monty's in
and
trouble
and that
because
Mulan would have messed me up because I was going to
if
play
he plays in
the one
turn
drop
two,
Robin Hood and then just
if he
shift
plays in
Clef
turn
next
two,
turn.
then
yes,
and now
yes.
and I
You
was
should
like,
have done that. That would have been great.
Steph will
great.
play in
Yes.
game three. So
I always I
Monty's in
think
the
that's the beauty
top,
about
he's
your
just
deck is
lost while he
because
was
I
on
don't
the
play
play,
against it often,
which makes
so
it
I always
harder
forget
because
the
he's going to be
trickery.
on the play
I
again,
love trickery.
and
That's how I like
The
to win.
we'll
trickery
see
is
what happens
definitely afoot.
being on the play a second time.
Now I've already spoiled all my secrets
And
here.
yeah,
In the hole.
Steph showing that
This
not
isn't
only
going
is he
well.
good, he's not only good from
This isn't what I
behind the
did.
scenes
Right.
producing all these broadcasts, but he's also a good player,
And pray.
and his Steel Song deck is very strong, and he ended up
Bro.
on Friday night when we had that tournament for the Stitch Bet, he ended up making top cut for that as well.
It is not
So
for this matchup.
he's in a good spot to make another top cut,
Find what I
which will be
need.
great.
That's all right. Maybe we'll finish early and it won't be that big of a deal. You know, 2 of you.
So here we are, game
The
2,
rounds.
and Monty's going to start us off again. Monty in the last game, he put out all those
I was
Kudos
while
to
you were in
Gastons
here,
that had
I was
him-
giving Hector a hard
had
time.
him all
I said,
wrecked,
what is
and
this? I said, what?
every one of
she's
his
going to repair the rounds
Gaston
until
tools,
finally
he
get
couldn't
me
use
stuff there?
them. He
What is this?
put all these
What is
characters
it?
out,
What is
to try to
He's
cheat the
just
ink,
like,
and then he couldn't get
I'm
out
only
any
here
big
to honor
characters
you and
early. Let's see if this game he could get out a big character early.
see.
Let's see if he could use the Pluto
Don't
or
give
the
him that
Gaston and
satisfaction.
actually
We'll see.
draw into a bigger
Alright.
character like
You
a
done?
Maori Shark
You done?
much
You won't
earlier.
disappoint me anymore, sir?
And if he does, he'll have a
You
better
want to blow
chance.
up every character I put on the
Off
field
match.
and laugh about it? Huh? Good.
So there's a Mulan to start, a different
with your
start this time.
shenanigans.
He's not starting with his T character, starting with Mulan,
Unbelievable.
because he does play Rapunzel, so this time he might be going for card draw. But of course, that Mulan, if a Cinderella comes out, could be a sitting duck for a Let the Storm Rage On. So there's the Cinderella. So now Mulan is a sitting duck,
Please,
because Mulan starts with damage.
please.
So we'll see if Steph has the Let the Storm Rage On, and if Steph does, Mulan's just a sitting duck. But that also means that,
All right, buddy.
well, here's Mother Gothel. So this time Monty's going for quick
Pass.
lore. Going to put Mulan out there. Yes, sacrificial lamb, but you have multiple characters that are damage characters in play. Both Mother Gothel, Mulan. Monty does play the
Did you watch my
Rapunzel,
video?
so I'm assuming there's a
That's
Rapunzel
nice.
for
I saw
turn
some of it.
4
I
to
said
draw
on
more
the
card.
video at one point during the
The
Q&A,
question is,
and it
can
was
Monty
like,
get to turn 4 with these
so
damage
again, if
characters?
they open with the Cindy.
Take
Red
out
alert.
both of the characters.
Red alert.
There's Troubadour, so
Last thing you want to
that's
say.
multiple
Why don't you
songs
play
being
this?
available
There
now,
you go.
Oh,
and Steph is going to wait
well.
because Monty can't get out Rapunzel yet. So
Watch
why not
out,
wait
boys.
and why not wait, destroy both, and then turn around and
You do have fancy things.
see what you can do on turn 3. Maybe
What I want to do here.
on turn 3 Steph will be able to take out those, but I don't know if Steph will be able to take out whatever other character Monty puts out. So
Stay the course.
it's a Zissou. It's a Zissou that's the strength of
Just me
Steph's
and
hand.
my
So
business.
we have
We
a
were peaceful people. We come just to have a good time.
we have a nice early wide board for Monty. Now here's where Steph will answer with some songs.
Troubadour,
Let's see.
play Gaston.
Welcome to Gaston. So Steph is sitting back in this game. He figures, I guess he's figuring that as up here. Nope,
Storm
here
here.
come the songs. There's a storm on the Gothel. Gothel is gone. Let's see if another one. Yep.
Who's here?
Oh, Zeus on the
That's why no
Zissou.
one likes to play with you guys.
Here you go.
Now, at least Monty should, if the way Monty's been playing, I'm assuming there's a Rapunzel. Yeah, I can see it in his hand. Here comes the Rapunzel, which will allow the draw.
I'll take your bait. Go ahead.
And the Mulan attacked in to take out the Cinderella. Of course, there's a Gaston singer now, so we'll see if Steph is going to let him sit on those card drawers, or if he's going to a whole new world here with Gaston to basically say, okay, Monty, you got the draws, but I'm going to wipe your hand anyway and restart us over. Either strategy is interesting. Let's see which one Steph goes with. I can't see Steph's whole hand, but he does have. Let's see,
Robin Hood.
Baby Robin Hood. So now he has 4 ink that he could play stuff.
Say Lilo. Strength.
A strength on that one.
Plus for 1.
So bringing out the Lilo and going to pressuring Monty here. Monty didn't do his ramping, but here you go. Ooh, so there's the big dragon, the big Maleficent dragon, but has to ink it because not even close to getting the 9. No Plutos or Gastons here, and so far. And speaking of that, there come the Plutos. So now Monty can cheat out. If Monty has 2 of those dragons, if Monty had one in hand, next turn he'd be very close. He'd be 1 away from it.
Goes for 2, go to 3. Pass.
But he's close enough for he can get a Maui shark out. He can get a Zisu. He can get a big Zisu out.
All right.
Next turn. He can get a lot of things next turn. We'll see what character he has ready to go for it. And Steph now is in a spot where, does he want a whole new world? Does he want to just lay out more characters and let them get eaten if a big Zisu comes out? Because easily there could be a big Zisu next turn.
Hit.
So knowing Monty has a Rapunzel,
Bro's desperate.
he attacks with Lilo only to turn around and heal it to get 1 extra draw with his own Rapunzel.
Robin Hood.
Jeez.
And there's a big Robin Hood. So Steph has a pretty wide board, but Monty's gonna have a big character.
I didn't. I don't know what happened there. Well, I just showed it to you now.
Steph actually played the Rapunzel, so no, Steph is playing
what I was thinking. Sorry.
Pretty good.
Robin Hood.
Yeah, I was like, man, what a turn.
Yeah, I'm so used to singing and stuff. We'll go here.
But taking out the Rapunzel to ensure that Monty's other Rapunzel that he drew from the You're Invited cannot do anything. But Monty now can get out a big Zisu if he wants to. And a big Zisu is a pretty power move here. Let's see if he does that. Because what will he knock out? He'll knock out Rapunzel. He'll knock out Troubadour. He'll knock out Lilo.
At least I get to do this.
So there's the 6. There's the 6. Let's see what he does with his Plutos. Yep. There's 8. I'm assuming a big Zisu. And there it is. And he wipes out everything but Gaston.
We're both doing bad things.
No, he can't attack with that. Tried to attack with the big Zisu, but didn't. So
draw.
Wiped Steph's board. Steph's now in trouble. We know he has the Robin Hood because he couldn't play it, but now he's playing it. And now Monty can start questing, or he can, if he has the dragon left, he can play the dragon. Let's see what he does here. If he has a dragon, then Steph's in a lot of trouble because that Maleficent dragon will do a lot. But I see 5. 5 for a Maui. and one for another Pluto.
Dare you, sir. I guess because I don't really like your Robin, I'm going to give you cards to draw, but I can quest for 2.
So Monty's questing with the Plutos, even though he's basically giving one up to the Robin Hood, which I'm assuming that stuff will attack with the Robin Hood to get the 2 lore and also knock out a character, which he's going to need to do.
Put Lilo in play.
But bringing the Lilo back, which is always fun, that Lilo's going to be pesky all game.
Oh.
And there is a Troubadour and a Daisy. Steph has no hand, but he's 5 wide, just like. So there's the Robin Hood into one of the Plutos.
You're outside, right?
Yes.
All right. Here.
And
Bang.
we have a pretty close match here. Steph is hand depleted, but Maui
I'll draw.
Walks away.
Maui takes out the Robin Hood, but Steph does get a draw from it.
1, 2, 3.
Using the Rapunzel that we knew he had into the Maui was a good use of it.
3.
And there's the Mufasa. There's the Mufasa that will let him draw mainly a character deck.
3, go to 8.
And Monty's at 8, but he's showing a lot on the board. He's showing, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Monty's showing a lot on the board, and he can go over in 2 turns if Steph doesn't have any answers. Steph has a small hand, 2 cards, but let's see what he can do with them. Let's see if he has any answers to this.
2. And that
Pete.
I will quest for Daisy.
Quest with Daisy, there's a Stitch that came
goes to my hand.
Yeah. I'll quest with Lilo.
Lilo, go to 7.
Questing with Lilo. So showing 7.
Quest for more.
8.
Questing with Troubadour to show 8.
And it's your go.
So now they're at 8-8, but Monty has a lot.
And then there's Pete, no action.
Has a nice wide board here.
Stop your plan.
So
No actions.
I think Monty can just quest out at this point if he really wants to. Especially if he could play something behind all these characters. Because he's going to quest for a whole lot here. Alexis, bro. So you play this deck with Pluto also?
1, 2,
Yeah, it's a good deck. I mean, Monty has 2 Mauis, takes out 2 of the characters, and now he could probably just quest out everything. There's no reason not to, unless he's going to use the Plutos to keep out another character, which is probably unnecessary at this point. I think he's got good control of this match and should be able to take it. But let's see what he does.
Reduced by 1.
Okay, he's healing. He's healing the Pluto with another Rapunzel to take out, to get another card, and now he's going to quest, it looks like.
Well, you know what? I'll clear the Lilo with this one. And then I want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So there's 6. He
14.
didn't quest fully, but he's at 14 and showing at least 2 in the back plus more. Steph's going to have a hard time here. Yeah,
Right.
the shift Pluto into big bodyguards. Well, I don't think Monty's playing any of those today, but it is cool to shift into the Pluto bodyguard and have
Nothing
protection.
with
on
it.
all your
I just
characters.
wanted to see if I can blow something up for fun.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
So let's see what happens here. I think at this point it looks like it's going to be over. Yep, it's over. That's game 2 goes to Monty. Let me just update this. Game 2 goes to Monty here. There you go. 1 game apiece, and Steph will go first in this game. In this game, of course, I'm expecting a Cinderella to come out first, and Steph will answer as Monty's characters come out. So
like the way everything sounds in here, and
going first, going second is
should record
Yeah.
like 8 hours of it.
turn 1 Pluto, turn 2
So you
Gaston,
should
and
make
then
$1 million.
and then turn 3 play a 6-drop. It's a great strategy, Alexis. The hard thing is against the Steel Song deck. If Cinderella comes out, Cinderella could sting let the Storm Rage on, knock out the Pluto, and now at most you're getting a 5-drop on turn 3.
Random body part.
Why not?
So it's risky to play the Pluto because it could be taken out and then you lose that power.
Is the stream
And
picking up
is it
our
better to
voice?
play it out like Monty did?
No table.
Load the board with them,
it was
or is
going
it
to,
better
but
to
Jason
play
wanted
him
to
early?
commentary, and I wasn't
So-
going to argue with him.
Yeah, so we have
I'd like to.
Pluto.
So
Pluto
Dick
does die a
Jones
lot
is that
in this matchup
Soft
particularly. Not every matchup, but in this matchup, Pluto
hands.
does die a lot. So it's with Steph going first, playing the Pluto is just basically saying I'm going to sacrifice it. If Steph does play the Cinderella, I don't know if Monty will play the Pluto. Yeah, being non-inkable is what makes Pluto rough, especially this matchup. Let's see. Let's see what happens. If Steph has the Cinderella, then it's going to make it where Monty. If I was Monty, I wouldn't play that Pluto on turn 1 because it's just bait to get hit by a Let the Storm Rage on. And if you're doing that, you're just
Going back everything.
in trouble.
1, 2,
But it should be interesting to see how Monty guides through this from
6,
from the draw, because
7. That's what it is.
when I play Steel Song, what I like to do is not put out a character in turn 1, even if it slows you down a little bit, and you're not on curve and playing a 1, then a 2, then a whatever. You're also not letting them use the Let the Storm Rage on, and they got to hold back on it. And the longer they have to wait to draw the extra card that they're going to draw from it, it slows down these Amber Steel decks. It slows them down, I think, if you wait and don't play a character in turn 1.
Sure.
And then you can play multiple characters in turn 2. So there is that Cinderella thing. Now let's see if Monty actually plays a character or doesn't. I personally wouldn't, because if you do play a character here, you're just letting it get destroyed. Let's see what Monty does with this. And he's doing what I would do, which is you don't play a character, you don't let that happen.
Quest.
Yeah, you're letting Cinderella quest, but it's better for Cinderella to quest than to get an extra card draw. Now you can play the Gaston and passing again. Interesting. I guess he doesn't have Pluto or Gaston, either one. Because I would have kept the Gaston and not a Pluto from the draw, but looks like he doesn't have either.
Yep.
And here comes the wide board. There's the Daisy. There's the Lilo.
Yeah.
And Steph is just going to race ahead here.
This is not good. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's Gaston.
Pretty much on brick, I guess.
Draw.
There's Gaston. I wonder if he held it off for a turn. I mean, if there's a Strength of a Raging Fire, it's going to get destroyed anyway. But now he's
Robin Hood.
just set up in a spot. There you go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 so far. That's me to 9. I'm just gonna do some math.
And here comes what I'd call the quick victory. Monty's in a lot of trouble here.
That's fine. Let's do it.
It's over.
11. You're up.
So Monty just lost his Gaston. If
Jesus.
I don't know what he'll put out on turn 4, but whatever it is, it's going to be.
I did not find out of all 3 games.
It's going to have a lot of trouble because you've got.
I mean, it just.
He's showing 7 on board. Cindy questing out is.
No, but it's what happened. You know, like
rough and rough, like a dog.
Oh.
Like Cindy questing out is in this matchup. If you're opponent doesn't play anything, you don't need to sing. Of course, bust out. First thing with the Cinderella is what has Stefan at 11 here.
Kidding me?
Those
There's nothing
those
I can do here. I could even
extra
have to
quests,
focus and still
those
lose it.
3 extra quests, well, 2 because one time Cinderella did sing, but those 2 extra quests is a difference of
sir.
9 or 11, and
There's nothing I can do.
you know
You have. I
Steph
can't
is
say
showing a
that.
lot on the board, showing
I
another
probably
7.
should have kept my hand that I
18.
mulliganed.
There's a
But it
Rapunzel
was
that
like
heals the
one of those
swing.
ones that if you had have been like, pew, 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 I would have been toast. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if Steph's holding a storm, which I can't see, then it was smart not to play the Pluto. Playing the glass stone should have played. If you play the gas stone on turn 2 instead of on turn 3, then
Good game, man.
yes, it gets taken out, but it got taken out anyway this way. So there we are. It's over. It's over in one pop, and
it was awful.
and Stefan has
I shouldn't have
won
mulliganed
this
also. I should have
match.
kept it, but I don't like it.
And
That's not what I wanted to do. You know, I had a Mulan shift, and I was like, "There's no way this is going to happen."
it's a pretty quick match.
There's no way.
Let's
There's no way he's going to let me
let me
do
see
this.
if I get Stefan in here.
Okay.
Let me see if I can get Stefan in here. To
The 40-some
to
people
discuss.
here today.
33.
33
Let
people
me bring
here
him in.
today.
Let me see if I can bring him in.
Pull
And
Stefan in round
I'll
one.
try to bring him in here.
Amber
We could
Steele after the
talk with him
third
and see.
repair.
and see what he's
Yes, it was
thinking.
3
Let's,
repairs.
let's see
Well,
if I
2
can bring
repairs.
Stefan in
It was the
here
third
and
one that they didn't repair.
we'll get him in to discuss a little bit about his steel
All
side.
right, great.
So let me see if I
You know
can
what?
bring
I
him
bet
in.
my
And
mom was watching
do a
and
quick
she's
discussion. I'll
crying
be right
because
back.
of you. Thanks, Steph. You ruined the whole family.
You want to come in and chit-chat about this on? Okay, so Steph is going to come in here and join, and yes, we're going to figure that out. There's an echo. There's an echo going on. We'll figure that out shortly. We'll figure out what's going on with that. But he's going to come in here and join us, and we'll figure it out. But yeah, there is an echo, but we'll figure that out and we'll get it resolved. But Steph will come in here in a second. He just won with a Steel Song deck against a fun Mufasa deck, as you saw. And here he comes. So let's discuss what went on. So you were playing a Steel Song deck, and it seems in the first game you were able to get the right combination of songs and then play a bunch of whole new worlds to get the right cards. Just hit those songs and stop Monty from doing his ramping with his Gascons and Plutos. I don't know what we're doing with Echo now. We'll figure that out. Technically, we'll figure that out. But tell me about what Steph's going to figure out the Echo first. We're going to get this Echo resolved, and then we'll continue with the interview. So give us a sec. He's going to fix the. There we go. No more echo. All fixed. So let's go back. So in the first match, when you were on the draw, and you came out and just laid out your characters and waited, and you didn't need to use a Storm Mage on, but you ended up pulling an extra Strength of a Raging Fire with your aerial, so you could do 2 of them, and you took out what I thought was a really good move, was taking out both of the Gaston.
Yeah, I mean, in that situation, you kind of have to, because he's trying to pump out like a big Sisu or big threats that my Zeuses don't have range on, and then I have to try to what is it? I'm trying to think of like the best way to describe it. Like there's an inevitable point of the game where his just big threats just are more than what I can remove.
Mm-hmm.
So that felt great. And then, I mean, do you still want to talk about game 1 or?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
So in game 1, I mean, because that's the game that you basically solidified when you won from the draw. It solidified that you were in a good spot because you knew eventually you get to go from the play. As you saw going from the play, you just won very quickly going from the play. He couldn't play the Pluto on turn one because you could storm it. He was afraid to play the Gaston on turn two because you could strength it, and then you did strength it on turn three and just took dominance of that game. And going from the play against the Amber Ruby deck is very very strong for Amber Steel. Going from the draw is where you had to get the win because you went second, but going from the draw you did very well.
Yeah.
And that I thought that was the game that really put this match where it was you winning from the draw, and you you held off, you didn't press, you waited until you had the right cards, you were able to play both those strengths at the same turn, which took out all of the ramping power.
Yeah. No, I mean, and again, it's necessary because the thing is that there's 2 points of inflection when you're playing against Amber Ruby, which is trying to deny them the 4 cost or potentially 3 cost Rapunzel after a Mother Gothel player Mulan. Especially when you don't have a wheel, and in these scenarios, sometimes I think, like retrospectively thinking, um, there's a situation where you might not want to wheel them, because again they'll just keep having top end outs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I didn't have a Rapunzel, an effective Rapunzel play to keep going, so I knew that if I draw into a lot of removal, I should be able to handle a lot of things. But yeah, game one was somewhat tight and fun. Game two, it is what it is. If anything, I just wanted to get a little bit more knowledge on a couple of cards he had because Monty is very good at adding some spice tech and stuff like that. And then just game three was exactly what you want to see against that deck.
Yes, just come out quick, come out strong, and quest out before the deck has a chance to get to its power cards.
Yeah, exactly. And like if you saw my hand, I had the Lawrence. There was at turn three I could have played Lawrence, or I could have played the Daisy and Lilo. And I just knew that if there's a small margin, but there is one that if you go fast enough and you have the right removal, like turn four, I played the Zeus, right? Yeah, I played the Zeus just to remove the Gaston. Lets me get another damage on it, follow up with a Rapunzel play on the following turn, establish a Cindy, and just quest out. And I don't care what happens to my characters. I have enough threats for him to not be able to out on 5.
Yeah.
And close the game.
Because at most he had a Maui which could take out one thing but can't take out everything, and you were at 18 at that point. So you're like, I'm at 18.
Anyone on the other end of this?
I'm taking out 6 characters, and that's when you see
Steph?
the Ember Steel like that and just go quick. The greatest thing, just watching it.
Right.
Watching it. So you're going to move on to round 2. Yeah. If everything.
Okay. Yeah, I got to run around 2. Thanks for watching, everyone. Appreciate it. Jason's going to keep you guys busy for round 2. Let's see who.
We're going to try to get Gabe. I want to
play Gabe.
We're going to try to get Gabe if he won, or Skinner. I want to get our broadcast team. So for now, I'm going to let you.
They're going to do table 1 to make it easier.
So
it's going to be Freddie and.
Okay, it's going to be Freddie.
Yeah, Freddie and Mike. So.
Perfect.
Go ahead and modify the stuff on.
Yeah. So it's Freddie and Mike. It's going to be Freddie and Mike in this game. So let me start setting that up while we're here. Freddie, as you know, plays a Steel Song deck. So I'm going to, let me see, I'm going to just quickly set this up. And let's see. So okay, so I'm going to quickly set this up. Let's see. We're going to go to round 2. We're going to We're going to update this. Give me a second. I'm updating everything. And we're almost at it. I got to find out what deck Mike is playing. So give me a second to find out what deck Mike is playing. When you guys see the timer start is when yeah. Okay. Yeah, more Illuminati on stream. Hang on. We're gonna this one's gonna be a good matchup as well. Both of them are going to be 1-0, or both of them are 1-0 coming into this. So we're just updating the names and the stuff, and we'll be ready shortly. And you're going to just get to see Freddie again. Freddie, who has won a bunch of tournaments here. You're going to get to see Freddie. And let me get them on. We're about to start. So let me get them on here and let's bring them in. So here we are. We have Freddie and Michael, as you can see. Oh, hang on. Let me change the counters. Boop. Okay, counters are set. Freddie and Michael, and they're gonna have to reset the score. Let me get them to reset the score for a second. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah, is that the same phone as before? No, Steph's one is the one that's connected. Let me get him. You guys, it's normally both the first cycle. Okay, perfect. So I'll put it up in a second. When you guys see the clock, you can start. Okay, so here we are. More Illuminati on stream. Yes, it's Freddie and Mike, and here we go. We're gonna bring them up, and we're gonna start the clock. And there they are, 55 minutes. Freddie is going to be going first in this first game. So we have Freddie going first in the first game. And Freddie's on his typical Amber Steel deck, and Mike is on a blue Steel deck. So Freddie did not play in turn one. He inked, but did not play. He must have mulliganed poorly. And shout out to Nassif, another Illuminati, who is not here. And there on turn 2 is Troubadour. And we have a Robin Hood, it looks like. Baby Robin Hood for Mike's side. So Mike is playing the blue steel. I know he has some interesting spicy blue stuff in this deck. He has Alice and Cogsworth and a lot of fun stuff that makes it difficult to do things with. Calhoun, as you can see, Calhoun is another spicy one that could affect the Steel Song characters. So Mike's playing an interesting build. Boyfriend duty. Tell your girlfriend we all say hi from here. And the Calhoun's interesting. There's a strength to take out the Robin Hood. The Calhoun's interesting. It's spicy because it threatens some of these Steel Song characters. But yeah, you can see McDuck Manor. Mike is inking it, but he has a lot of fun things to play with this. There's a Smee, and there we go. A Smee and a Fire the Cannons plus Calhoun to take out one of those Troubadours, which leaves less singers for Freddy. And there's the Naveen, who sings, it looks like a Zeus. Freddy put the Naveen back into his deck. He wasn't using Prince Naveen for a while, but he put it back into his deck to be able to get instant songs out, and it seems to work. He used it the other day when he won the Stitch Mat, and he's using it again. Of course, at the moment, it's 5-1. Mike is winning 5-1 at this point. There's a Pete, the Pete to stop the songs from coming. And Mike is just going to try to ramp and get quick lore in this game. As you can see, he's going to push and try to go quickly. Freddy not having a character in turn 1 puts him in an interesting spot because he's I guess a little behind. And there's the McDuck Manor. McDuck Manor is going to be really hard to take out for Freddy. Freddy doesn't have characters that have a lot of strength, so he's got to focus on other things than the McDuck Manor. Mike's already at 9, and he's showing a lot on board. Let's see what Freddy's going to do here. There's Lawrence. So he is showing enough if he wants to take out the McDuck Manor. He can. It's just an interesting choice because he would have to sacrifice Naveen to do it. Instead, he's going to use the Troubadour to take out Smee to keep those points down. And he's going to not sing, but he's going to, looks like, oh, he is going to sing. And he takes out everything to leave the McDuck Manor, getting 2 points a turn for Mike. And here comes a Pete to stop the singing. But Freddy has an interesting choice here. He can't sing, but he is showing 9 strength. So there you go, 9 strength. He takes out McDuck Manor. Pete will take out one of the characters, but there's a Cinderella as a backup. Oh, Pete is questing. Pete isn't even taking out a character. Mike is just going to try to quest out quickly here. And there's a Robin Hood. At this point, Freddy looks like top decking. He uses Lawrence to take out a Pete. And he is going to quest for a lot, or for at least 2. What's he going to do with the rest, with all of his singers? He's going to quest with Cinderella. What's he going to do with Naveen? Is he going to hope for the whole new world and not quest, or is he going to quest to push up his lore? Because it looks like it's going to be a race. This game looks interesting. It's going to be a race. Yep, he's questing. And there you go, 6-12, but showing a lot of board presence. Let's see what Mike can do There's a Cogsworth. Which one does he take out? It's a tough choice. Do you take out the Naveen? Do you take out the Lawrence? It would have to be one of those two, but what's more important? Stopping the songs or stopping the lore? I guess Naveen's the better one to take out. Nope, he's questing. Mike is going to try to race Freddy here, but Freddy is showing a lot of board presence, so I don't know if it's a smart move to race him at this point. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, Freddy's showing 8. He can go to 14 here. And I think Freddy's contemplating this now. Does he quest to 14 and drop whatever character he got behind it and push for the win right away? He's got a nice wide board. Mike has not much board presence. But Mike decided to keep questing instead of trying to take out a character. We'll see if that move pays off for Mike or if Freddy can try to quest out here. I think this is what Freddy's thinking about is, does he want to quest out or does he want to continue? And he's singing A Whole New World. There you go. He's singing A Whole New World. I think he's going to drop a bunch of characters here. So he's got 4 ink, but he got the Whole New World. That's why I would have used the Pete to take out the Naveen just for that. Because no other character could sing it except for Naveen. And that could have been the fatal move that cost Mike this game 1, was not taking out Naveen when he could have. So here you go. Here comes Freddy. There's a Strength of a Raging Fire to take out 1. He doesn't even need to bother with the Calhoun. He's going to quest with both Lawrence and he's going to quest with everything. So that's another 5 more. Puts him at 11. Are we going to see a Rapunzel behind this? Let's see. There's the Rapunzel behind it. Yep. Steel Song things. That one Pete not taking out Naveen could have been the game. Pete would have survived too because Cogsworth was out. Pete had resist 1. I'm curious. We'll ask after about that, why he decided not to attack Pete into Naveen. Because Freddy had 1 card in hand, which was just Whole New World, and wouldn't have been able to ink, wouldn't have been able to do everything. But instead now Freddy has 5 ink and a loaded board. In fact, is Freddy threatening the win here? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, Freddy's showing 10. Freddy's showing 10 on board. So showing 10 on board means that Cogsworth now needs to at least take out a two quester, probably the Naveen this time. I think that should have been done last time, but it wasn't. So Freddy's still showing 8 on board, so he can quest the 19 if he wants to, or he could do less. If he has a shift Robin Hood, he just wins anyway. So let's see if Freddy has the shift Robin Hood and just shifts into the win. Because he could just shift up Robin Hood and get the win instantly regardless. There's a Calhoun, which doesn't really do much at this point. And there is an Alice. And it looks like a Robin Hood with the Alice. So if he could just shift into Robin Hood, Freddy can take it right here. Does he have the shift? If he has the shift, he has the win. If he doesn't have the shift, it's going to be a very close game. there's the shift, and Freddie will get this win. Oh, well, he still gets the win. He just did it by taking out Cogsworth. It was unnecessary, but he did it. I don't think he realizes he can win. I don't think he realizes he has game on board, because if he did, he would have just quested out. But he's not questing out for some strange reason. He'll quest out next turn. But he didn't need to. He could have quested out right there on the shift. I don't think he realized it at the time. But there's a quest to 18. And yes, if he would have just, instead of singing the 2 songs, he could have just quested with those and been at 20. But he'll get to it next turn. It looks like Freddie's going to take game 1 of this match. I don't think there's anything Mike can do. I mean, obviously Alice has Ward, but besides that, I don't think there's much that Mike can do at this point. So it looks like Freddie will get game 1. And Mike is now going to be on the play, and we'll see if his Sapphire Steel deck can do better when he's on the play instead of on the draw. On the draw, he had it really rough. And Freddie didn't even start out with a 1-drop in this game. The temptation of the songs blinded him to the lore. Yes. He had game on board, and he waited a whole extra turn when he didn't need to. He was just like, I'm in my Steel Song mode. I'm going to keep playing those songs. But sometimes you could just shift Robin Hood and get to 20 without needing to do anything else and needing to do all these extra fancy moves. But we'll talk about that after too. We'll talk about a bunch of things in that first game. Not Mike was in a much better spot if he takes out the Prince Naveen. He's in a much better spot, because then Freddie can't sing Whole New World. Freddie can't ink. Freddie can't do anything when he cold draws the Whole New World. Freddie would just have to quest with what he had and wouldn't have this whole other hand. Yeah, exactly. It's Team Illuminati. Freddie won the other day, so he won. We had a Friday night game tournament here. I played in it too. Freddie ended up winning it. He was actually the number 2 seed, and he won from the draw in the final game. He lost the first game. He won the second game. He lost on the draw. Then he won on the play, and then he won from the draw in a very, very close match. He was playing against a blurple deck, a blue and purple deck, and he was playing this same deck that he's playing now. And it was a really, really interesting matchup. At one point, it looked like he was going to lose, and then he was able to clear the board and was able to get ahead, but he was behind by a lot, and it was a very interesting matchup, and he took home a Rockstar Sitch mat with that one. And now he's here to claim another one of the hero mats. This is just the set championships here, so they're playing for the Hero Hamada, as you know. And it's, Hero Hamada is a nice thing. Yes, T-Dark. We're excited about it. For those who don't know, Reign of Jafar comes out next weekend or next Friday, and Saturday we're going to have a big case tournament. And if you haven't signed up yet, sign up. There's over 70 people already signed up. And if we get to 100, then we're going to add more cases into it. So the more people that come, the more cases that are added. But there's going to be a ridiculous amount of product given out. And everyone's going to need all those new cards. We've already been looking at some of the really good combos in there. There's some sing together songs that are we've noticed there's like infinite loop wins with some sing together songs and some other things. So I'm curious what's going to happen if cards are going to get banned, because we found a bunch of loopholes already where you could, do a sing together with certain songs, and just get point, and do nothing except get points for your whole turn. Whether or not that actually happens in a game, we'll see. But there's at least 2 that we found, and both of them work, and both of them work pretty well. So I don't know what's going to happen, if the balance is going to change, if people are going to play decks to just try to get auto wins in one turn. But we'll see what happens. People are going to be playing with these card 8s on Saturday. So the Reign of Jafar tournament, it's going to be very exciting. And here we are with Mike starting it off in this one. And let's just do this. I'm just going to pop me back in so everyone can see me and say hi if you're watching the stream. And we have a good amount of people watching. We have, it looks like, about 200 or so people watching. So welcome. And if you are going to be here on next Saturday, Reign of Jafar, lots of cases to give away. It will be a good, exciting, fun day. All day, we're expecting. Hopefully, we'll get to the 100, and we'll get even more cases to give away. I think there's like 8 to 10 cases being given away already, and only more to come for the more people that join. So it should be pretty exciting to see this and get to play in the Reign of Jafar tournament. Almost everyone who's here today is going to be playing in that. Plus, we have a lot of out-of-towners, like always, that will come for it, and we're looking forward to a good weekend. It should be a whole fun time here. All the new cards, everyone's going to want to add cards to their deck, modify their decks, and we'll see how things go. But I think it's going to be a good tournament. I think it's going to be a good time, and we'll see what happens. I'm curious if anyone's going to do any of the combos. If anyone's going to do the Monstro combo. We'll see if that actually happens. So let's get back to the match here. It's 4-0. Mike is doing the same thing, just trying to quest early. And I can see he's already done some peats to stop Freddy from doing songs. Freddy had to exchange to get rid of Calhoun because that Calhoun will just mess with Freddy's board. And Mike has some songs too. This is what's interesting about the Blue Steel is you do have those Strength of a Raging Fire and other songs, and he's going to take out the Ariel, take out the one that could sing 5, and leave 2 4 singers out there. So here comes Freddy. Freddy has 4 ink. Mike is slowly creeping up. He's at 6. By the way, T-Dark, are you going to be coming on Saturday? If so, looking forward to having you. And there's another Ariel. So loses an Ariel to a strength and bringing out a second Ariel, but whiffed. I have a feeling Freddy's not going to be able to pull this one off. He usually can pull out bags of magic even when he's behind, but I think all of the bags are empty at this point. When you're whiffing on the Ariel, it makes it really rough. But there's still a Zeus. I mean, there's still stuff. Oh, nice. So yes, we'll see you. We'll see you on Saturday, T-Dark, and it should be a lot of fun. It's going to be the Jafar tournament. I think is going to be great. I can't wait to see who shows up. I can't wait to see who shows up for out of town, and I'll be back to just broadcasting because Gabe, who's playing today, should be back announcing. Gabe and Skinner should be back announcing, but at least for today, they're both playing in the in the store championships. And oh yes, oh nice. So yes, we have seen those, and we're looking forward to having you out there again, which will be nice. Here you go. Naveen saying "Whole New World." That's the other way to do it. And now Freddie's got his songs and his stuff, and he's got a Mick Duck Commander to worry about again. And whether or not Freddie could clear the board here, it's not looking great, but that doesn't mean that he won't be able to rein everything in. But at the moment, it's not looking great for Freddie in this matchup. Let's see what he picked up with it. There's a Lilo. And he took out one character, so took out the Cogsworth, it looks like. So let's see what Mike plays here. Because Mike is just going to try to race ahead. Oh, along came Zeus on the aerial. And fire the cannons on Lilo. Oh no, on Cinderella. So shrinking that board. And there's a Calhoun. And it looks like a one-drop Robin Hood. And there's another song. Yeah, so one thing that we found, I have to look for the name of the card now, but there's a Sing Together card if you're doing red blue, where if you have Maui Shark out and you have up to 8 points in characters, you sing together and Maui Shark can attack and pull back the same song, and it readies all the characters. So you sing together. Let's say you have 2 Grammatals, and Mike just won that match. Mike just won that match, so we're 1-1, and Freddie will start this third one. So basically, the combos that we found, Monstro with Donald, his Infinite Lore Gain is one of them. That one, Ray, who's one of our SSG players, found that. But we also talked about another one, which is in red-blue, where if you have 8 points worth of characters, let's just say 2 Grandma Talas, and you have Maui Shark, they could sing together the song that readies all characters. If you have, I know this is a weird combo, but if you have a bunch of the Sapphire Coils, you use the Sapphire Coils on the Maui Shark to make it worth 0. So Maui Shark attacks one of the characters. When it does, you pull the song back. You sing the song. You double sing the song with your 2 Grandma Towers or whatever is worth 8. It readies everything, including Maui Shark. It attacks again, and the way it works is that song readies characters. Also, the characters that are readied can't be damaged. And if you've used the coils on Maui Shark itself, Maui Shark is hitting for 0. So you can keep attacking the same character that's not readied. You just keep attacking the same character, bringing back the song, re-singing it, re-readying everything, bringing back the character, and it's an infinite loop as well. It just takes a Maui Shark, the Sing Together 8 song. It's a blue song. I don't remember what the name of the song is. And besides that, you need, obviously, 8 points of other characters. And you need a bunch of coils or ice blocks or something to make sure that Maui Shark is not killing everything when it attacks, that it is basically hitting something for 0 again and again and again and pulling back the song. And you could just loop into 20 with that. Also the Monstro, with Monstro and Donald, you could essentially burn your whole deck. And once you burn your deck, there's a song in, I think it's in Amber. It's a red song. Yeah, it's a red song. So that the one loop with the blue red is a red song. And then In the Monstro one, you could keep using Donald the Monstro. You could keep tapping Monstro, bringing it back with Donald to essentially burn your whole deck, and then you could use. There's I think it's like a 3-cost song. You could use it to pull back a Alan a Dale, and when you do, then you could use a second version of the song to bring back the first version of the song, and it plays for free again and again and again and again. And the song keeps bouncing off each other because basically you have no deck. And Alan Dale basically says, use the card, or the song does the same thing. Pick a card, put it on your deck, shuffle your deck, and if that card comes up, you get to play it for free. So you keep doing the song again and again and again. It's an older song. It's not even a new song. It's the Monstro that causes the new effect. But it's an old song, Alan a Dale in the old song, that you could just put a card at the top of your deck. So if you've emptied your deck using Monstro, you pull back the Alan a Dale, and then you basically get infinite points for Alan a Dale when you're bouncing the two songs between each other infinitely. Because the song goes in your discard, you use the other song to pick it out of your discard, shuffle it by itself, get it. It goes for free. The one that you just played was discarded. The new one goes, and you just infinite loop the song. So there's 2 different infinite loop combos. I don't know which one is quicker, which one will happen quicker. Monstro is at 8, so it takes a while to get Monstro out. With the blue-red version, you could ramp, but you got to get enough coils or ice blocks out to make sure that Maui Shark is 0 when attacking. So both of them take some setup, but when they go off, I win. And I don't know if that's a good thing for the health of the game or not a good thing, but obviously there are some interesting things that are going to happen this set, and I'm curious if anyone's going to come with a deck like that. And of course, there's that new song. If you're playing like a green steel, an emerald steel, there's that new song where you could drop your opponent's hand, you make them discard everything out, and then they draw to 3. So what's happening in the game? It's 1-1. They just started game 3. Freddie started with Cinderella, and now Mike just put out a Mickey Mouse. So 1 game each. Freddie's going first in this game. He started with Cinderella, so he has some firepower to sing songs, and Mike put out a Mickey Mouse, the Mickey Mouse 1. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, Erwin, there's going to be a lot of let's just call it interesting combos in the next set. Whether or not people play them and try to go for auto wins, I don't know, but we'll see what happens. It's going to be very fun on Saturday to see what kind of decks people bring out, if they bring out these new auto win decks or not. I mean, I'm curious how many people will try an auto win deck, but we'll see what happens on Saturday. It's going to be a very interesting time, to say the least. And we hope that everyone tunes in on Saturday to watch it. I mean, it's the new set. I think we're going to be the first people having a stream like usual. We always do it the day after the set comes out, which gives everyone Friday to buy it. There's a storm. Obviously, doesn't kill the Mickey Mouse because of resist, but there's still the storm to be used. So we'll be the first person broadcasting a stream. It's the set championships. It's essentially an Illuminati, I guess. Well, there's more than Illuminati. The whole Illuminati team's here. The whole SSG team is here. Freedom Gaming is here. There's a bunch of teams here actually for this tournament. It's not just Illuminati, even though we've seen 4 Illuminati people so far. We're basically putting the 1-0 tables, and we're gonna have 2-0. Oh, you'll be here next week, Erwin, as well. Maybe you'll be the one who comes with one of these decks, either the Monstro deck or the Maui Shark 8-song sing together deck, the red song. Maybe you'll be the one to do it and to do the infinite loop and be like, I got an infinite loop on turn 6. Bye-bye. Of course, Hyper Aggro is going to have something to say about these infinite loop decks. Let's see what Hyper Aggro can do. I have a feeling someone's going to come with a crazy, like, yellow-purple Hyper Aggro to combat these infinite loops that need some setup, that need at least 5 to 6, or in Monstro's case, 8 turns to set up. Okay, so here Freddie has laid out some more characters. Freddie's going wide. We have a Mickey and a Smee on one side, and there's a Pete. It looks like, I think it's a Pete that he just played. Yeah, it is a Pete, and that Pete is basically there to combat from Freddie playing songs. So Freddie now can't play songs, but he still has options. If he has a Robin Hood, he can shift to Robin Hood. Oh no, you're gonna you're gonna be here watching the stream. You're not gonna actually be here. Um, well, hopefully you'll enjoy the stream next week. If later on, if Gabe doesn't make it to the knockout, I'll bring Gabe back in here. Gabe's here, so we'll bring him in for the knockout rounds, if anything. But there's Robin Hood, a shifting Robin Hood to attack. It's a way to take out the Mick, or took out, looks like, I think the Calhoun, took out something. And, oh yeah, no, took out the Mickey Mouse. And Cinderella takes out the Smee. And will Freddie actually quest with the Cinderella and take damage? No, he didn't. Which means he's probably not sitting on a Rapunzel, because if he was, he might have quested with that in the hopes that the Pete would attack it. There's the McDuck Manor. McDuck Manor, always a strong move from this deck. Yes, Beyond the Horizon, that's what we're talking about. Because Beyond the Horizon is a very powerful card. If you have Prince John out, you could play Beyond the Horizon. Yes, you could also use the Muses to bounce. But more important is you burn their whole deck, and for every one that you burn, you get to draw, and then they refill. Now, if you have both Prince John and Diablo, you could draw not only if you burn out, let's say, 5 cards, but then they draw 3, and you're drawing 8 to their 3, and you can Muse bounce back. So yes, between Diablo, Prince John, and the Muses, Beyond the Horizon is going to be a very powerful card, and I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of Emerald Steel decks in there. Obviously, because Beyond the Horizon is a Steel song and not an Emerald song, so you won't be able to do like Emerald with another color. It ought to be Emerald Steel for that specific one. But it's going to be very interesting to see how many people come with the Emerald Steel Beyond the Horizon deck, and whether or not that is the meta deck for Saturday. I think it's going to be a very good deck, and I think that it will be one of those decks that we might see a lot of here. Yeah. If you're holding a Sudden Chill and then you sing it and you discard them even further, and then they have no, you wipe them on turn, because Beyond the Horizon, it's a sing together. So the big thing is if you sing together on turn 3, you're forced to sing together. So you're using all your characters to sing together. So you might not be able to do the Sudden Chill and Hypnotize, but it doesn't matter. If you could, you could shift a Robin Hood. You could play a Robin Hood on turn 1. You could play a an Ursula on turn 2. And then you could shift the Robin Hood on turn 3, and now you have the 7, and you can sing together. On turn 3, you could sing together and wipe the other person's hand and make them discard the whole hand and have to draw 3. You don't even have the Prince John out yet, but you can still sing that in turn 3. And basically makes them discard the whole hand and draws 3. So your opponent, who might have 6 cards in their hand, all of a sudden lose them all and are down to 3, and they might have only 2 ink if you're going first. And if you're on the play and you're going first, your opponent has 2 ink and they're down to 3 cards, and they're in a lot of trouble. So yeah, even if you play a Smee, you play Robin Hood Smee, shift Robin Hood on turn 3, you could do that. You can't also do the Sudden Chill and the Hypnotize, but you don't need to do all of that. But yeah, Horizon's going to be a very, very potent combo. And the next turn you could sing Sudden Chill. Even if they play some, you could Sudden Chill them, and all of a sudden they have 3 ink, maybe 2 characters or 3 characters on the board, and no cards, and you have a lot of stuff. On turn 4 you could drop a Prince John, and then you could sing Sudden Chill, and yeah, it's Beyond the Horizon is going to be very, 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 very potent for the people who get it out early. Like I said, shifting the Robin Hood is going to be the thing you see the most, is shifting Robin Hood, being able to do it on turn 3, Beyond the Horizon on turn 3, which is pretty massive swing in the game. So yeah, Emerald Steel I think is going to be very popular next week. So here, let's get back to the game. Freddy has a wide board. He's about to sing another song. Strength. He's going to do it on, which one he's going to do it on? He's going to do it on the Mickey Mouse. Then he's going to do, let's see if he sings another song. He's going to play a Pete for no songs. He's then going to do Whole New World. Oh, and there goes a whole hand of Mike's out the door, and here's Freddy with a Whole New World. Will he get more songs? The only thing is he can't do anything to Alice because Alice has Ward, but I don't know if he needs to do anything else. Yeah, here comes Let the Storm Rage On, which lets him redraw. Now Freddy could quest with everything else. There's no reason not to. Or he uses Lawrence to attack McDuck Manor. Yep, he used it to attack McDuck Manor. He takes it out. Now there's no threats on the board, and Freddy's sitting with a super wide board at this point. And there's another Smee to go with it. There's another Robin Hood to go with it. And Freddy's looking wide, looking good. Even though he's behind in lore, he's going to catch up on this turn. So there's a Pete to stop actions, but I think the Pete's a little too late at this point. But Mike is going to go as wide as he can to try to stop Freddy. Whether he can or not, I don't know. But if he goes with Alice, then Lawrence will take out Alice, and that's the card that Mike needs in order to push ahead, because Alice will add the lore to everything else. So Mike did not quest. The question is, how much will Freddy quest? Because there's a Calhoun out. There's a Pete, an Alice, a Calhoun, and something that's in the gloss that we can't see. But it is a 1-point character, so I'm assuming it's either a Robin Hood, a Mickey Mouse, something small. Because Mike is mostly playing steel cards. He has just a few blue cards in this deck. It's mostly steel with a few blue. A Cinderella to heal and draw. Let's see what else is going to come out. So Rapunzel to heal. And Freddy's got a wide board. Very wide board. He's counting how much. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Freddy could quest for 12 if he wants to, which puts a lot of pressure on Mike to have to basically attack everything if Freddy's after this. There's a Pete for no actions, so all of Mike's songs, the Strength, the Raging Fire, Let Storm Rage On, whatever Mike is playing, even Baboom or Fire the Cannons. So even Fire the Cannons, they're all done. There's questing there for, it looks like questing for 5, questing for another 6 more. Questing for 7 more. So like I said, quested for 12. And should have 2 more. And there we go. So there's Freddy's at 14. Like I said, he can go all the way to 14 in one pop. And he's showing a super wide board with at least 3 behind it. So I don't know if Mike can do anything or Freddy has just dominated the board presence here. Because Mike doesn't have any rush characters, so Mike is kind of stuck with his 4 characters to take out 4, but I don't think 4 is enough because Rapunzel and Pete are going to get 3 on their own. And even if he takes out 4, there's going to be at least 4 left, or 5 left. Even if he leaves 5 1-drops, that's still 5, plus the Rapunzel and Pete. I think the game is going to be over here. Mike's in a tough spot again. Freddy just overloaded the board. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 characters out. Just got the perfect whole new world. Did typical Steel Song things and 11 characters out and ready to, ready to claim victory in another turn. So he shifted Robin Hood, but even shifting Robin Hood, he can't take out enough stuff. Takes out the Cinderella with the Calhoun. Takes out a Smee. Takes out a Lawrence. And Freddy's still sitting there with too much of a board presence. And Freddy went over. And there we go. Freddy takes it. And we'll try to get him in here to discuss. But let's give the victory to Freddy. And we'll switch over where we could... let me go get Freddy, and we'll have a little discussion with him in just a little bit as they clean up their cards. And it looks like today is Steel Song's day. First Stefan won with Steel Song, and now Freddy won with Steel Song. We'll see what matchup we get in the third one, but it looks like Steel Song is winning everything so far. So it should be a good day. I'm gonna go bring Freddy in here, and we're gonna discuss our Reign of Jafar tournament next week. And I know Freddy will enter in it, plus some other people. So it will be really interesting to see what happens. Let me go get Freddy, and we'll do a quick interview with him. Okay, so Freddy's coming back here. If you guys have questions for him, he's like one of the Steel Song masters. So if you have any questions for Freddy, this is your time to ask. So if you have any questions for Freddy, this is the time you want to ask. He's available for whatever you want to ask. So don't be shy. Dropping questions, and he'll be here to discuss stuff in about a minute once he gets his deck out. But yeah, Reign of Jafar. If you guys are going to be here, come next week, and we have big Reign of Jafar tournament. There's going to be lots of cases given out, and it's going to be very exciting. So if you're looking for a fun time and you can make it down here to South Florida, this is going to be the place to be. It's going to be the first tournament of the new set. So even if you can't make it, watch, and you'll get to see all the new tech, what people do. I'm very excited about what kind of tech's going to be in it and what's going to be what's going to be used, but I think it's going to be really, really, really exciting to see some of the new tech and some of the new stuff. So it's pretty exciting to know what's coming up, and yeah, it's gonna be a good time. I know Freddie should be here, so we have Freddie who won our tournament on Friday, won the Rockstar Stitch mat, is obviously 2-0 today, and he's already in the invitational. As you know, if you come for Reign of Jafar, we have an invitational now, the SSG Invitational, and it will be a big, exciting tournament. It's basically the top 8 from every other tournament that we've had since we started doing these big tournaments. They're all going to be in it. Freddie's going to be one of the people at the invitational. Also going to be here next week. So let's bring in Freddie. How are you? So we were just talking about your deck and how you just won on Friday. You won the Rockstar Stitch mat on Friday we had a little mini tournament here, and you're still rocking this deck. You've made changes to it since a few weeks ago, or since you won the big tournament here.
Yeah.
But now I saw you added Sven and some other things. And are you planning to change anything for the next tournament now that Jafar cards? People are asking about Beyond the Horizon, and how you feel about that card. That's obviously the big sing together card that everyone's talking about, and wiping hands. And
I don't know how it's gonna work in Steel Song, but I know in discard that card's gonna be a little crazy. It's gonna be tough. We'll see how it pans out, because it is a lot to 7 cost uninkable to. Maybe if you hit the God draw, play it, and then if you hit it, you hit it. Like that's any deck though. You hit the opener that you're looking for, and
yeah,
you just win. But I don't know if I'll put it in Steel Song. As long as Whole New World is still in play, I'll probably play that over Horizon. But I'm gonna try it out. There's probably gonna be like an Amber Steel discard version that'll be running around with that and. You've Forgotten Me, the one that you pitched 2 on from set 1.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that pans out. But right now, I'm nothing too crazy. We'll see what happens on Jafar.
You could get that song off in turn 2. You could play a Cinderella, you could play a Troubadour, and then they're singing together for 8. You could get the song off essentially in turn 3 and wreck the other person's hand. It's very interesting.
On the play, it's going to be awesome. But on the draw, it might get a little bricky. Like I said, I'm going to test it out. It's not going to be hard to get. It's just an uncommon card, I'm pretty sure. So I don't have to buy too much product to get that. I could probably just pick up a couple copies here, like 4 for $1 or something like that.
Yeah.
But I gotta test it out. I haven't really thought too much about it. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, either way, you're still like the master of Steel Song at this point. And you're still rocking it. We were talking about Reign of Jafar. We were talking about the Invitational. You're already in the Invitational because you won a tournament here, and that's still a ways away. But it's going to be exciting to have all the top players from every tournament come together into this big Invitational tournament later on.
Yeah, that one I'm looking forward to. That one's going to be stacked. We'll see who the best player is on that one. That one's like mini worlds. Like
yeah,
that roster is stacked.
When you read it, you're like Zach Bivens, Zan Syed, Jonathan Williams, Jonathan Lamb. You're talking like some of the top players in the world.
Yeah, a lot of Gold Mickey winners.
Yeah, all here and you. You're proving how good you are. I wish there were more DLCs that happened later on, where you could come in with what you're playing now, and you could come into a DLC, and I think you could very easily place in one of those now.
If only I could not get waitlisted for one of these things, or it landed on a day that I didn't already have a vacation planned. The only one I got to play in was the one in Cali with the LCQ, and that's a one and done.
Yeah,
and obviously that didn't go according to plan. Bounced on the first game, but I knew what I was walking into. The side events were fun though.
Yeah,
but I got to get off a wait list. It just never happened. So,
yeah,
whatever.
Well, hopefully when Ravensburger does add more tournaments for next season, that they'll make it easier or make it where more people could join, or they'll figure out a way to do it where there's not limits and they can get as many people as they need to into these.
Oh yeah, no, I want to go to a DLC. I want to be on that stream game, and I want to hear JDZ casting that one.
So, okay, here's another question for you. What do you think is going to be the best color pairing for the next set?
Just expect a lot of discard early.
I know
a lot of discard early.
Emerald Steel is going to be back.
Yeah, I mean it never left. It's still the deck's still great. I think a lot in the beginning you're going to see a lot of discard and a lot of aggro. We'll see which way it goes. The kind of mid-range strategy may not work at first, but we'll give it a couple weeks and the meta will shake itself out. But I think a lot of people are going to be testing that Horizon card. I think there's going to be a lot of aggro decks, especially with like all the new Lady in the Tramp support, like as if that deck needed to go faster. But other than that, it's gonna be fun. There's not too many cards I'm looking at for Steel Song, but there's a couple we're gonna try out.
Yeah, we're also talking about these auto win decks like the Monstro, where you could discard your whole hand, or the Maui Shark and the Sing Together to ready everything, and you infinitely sing that and keep readying all your characters, and Maui Shark keeps attacking for 0 by hitting yourself with the Sapphire Coils. How many people do you think are going to come with these crazy infinite combo loop decks just to try to hit it?
There's going to be a few, and they might hit it one game or two. I don't think it's going to win the whole thing. Like, you have to draw Exodia and make everything stick, which is really hard right now with all the removals still in rotation, with Brawls, all the Steel Songs, even cards like Medusa are starting to come back. So, like, to get everything to stay and, have all the puzzle pieces assembled, that's going to be hard, but it'll happen. Like, they're going to win games. I just don't think a little too cute right now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what people bring. I'm very excited for next week. I think it's going to be
fun.
It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I think so too. It's going to be a great show.
So thanks for coming again, and good luck the rest of today. We'll probably see you. Baby. We'll probably see you in a knockout round. Yes, Illuminati. And we'll probably see you in a knockout round. And for now, you've been on a nice winning streak here. You've won.
Gotta keep it going.
How many mats have you won of the hero mats already in store championships?
2 of the heroes, and then I'm not counting it, but I did win the mat on Friday for the Lilo and Stitch pop-up event that they had here. That was the one that got away. I had to come out and win that one. I really wanted it.
And now you have a good chance to win because there's 4 mats for this one today.
So it's top 4. Okay, cool.
They were saying they have 4 mats is what I heard. So
all right.
If so, then the top 4 are all going to get mats.
Let's try to get 3.
Yeah, 3 mats. I mean, not many people can say that they've gone from, that they could win that many tournaments, and you're playing against good players. It's not the competition's easy.
These rooms are always stacked. Everybody's a good player down here.
We were talking about your match against I was talking about it. That was third crazy. Game. I thought you were done, and then you pulled it out. Somehow you pulled it out, and you hit the perfect time to hit the whole new world to refresh everything, and you burnt out all of my Hades, which. Burning out the Hades really helped you in that match.
Oh, yeah. And the ones that she did do, she Hades my Shift Robin Hoods to give me 2 ink, so I was just flying after the whole new world. Set a little trap. She kind of bit. Everything panned out the way I wanted to.
Yeah, it was a really, really good third match, and you were on the draw there. On the draw is always tougher, but you're able to pull out those on the draw matches.
So that's what I practice. Just practice on the draw. I don't win die rolls. Just play second.
Well, it's good to have you, and I guess we're going to get ready for round 3. Oh, you're getting some love here. So getting some love.
What's your take on Beyond? What do you think? Yeah, I got to test it out. If not, what is that? Hypno? I'll call you Hypno. You got to test it out. Like I said, we'll see. I think it'll fit better in Green Steel. I'm going to try it in Steel Song. There's just not many other cards that I'm too interested in this set to really change the deck, but we'll see. It'll depend on testing.
Yeah, it's good. There's gonna be a lot of interesting things with this new set. I think. Yeah. Are they about to sort for round 3?
I think so. I gotta go tell Steph so that he can get the next guy set up.
Yep. So let's do that, and I'm gonna step out for a sec to see who's playing, and I'll be right back to tell you guys.
Later, guys.
who we have next in our third matchup of the day. But we've got it's gonna be 5 rounds and then the knockout. So we'll see how we go. But we have 5 rounds here for this, and we'll see how things go. Let me step aside for a second to see who's on table one, who's going to be coming here for the next match. But we should have a 2-0 versus a 2-0, and we'll see who it's going to be. I don't know how Gabe's doing, but at some point we're going to get Gabe in here or Skinner or one of them if they're not doing so well. Hopefully they're doing well. I'm rooting for them. I mean, team broadcast. We talk about Team SSG and Team Illuminati, but I'm all about team broadcast. So team broadcast is the team. If you're on the broadcast team, you're on the cool team. So I'm rooting for team broadcast today. I'm obviously the only one not playing. I've been playing. I actually did well. I top cutted twice. I actually ranked first in both, and I've been playing a green purple deck with a lot of bouncing, discarding, and a lot of bouncing and discarding. And I against red blue I've done very well. Against Steel Song, against like a Freddy deck I've done very well because I could discard down. I got one Steel Song deck where they only got 3 ink because I discarded them down so quickly. I shifted Diablo, sang Sudden Chill, played an Ursula, knocked out a song, then sang Sudden Chill. Then the next turn I sang Sudden Chill again with Diablo and played a Hypnotize and wrecked the whole deck. And the Steel Song player was at 3 ink total, and was hard drawing and drew a whole new world. And then I knocked that out with an Ursula. So I've been liking my green purple deck with that I've been playing, but then I ran into blue steel, and blue steel has too much ward, and my deck doesn't work good against the ward decks. Yeah, I discard them down to nothing, but they have no hand, and they're just top decking, and they could beat me off the top deck. So it's been interesting. I didn't play today because I figured, let Gabe and Skinner and Steph play so you get a chance. But team broadcast, we're doing good. I'm going to go outside now, and I'm going to see how how everything is being sorted and what match we're going to get next, and I'll come back here and tell you what match we're going to have in a second. And if you Oh, I was just saying, if you want to come in here, we'll talk about your mats for a second.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, come in.
Maybe after.
Okay, afterwards. Okay, so we have Ray. Ray is part of Team SSG. He's going to play in the next match. He's the one who designs all these mats. If you've seen these gorgeous mats that we've been giving out for the tournaments, Ray is the one who designed these mats. So if you're interested in getting one of these cool mats, this is the place to be. I'm going to see if I could. I think there's one in the counter that we could bring here so we could talk about it. But there is, it's really interesting what Ray does with his mats, and they're gorgeous, and you've seen them in some of our tournaments, and you've seen them in some of our tournaments, and you'll get to see it again. But yeah, what Ray does with these mats is amazing. So Ray will be here for round 3. And it will be, I don't know who he's playing yet. They haven't actually done the pairings, but we want to bring him in. We want to highlight one of the Team SSG players. So we're going to bring him in, and we'll talk about the mats. Let me see if I can grab, I know there's a mat here. I'm going to grab one of his mats so you can see what they look like. I'll be right back. Okay, we have one of Ray's mats here. So, as you know, we do the bounty mat. So, Ray takes artwork, and obviously, you see he reconstructs it. He reconstructs the artwork, and look at this gorgeous mat with the foil and everything. And these are mats that Ray designs. He's going to play. It's the first time you guys are going to see him play, but I love what he does. How he can take the artwork and modify it into something else to have nice souvenirs for people who make it that far into the tournament. So we have Ray, and I'm going to find out who Ray's playing and get his colors and setup. I'm running 1-1. Okay, perfect. Leo, Elio. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, got it. And when you see the clock start, is when it starts. Okay, so I found out Ray, who plays red purple, and Leo, who is playing a blue purple, a blurple. So we're gonna have a red purple against a blurple. Should be an interesting matchup. Very different colors than we've seen so far. So we have blurple against amethyst ruby. So amethyst emerald, amethyst sapphire, amethyst ruby should be a very good matchup. And here we are. Let me put this on, and we'll go from there. But here should be a fun matchup. It should be two interesting colors. Yeah, we have a great turnout. Hi, Hector. Okay, here we go. Let's pop into the match. And here we are to the match. And let's quickly, I'm going to start their clock and we'll be off and going. And there's the clock. And here we are with Ray versus Leo. Ray is part of Team SSG, so we have Ray is, in my opinion, one of, if not the best red purple deck player in the world. He has made it basically to. He went to a DLC, just got edged out at Top Cut because that was where there was best of twos, and he ended up splitting with someone. But in best of threes, Ray has been phenomenal, and he's one of the best red purple players out there. And he knows how to bounce. I don't know which version of purple he's playing today, but he was playing an evasive one for fun. But I'm guessing he's back to his standard red purple with all the removal and control for the red part. But he was playing a weird bouncing deck, evasive bouncing deck. So we'll see what he's doing. Yeah, Hypnotics, we'll see you out there next week. And, we'll see everyone out there next week. But for now, we have round 3, and we have a good match here. And we'll see how it goes. It's going to be, Blurples are always interesting because there's 2 different versions of Blurple. And the newer versions are using Genie and the Lamp and Tamatoa and Genie, Jafar, the Lamp, Tamatoa. I don't know if that's the version that Leo's playing or the more traditional one with the Elsa, Hades, etc. So I guess we'll see which version of Blurple Leo's playing once he plays a few cards. But I know Ray is playing his standard. There's a broom. There's a inking a Mim and playing the broom. So Ray is using his standard red purple, very very strong deck. It is consistent, and consistency is always the key. Yes, next week will be nuts. So there you go. There's a Diablo and a Chernobog. Ray is going for early points. He doesn't see a character out there. Leo couldn't actually ramp, and he didn't even have a popsicle yet. So there's a Tipo. So Leo is playing a different version. He has Tipo out, but Ray now has 3 characters out. Now he can go out with the brooms, the Chernobogs. He's going to do the Chernobog and draw a card. So Ray is already, at 2 without much else. Let me make sure that they're using the phone app. Okay, just had to get the score up. So now we've got our score going. And as you can see, Ray is up 4, and looks like all of his characters he either spent them, but he played a friends. He has his Isu out now, and There's a Iago evasive. The interesting thing about the Iago evasive is it's a vanished character, so you get hit with anything. You get hit with a brawl and it just disappears. You get hit with anything. I didn't see turn 3, and that card's under the glare, so I can't see what it is. I think I don't know if it's the Peter Pan or if it's something else, but if so, then this is going to be Leo's going to have a very evasive deck for this. And of course, Ray is just going to try to quest because why not, right? That's what this deck is set up for, is to quest. There's a Merlin Crab. Oh, it's the Tipo from before. So we have just a Merlin Rabbit against a Merlin Crab and Iago. And that Iago is obviously a threat, but a brawl or anything else could just take out the Iago. But it is evasive. Oh, there's another rabbit. So Ray is just going for draw because that's what this deck needs to do, is just draw. So the more draw, the better. And there's no reason not to draw with this deck. The question is, does he want to sacrifice a rabbit for more draw, or does he want to keep the rabbits to bounce them back to get more draw later? And it looks like he is going to not sacrifice the rabbits, but of course an Elsa could come out. We'll see, but an Elsa could come out from Leo, which could force one of those rabbits to be popped. No, it's a McDuck Manor. So, yep, Leo's now at 2 and leaving the crab up at the McDuck Manor. Inking the brawl, so doesn't want to get rid of the Iago with the brawl. And then here is a Maui into the manor. Yep, Maui is a good answer for the manor. And there is a double rabbit. So is Leo going to give up his double rabbit into it? So he took out the manor with all his characters because the manor was the biggest threat on the board at this point. And Leo's sitting there with an Iago, which has strong power, not enough to take out Maui, unfortunately. But with the crab, it could. But then the crab would have to sacrifice itself. There's a Gaston to draw cards. And now it's a matter of what he wants to do. Does he want to take out a rabbit? Does he want to sacrifice both the crab and the Iago to take out Maui? It's a tough choice because either he's going to take out rabbits or he's going to take out Maui. He can't do both. And Maui's just threatening everything on the board. Except for the evasive. But Ray is playing genies and I believe Elsa's. Oh, you're right. Brawl can't kill Iago because no, Brawl kills Iago. Of course Brawl kills Iago because if you oh no, you're right. Brawl can't kill Iago because Iago has 4 strength. You're right. Brawl can't kill Iago, but there's I'm trying to think what spells you can use to do it. There are spells that you can use to do it. It depends which spell. But he decided to use both characters into Maui anyway. Okay, so there's Hades. And Ray's going to draw with that. But the Hades knocks out one of those rabbits. Or the last rabbit. And there's a Medusa to knock out the Hades. Yeah, Ray is playing his standard deck this time, not a different version. But yes, I don't think you could target Iago. I'm not sure, because you obviously can't brawl Iago with the normal brawl. But if Iago, as a vanished character, is hit with any action, I don't know if you can actually use brawl on it, because brawl says character of 2 or less is discarded. But I think if you use the brawl on it, the brawl's effect doesn't work, but the vanish effect works. I'm not sure. It's something we can check later. But essentially, you're wasting the brawl, but you're using the brawl. But because Iago doesn't die from the brawl, but it dies from being targeted by an action. Because I have to read the wording on brawl, what it says. If it says chosen character, it says chosen character of 2 or less. It doesn't say you must choose a character of 2 or less. It just says chosen character of 2 or less. So you could theoretically brawl Iago. The brawl wouldn't kill Iago, but the effect of an action hitting Iago would kill Iago, I believe. Because you could hit Iago with all sorts of things, like when I play my green purple, I use improvise on, if someone else on the other side is playing Iago, I'll use improvise and use the improvise on Iago to destroy the Iago. And then I'll still get to draw my card. So I think it just has to be targeted by something, even if the thing doesn't affect it. But we can check on that later. So Leo finally got some popsicles to be able to get draw. Okay, so it has to be able to target it. Okay, then the answer is it has to target it. It's good to know. I mean, I know, I'm trying to think what spells Ray would have that could affect Iago then. I don't think anything that Ray's playing can affect Iago. But there he's singing Friends and just building out his board. And there's a library. So shortly we'll start seeing characters being moved into the library. Yep, here come the characters into the library. So when they do attack, yeah. So yeah, I think you're right, because you have to chosen character with 2 or less. But it's still weird because it says chosen character 2 or less is banished. But if you choose a character that has more than 2, the brawl still hit it, but the character is not banished. I don't know. It's an interesting question. I guess we'll have to see, because it just says chosen character of 2 or less is banished, but it doesn't say. I mean, no one would use a brawl on a character with 3 or more, but theoretically, you could use a brawl on a character with 3 or more, and it would essentially be a waste of a card, because it doesn't say you must choose a character with 2 or less. It says chosen character with 2 or less. I don't know the actual way the wording is and how it works if you could choose a character with more than 2. We'll ask. I know Ray would know, because he's played against this deck many times. He'd know if he could actually do that or not. Right now, he's just loading up his board and putting more characters out there and spreading as wide as can be, having 6 characters and just questing as much as possible, putting pressures on Leo with this so far. So Leo just had a hard cast. Finders Keepers get more cards, and now using popsicles to bring out a bell. And Ray's gonna, it looks like, quest for 4, just pushing the game forward with a wide board, and of course getting the point for the library. And Ray just went over. There was it looked like a go bounce, and that is game 1 for Ray. And we're going to go to game 2 with Leo starting off. Who from Team RFT? What's RFT? I haven't seen either of them, but I wasn't looking at everyone. I was back here in the back room most of the time, so I don't know if either one are here. Seth might have come with Monty. I'm not sure. So game 2, Leo's going to go first. Obviously, Ray is very good when he's playing from in front. Let's see how he is from behind. And Blurple has much better shots. If Leo could ramp, Leo did not get a popsicle early. Let's see if he can get one this game so he could at least get some draw and hopefully get some ramp. He was able to play Tipo, but he was in trouble. So this time he does have the popsicle early. And gets to draw. And then he's also has the Alice. So it looks like he's got a better start this game. He's got the popsicle into Alice start. Which leaves a 3/3 character out there to challenge whatever Ray does put out. Chernobog, which could obviously quest and then draw a card. So Ray is just essentially giving up. And there's a Friends. Yeah, Leo's has a very good start here, able to sing Friends with Alice and be able to get a hand of cards. Here's a Tipo, or a Tipo that he shouldn't have drawn for it, that he that he gets to put a card down. Yes. And he's moving that card to the bottom, as you saw, since he drew it. As Ray correctly pointed out, Tipo doesn't come from the deck, from the top of your deck. Chernobog is going to take the point because of the Alice threat. I mean, because of the Bell threat. So Chernobog takes the point and takes the card, and for two Diablos. So Ray is saying, I'm going to quest, and you kill my characters, but I'm going to get cards every time. So Leo's ahead on ink. He's got 3, about to push to 4. There's another Friends. So to get the Bell to sing 2 Friends in a row is a good move. And there's a Sail. So this is going to be a big ink creep. Going to creep to 5, be able to get to 6 ink next turn. Oh, he inked the Sail. He didn't play the Sail. He inked the Sail. Look at that. And he played Iago. He inked the Sail. Interesting move. There's questing 2 for the Diablos. Ray's fine drawing cards. And there's a Baby Zissou. Baby Zissou with Leo's deck that draws a lot of cards, or has a lot of cards. That Zissou is very strong. There's an Elsa into Zissou. Is he going to trade Iago into Zissou? I think he didn't quite take enough. There's a Diablo which lets Ray draw. There's a Diablo which lets Ray draw. So Ray has no board presence, but he does have a fistful of cards, while Leo has a ton of board presence. There's a Merlin Rabbit, even more cards. So Ray's still doing drawing, and Leo is doing slow but steady. Has only ramped once with Tipo. Didn't go, had the Sail, but didn't ramp twice. Decided to put out that Iago instead. Let's see, that looks like a shift. A shift Bell with the Bell that transfers the damage. So here comes the damage transfer stage with Leo. That's one of Blurple's new things, is this shift Bell, or you could just play it at 6, and you could transfer damage from your characters over. So you're slowly whittling down the other side. But there's a Maui that takes it out. It's always a good move to take out the threats when you can. Taking out the Maui takes out the strongest. Using the Maui to take out the strongest threat. Ray's slowly creeping up where he could use some of his Medusas, etc. There's a Gaston. Gaston will allow more draw, which Leo's trying to funnel through his deck to get the cards he needs to start questing more. Right now he's at 5. He's ahead of Ray, and he's trying to get more questing, and he's going to use the Tipo to take out Maui, and there's some more questing. And we're at 7 to 3. Leo's ahead. Leo has a good board presence. Don't know what Ray has up his sleeve. I see an Elsa, but at this point, an Elsa's not that strong. Hard casting Friends. So Ray would rather get more cards and then go from there. So there's a hard cast of Friends. And here comes another hard cast of Friends. Well, I know what Ray's fishing for. He's fishing for the be prepared to stop Leo in his tracks. Did he get one? Don't know. Does he have one in his hand? There is one there. I see it right there. So he does have to be prepared. So he's ready to stop what's on the board. Whether or not he can do more, because Leo just drew a bunch of cards with Finders Keepers, not sure, but at least at the moment, Ray can stop this at 12 and let Leo do a have to replace. But Leo has a whole fistful of cards, so Leo can replace if needed. Let's see what those fistful of cards are, and let's see if Ray has another Be Prepared. It's a McDuck Manor. So the McDuck Manor puts Ray in a spot where he can't just do a Be Prepared. He's now forced to have to play characters to respond to this McDuck Manor, or else he's just in trouble. Chernobog's followers to try to get draw. Lady Tremaine, which will take out the one character. And Inking a Fox. Doesn't want to bounce Tremaine back. Unless he has another one in there. Maybe he has a second Fox in there. They can bounce Tremaine and use it again. But the McDuck Manor puts Leo at 14. And there's a popsicle to draw. And I'm guessing a Hades. No, it's a I can't see what it is. Can't see what it is in the light, but it was a using both to attack. Yep, there's the bounce of Tremaine. McDuck Manor is killed in one shot, and now Ray does play the Tremaine again to remove the character, and Ray now has control again. He's behind by a lot. Leo is at 14 to raise 3, but now Ray can start questing and try to catch up. I don't know if he has enough time to catch up. It's a pretty big deficit he's coming from. So we'll see what Leo can play. It was a big Ursula. Got it. It was hard to see with the glare here. Oh yeah, you could seeing it in the discard makes it easier to see. But yeah, the big Ursula, which against Ray's deck doesn't have that big of effect because Ray's not really singing songs. So the big Ursula is just a character. It's not so much the effect. It was just to have a character out. Now Ray's going to start questing and pushing his lore count, bouncing it again. How many foxes does he have? I know I saw one get inked, but he bounces at Tremaine as many times as he can. I've actually seen him shift Tremaine onto Tremaine and pull 2 back at once, which is a pretty impressive feat. Shift Tremaine onto Tremaine, bounce it back with the Mim. But that's one way to get rid of the Tremaine threat is to ink it, force it into ink with the Hades. So now that Hades is a threat, he sends the Mim into the library. Sends the Mim into the library to get an extra draw. and Quest for One. So Ray's still a deficit, but now he's starting to take control with his control cards. He can get lots of draw with that library. Let's see what else Leo can do to. There's a Gaston. Iago, Gaston, and popping that in for Bell. So Leo's got a board again. And let's see what Ray does here. I think I see a Be Prepared in his hand. Let's see if he just uses it. Yeah, he's going to use it. Well, he's going to use that Be Prepared. He's going to get 2 more draws, and he's going to wreck everything that Leo just set up. There's the Be Prepared. And he still got his library running with no damage. There's the 2 draws. He still has a little bit of ink. Let's see what he puts out now as a follow-up with that little bit of ink, with that 2 ink, possibly 3 if he inks something first. He's going to put out, it looks like a Magic Broom. Oh, that's a double draw if he wants to. And Ray is climbing back into this match. It looked like Leo was ahead, but Ray got Be Prepared when he needed them and has now taken control of this match. So we'll see what Leo could do to answer this. At this point, Leo is being outdrawn. Leo has nothing on the board, and here comes some new stuff on the board. And, okay, questing with the broom. Here's where he plays some characters. And if he pops the broom, he's getting 2 more draws. Yep, there's a Tremaine. Popping the broom, getting 2 draws. And Tremaine got rid of Big Ursula again. And Ray getting 2 more draws. He inks a Brawl, which at this point, there's no reason to do anything but that. And what else is he going to play? There's a Rabbit. Ray's drawing through most of his deck at this point. This is what Ray does very well with this red-purple deck. He draws and draws and draws. And now he's in the driver's seat for this game. He's showing 4, so he can get to 17. And the library is going to get him a point every turn. Tremaine has been inked, so he's not quite showing 4. Now he's showing 2, but now he's going to be ahead. Here's where he gets ahead. Because does Leo take out the Rabbit, or does Leo take out the library? And Leo can't quite take out the library in one shot. So the Rabbits are just going to get multi-draws. And there's a lady, Madame Medusa. Madame Medusa to take out the Hades. There's a Diablo, a baby Diablo. There's a Crab. He's sending them all inside the library except for Medusa. And now he's showing game on board. That is game on board there. Unless Leo could do something, Ray is showing game on board. And it looks like Ray should pull this out. It looks like Ray is going to have to fish, and he's hoping to get at least a Hades, if nothing else, to delay this a turn. But I think at this point, Leo is in trouble in this game. He started very strong, and Ray had to come back really hard in this, but he was able to do it. Okay. A fox to stop him for a turn, but it's still going to be rough, especially with that double draw there. And there's a goat, and Ray has taken the game. And there we have Ray winning 2-0. And let me get Ray into here, and we'll have a discussion with him. Ray, who's one of the SSG team players, also the one who designs these mats. We'll have a nice discussion here. let me bring him in, and we'll chat with him. We'll chat with him in a little bit. Yeah, Ray, like it was a great game. Ray is a very strong red purple player, very strong. So watching him do his stuff is pretty impressive. Let's switch back to our other feed, and we'll bring Ray into here in a second. Let me go get him. I'll go bring Ray in here, and we'll have a little discussion about his. We'll have a discussion about his red blue deck. Let me go grab him, and we'll be right back in a minute. And of course, his maps.
I'll leave bathroom first.
He's taking a quick bathroom break, then he'll be in. So he'll be in here in about a minute, but we'll talk to Ray, and so Masterclad in red purple. Ray is the red purple master. He always says, draw, draw, and draw. Don't worry about what anyone's doing to your board. Just draw. The more you draw, the more power you have, and we'll see what he says about it, because that second game, first game, obviously he was in control, on the play, but then on the draw, let Leo take a lead, but hung in there and then was able to push ahead. So we'll have him in a minute, and he's also going to be playing next week in the Jafar Case tournament. So if you're going to be here, we'd love to have you come to Southside Gaming. And we have over 70 people already signed up. If we get to 100, there's going to be more prizing added, more cases added. If you want lots of Reign of Jafar product, this is the place to be. You'll get to get as much product as you need. You'll be able to get all the cards you need. Beyond the Horizon, the card that everyone's talking about. Actually, a lot of cards that people are talking about. So if you're interested in that, so here's Ray coming in. You guys haven't really met Ray. Ray has been on Team SSG for a while, but hasn't actually been on stream or played. So we were talking about two things. I guess we'll talk about your deck first, then we'll talk about your mats. So,
Well, this is not my mat.
well,
Let me get that out of the way.
no, the mats that you're designing.
Yes.
Not that it's your mat.
Well, this was technically mine at one point.
Oh, well then here, hold it up again so everyone can see. So Ray does all the design for this, and basically you're taking out.
Well, so I didn't do this design. This was a bounty that I defended. Right, but I do all the hand-drawn other mats, like the Cusco's.
Oh, you didn't do this one.
No. This was a collaboration with another artist.
Got it. So tell us what one you did. You did the Cusco, and what else did you
Cusco,
do?
the Arthur, and Cusco, Arthur. I think those are the only two released. There's one more to be printed for Jafar.
Yeah, so there's going to be a Jafar mat that Ray did. And Ray hand drew those. If you remember, the Cusco one had Cusco, and you put a whole bunch of stuff in it. It was real nice, and you hand drew that.
Yes.
And
the Jafar one is nice too.
The Jafar one.
Of course, there's Iago.
Yeah, so there's going to be Jafar, Iago.
And a whole bunch of cool stuff.
A whole bunch of cool stuff. Just know it's going to be cool, because the last one, it wasn't Cusco had the big SSG chain bling.
That's Arthur, yeah.
Oh, that was Arthur. Arthur had the bling with the chain and
right.
everything. So, nice, cool additions. And of course, the next one we're going to get to see will be next week at the Reign of Jafar tournament.
Yep.
And, it's nice that, we get all the stuff, all the slates and everything. Ray does a lot of artwork. So if you like the artwork that you see on the streams, and if you like the slates, and if you like other things, that's Ray doing all of that. So here, slide in a little so you're not so off camera.
Want to talk about the match?
Yeah, let's talk about the match.
So my opponent was playing, I guess, based off inexperience in the matchup.
Yeah.
I told him at the end, you want to play your big tempo swings that would draw you a card, or cards I can't deal with too early. For instance, he plays a turn 1, I play a turn 1. He plays a turn 2 ramp, I play a turn 2. Then he plays a genie or a rabbit, and I cannot afford the genie to keep questing or the rabbit to be bounced and draw more cards. So I have to brawl it that turn. It was just basically a do nothing turn.
Yeah.
And instead he was playing like Iago's.
Yes.
And was inking the Tipos late because it's like second instinct is to ink the Tipo because you don't need them to ramp your Vardy so far ahead, but you need to play Tipos to block Tremaines.
Yes.
Which I kept recycling. I explained it to them, though. Hopefully they understood. But yeah, you can just tell they were just inexperienced in the matchup.
Yeah.
Usually they Blurple crushes red purple because we play the same purple cards, but they get to play it 1 or 2 turns ahead of us.
Yes, and all the bounce and all the stuff.
Yep. And they can bounce just like we do.
And the Elsas.
And like how I was protecting my Tremaines by bouncing, should have done the same with the Hades. Can't leave the Hades out there. Gotta bounce it.
Yes, if you bounce that Hades back, you can use it again and again
until you've exhausted. We have the same game plans. We just keep exhausting our opponent from their cards until they have none, and then we make the push to win.
Yes,
but he got pretty far up in lore.
Yeah, he did. At one point, it was
like 3 to 12.
It was 2 to 12. It was 2 to 12 when you did the Be Prepared.
Yeah, I quested once in prep.
Yes, it was 2 to 12 when you did the Be Prepared, and that Be Prepared was kind of the swing of the match because then you built up to the second Be Prepared after you had the library
right,
out.
And we both had Hades. I'm assuming he had Hades, and I had a Tremaine in it, which is why I was comfortable prepping. I was like, you know what, I can prep. But the reasons in that last game I played more like my rabbits and stuff was because I only had 1 prep in my hand and I had no bounces, so I was under the pressure that I needed to banish my own rabbits so I could draw to my next prep.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to get there. I knew I was going to use my first Be Prepared when I saw my hand quality, and my best play was Double Friends. I could play 1 rabbit, do nothing, but in this case, I draw 4 cards, ink and accelerate, or ink to 6, and then accelerate my hand for the prep turn, which I knew was happening the next turn.
Yes, and yeah, you did on turn 6, you basically did
Double Friends,
which was an interesting move, but it got you all the cards you needed.
Yeah.
And it's something that you tell me all the time when you're playing red purple, you got to draw. Got to draw. Just have to draw.
And you have to draw so you can you recycle your big removal because all your removal starts at like 5 and 6 Elsas and stuff.
Yeah.
And then from there you just exhaust your opponent. Like, okay, I know he has a Tremaine in hand. I can't play this Tamata. Well, you're gonna have to because this Tremaine's in my hand until you play it, or you got to play a blocker.
Yeah.
And then we keep doing it, and that's how the Blurple mirror goes. But it's just that they get to their big guys before we do, significantly faster. So
yes,
but they don't have a board wipe.
No, they don't. And you did, and you used it twice. And the first time was where I said the match might turn around. It depends what Leo can play. But then when Leo finally got stabilized after you did all those Tremaines, then another one came down, and you just had your library that you could just point away with the library, and then you just went wide. You just spread everything out and went wide at the end, and it was a good closer to this game.
Yeah. Okay. Let me go.
You
stretch
seem
my
exhausted.
Legs. I am.
Yes.
I got no rest last night. I had to use the bathroom way too.
Oh, we were talking about this. And Sarah Trapp was saying this, and I'm probably wrong, but with an Iago, even if Brawl doesn't brawl it, can you still play the Brawl to an Iago? Because it has to be a character.
Brawl has to target a character, and a card has to target Iago.
Got it.
Because Brawl cannot target a 4 attacker.
This is what Sarah was saying, and I said I believe so. Ray will know the answer for sure because Ray.
But you can definitely play a Brawl with no targets. That you can do. It'll just fizzle.
Yes. I didn't know if you could fizzle into Iago and then it's Iago still having it fizzle into it.
Nope. And if you play cards like Let It Go, the spell must resolve first. So the Let It Go will put Iago into the ink well, and it will not get banished.
Yes.
Same for like when you're bouncing it back to the hand because it doesn't recognize it's in play anymore. So it's in your hand.
Yes.
You have to just like target it with like a Hypnotic Strength or a Fire the Cannons. You hit it for 1 or 2 with an action, and then it will fully die.
So your deck doesn't really have an answer for Iago.
Nope.
Be prepared.
I have Teeth and Ambitions and Hypnotic Strength if I want to play those, but I'm not playing those. Those cards are not super strong right now. But I have a feeling after rotation, you will be seeing a lot of the new cards. Like they never come back.
Mm-hmm.
So 3 cost action. target 2 characters they cannot ready at the start of your turn, draw a card. So you just target 2 illusions and they both die.
Yeah.
And you draw one. That's a really good spell in the next set. And then there's everyone's got a weakness. You move all damage from all of your characters to one character and draw a card for each damage moved. So let's say I have 4 damage and there's 1 illusion. I can play that card, draw 4, and target the illusion. It'll die. So draw 4, kill a card is pretty good.
Yes.
So
I'm curious how many of these you're going to put in, because obviously the Reign of Jafar tournament is next week.
I won't be putting in Reign of Jafar because the kill spells sort of stay the same. And the quality of the illusions will only get better based off post-rotation if some of those spells, like, let's say Zeus doesn't come back, although Zeus is pretty strong and would normally kill all or banish all illusions. But let's say like a Storm or Fire the Cannons. If those don't come back, then the illusions are not under any other pressure in other decks, so they might be heavier. And purple plays all the illusions, so I could play them too.
Yeah, exactly. It's. Are you planning next week in the Reign of Jafar tournament to stick with your normal deck, or are you going to try something different for fun, or what are you thinking?
Oh, boy. I really want to play Arthur, but I am convinced that it's not good enough. The Blue Steel Arthur.
Yeah. Everyone's been talking, speaking of Steel, everyone's been talking about Beyond the Horizon.
Yeah, that card's strong.
I know.
Card's very strong. The best answer to Horizon is another Horizon, but we'll see how the decks evolve, because this is how the Bucky format first evolved. A lot of people were playing aggressive low to the ground, were like Cursed Merfolk into Ursula, into Prince John, trying to play really aggressive, but then it evolved into a control deck because aggro, crap, I may have hit a key. Aggro versus aggro will always turn into control when they're playing against each other. So the deck shifted. It took out the Flynn Riders, it took out their Merfolks, and just focused more on controlling. So we'll see how the deck will evolve to play against each other first, because they will always have to consider the mirror. If the deck is strong enough, like it's going to be common. And then if it changes after that. We've already seen some people theorizing that they'll play Robin Hoods again. So you can turn 1 Robin Hood, turn 2 Ursula or Morph, and then shift Robin Hood on 3, and then sing right there to get an early turn 3 Beyond the Horizon. There's also really stronger turns where you can have Baby Diablo Morph. Then on turn 3, you shift Prince John. And then you have like Shift Beast and Diablo. Oh, well, no, you have Shift Beast, Diablo, and then there you sing it. You can't do that with Prince John. And then the next turn, Prince John or Muses, and keep doing it. But the best answer to Beyond the Horizon
is another Beyond the Horizon.
They draw 7 cards. You got to get rid of them too. So
it's going to be crazy. If you have a Prince John out there, for every card they discard, you get to draw a card. Plus, if you have a Diablo out there, for every card that
they won't draw because it's on your opponent's turn when they.
Oh, you're right.
Right, but it's still a hefty amount.
You won't draw for the Diablo, but you will draw for the
and
you
then
will draw.
It gets really tricky with Muses and stuff because you can like bounce a card back with Muses and then force them to discard even more, and then maybe you have another character after that where like you give them 3 cards to draw, because some player strategies will be like, okay, I'll just empty my hand so there's no value.
Yes.
And then, okay, well, I'll play Beyond the Horizon for both of us. You'll draw 3 cards, and now I'll discard you again right after. So that's a thing too.
Yes, it's gonna be very, very interesting to see it. We were talking about the 2 infinite things that you found.
I didn't find the duck one.
You didn't find the duck one, the one with
I
Monstro?
sort of. So what happened was I saw a thread on 20 Lore Pro. Playing Yellow Purple Mufasa, and they just included both of those cards. And then I was like, wait, you don't need Mufasa for this. You just need those 2 cards. And I kind of made a list around it. And then I pushed an initial build at first, which players are already optimizing and making even stronger. My version is like a day 1 version, which I would make a lot of changes to now.
Yeah.
The deck was focused around stalling, just playing like a Rafiki and a Pinocchio and Elsa's They Never Come Back, and kind of just like, okay, I'm just going to stall the board so you can't quest and win, and then I'll play my Monstro and then Donald and then win. Yeah. But players are figuring it out to do a little bit better now. Like in case there's an answer to Monstro, because there's Pete, Criminal Mind, there's bouncing effects, like you can bounce the cards back.
Yes.
If that happens, you need to find another way to win.
Yeah.
So
And what about the other one? I talked about it earlier.
it's
the Maui Shark one.
nothing we can't do. That one is really complicated, but it should happen often in just the natural course of the game, right? Where
Yes.
you have like a coil out or two, you have a shark, you just give it rush, you rounds up.
Yeah.
Bye.
Let's set you up, and we'll get our stuff. And I think we're gonna bring Hector in here for the next match. Let's see who we're getting. I don't know where you're playing. Oh, I saw. Yellow green. Got it. Okay, we have a really good matchup here now. And people are playing different than their normal decks. So we're gonna have Hector and Little Mikey here. Hector and Little Mikey, and they have a very, very good matchup. Let's see. Hector is playing yellow green today. So Hector's going to be playing yellow green, and Little Mikey's playing blue steel today. He's not playing his Blurple deck. He's playing blue steel. So we have an interesting matchup here. Yellow green against blue steel. And we'll see how it goes. Come in. So it's gonna be really interesting. When you see the clock start, you can go. I'm just setting up the thing. So it should be a really good matchup. And just setting up. So setting up their records and stuff. Give me a second here, everyone. I'm kind of my own tech person and everything today. In case you didn't know, you're welcome, Sarah. In case you didn't know, you could run a whole stream right from here, as you can see me building the stuff as we go. Which it's pretty neat that you could, I set it up so we could now. Obviously, if we have our control room, it's easier. But when you're when everyone else is playing, this is the best way to do it. And this is going to be round 4 here. So we're already at round 4 or 5. And let me set up here. We're almost ready to go. I am going to switch to their feed as they're shuffling their deck. And let's see, let's switch to their feed. And here we are with the feed, and we're going to start the clock in about a few seconds here. I'll just give them a second as they're cutting their decks. And here we go. I'm going to start the clock, and they'll start off the match shortly. So yes, you could run everything from one room. Something new that we're doing, running everything from a single room, which is pretty cool. And here we go. Let's see how they do in this match. And we have 2 strong players. Hector is obviously the team leader for SSG. For Team SSG, he won that event. I think it was in Atlanta. He went and won that event recently, and he's also placed in some of the. He ended up top 16 in one of the DLCs. And little Mikey from Freedom Gaming, also a strong player. He usually plays Blurple. He's playing a different deck today, Blue Steel. We'll see how this matchup goes. Obviously, I think Hector is playing the Dogs deck, but I'm not sure what deck he's playing. It'll be very interesting to see what Hector's playing. He usually comes up with a weird, strange thing, and I don't know what he'll be playing, but it'll be very interesting to see what he's playing. So they should start off shortly here, and we'll see what's in each hand. I know that Hector has, let's see, what do I see in there from him? I know he has Ursula. I don't know what else he has. He has Ursula for sure, and he has some other cards. I know he has Ursula because this morning he's like, someone needs to give me those Ursulas. But it's the Ursula Veronica version. It's the singer Ursula. So Mikey is obviously doing the Popsicle Bell, which is always a strong start. And Hector is now going to play his first card, and let's see what it is. Or his second card, it looks like, because it looks like he inked and did nothing on the first turn. And he's doing Bare Necessities. Oh, so he's going to try to discard out stuff, and there goes a Popsicle. So Mikey thought he'd get a second Popsicle. And there's Mikey's hand. There was another bell, but he can't quite play it off of Popsicle. He can't do Popsicle Bell twice in a row. But he drew another Popsicle. Look at that. He can do it twice in a row if he wants to. So there's two bells out and questing for one. And here goes Hector on turn 3. And Hector now has to worry about what he puts out because he has smaller characters. There's a Prince John. So Hector obviously has a deck that has discarding. I think he's not doing the dog deck. I think he's doing more of a Muses other thing deck. But there's the Pete to stop Hector for a turn. How many Petes can Mikey get? I'm not sure. But Mikey with an advantage here with 2 bells out and a Pete, a strong start because that Prince John just has to sit there. And there is, I believe that's Tramp, the Enchanted Tramp. And I think he is playing some dogs in there. And there's a, looks like a Tinkerbell Medium. Just putting out stuff to quest. Looks like Mikey's going to just try to quest as much as possible before Hector get a board presence. Which, playing from second, Mikey's in a good spot. Ink's World's Greatest Criminal Mind. And nothing else. There is a vision of the future. So Mikey's going to be able to draw into hopefully what he wants. And he drew a Strength, which he's playing immediately. Oh, that's a Diablo. That was a Diablo for draw. So he took out the Diablo. Hector is obviously trying to both draw and discard. So yeah, that's the Diablo. It looks like Hector's got a lot of draw and discard in here. What can he do with just a Prince John? Let's see. There's an aerial, so Hector's going for a song. Let's see if he got one. Yes, he did. Um, and so Mikey's back up, and we'll see what he's going to do. He's obviously going to quest. So pushing it up, Mikey's at 13. And Hector has to figure out what he's going to do now. He has Ariel to sing with. And he has Prince John, so he can even sing We Don't Talk About Bruno or something else. Here Come the Muses, so he can bounce characters back. The question is it a little too late for Hector being down 13-0? He has a nice setup, but if he doesn't start doing anything, Mikey's going to push it up to 17. And 17 is going to be really hard to stop, even if Hector can knock out the whole board. And there was a sudden chill. And Mikey pushes a 16, but no cards in hand. So Mikey's drawing blind, but he's at 16. But using the sudden chill to pull Arrow back to take another sudden chill. So here's what's interesting is Hector can bounce a card back and then use a sudden chill to take it out and get extra draw from Prince John. But of course, even taking out one is rough. And at this point, he decided that the Prince John isn't doing him any good, so he needed to use it to take out something, and he takes out the Pete. And grab your swords. Just Heart Sector's board, and Mikey's at 18. Very good top deck there. Grab your swords was about the best thing that he could do. Hector's in a lot of trouble here. He needs to remove something. I don't know if he can remove anything at this point because it's two bells that aren't damaged, which Ariel cannot do anything about either one of those bells. But we don't talk about Bruno can. Inking a fishbone at 19. Now, does he have one more answer? Nope, no more answers. And little Mikey won the first game. And they're shuffling up. Hector's going to go first again. Hector's thinking, oh, I need a 1-drop. Not having the 1-drop hurt in that one. But Hector is playing a more straightforward, streamlined deck here. So he's playing a more standard deck. These aren't Hector's normal colors. I think he's trying out something different today because normally he plays, as you know, red, blue, other colors. So Hector's trying something different, a kind of a discard draw with the green, and then song catch up as well, where he could use his singers in yellow to sing those green songs, the chills and the We Don't Talk About Brunos, etc. He has less draw than he'd like, but he could get draw if he gets the Diablos out early, or if he gets the Prince John and gets effects before Mikey runs out of hand. Hector can get a good amount of draw. With the muses bouncing it helps. But Mikey's gonna try to do what he did last time, which is just quest as much as possible and outrace Hector before Hector could do anything. That's the one thing that Sapphire Steel can do. The Sapphire Steel could race. Obviously, Mikey on turn 1 and turn 2 got popped onto Bell and had 2 bells off the bat, which is a great start. And then dropping the Pete to stop the songs. Between everything, it's a really strong start what Mikey had. Obviously, this isn't Mikey's normal Blurple deck, but it's a very strong deck. The blue steel decks are some of the strongest decks out there. And let's see what Mikey does there. Another Hector not playing on 1, and then Mikey doing Popsicle into Bell again. So Mikey with just as good a start. He was looking for Kita because he wanted to do Under the Sea, because you saw he took Under the Sea, so he was looking for Kita and couldn't get it. Does he have Kita in hand this time? Don't know. This time he does Ursula. And no songs, but seeing Mikey's whole hand. Yes, Kita would have helped, because Kita with the singing Under the Sea could have stopped everything that was going on. But Hector didn't get it. He might have it this game. We'll see. So there's the Prince John. Now, if everything goes well for Hector, he can get a lot of draw off of the discards. And there's a vision. So Mikey's going to draw into what he needs. I don't know what he wants at this point, but he has a lot of choice of what he needs. And there you see Mikey questing again, doing that. He put the damage on the wrong character. Smede's the one that's supposed to take damage, not Bell. But questing with Smee and Bell and trying to push the game forward again. Hector's inking the muses. I wonder if he has a second muses to play behind it. Singing bare necessities. So look at all those things that Hector gets a choice of. I see Whole New World. I see Vision of the Future. I see Strength of a Raging Fire. And I see, I don't know what the fourth song is. It's hard to tell from here. But lots of choices of songs or actions to get rid of. And which one? It looks like Division. Or the Strength. He's still deciding. Taking rid of the Strength. Getting rid of the Strength. It is a grab your swords. I thought it was a grab your swords. Thank you to everyone watching, because I have a smaller screen here than I normally would have. We can't blow it up because of the way things are, so I'm looking at a half stream here instead of a full stream. So there's the vision being used. I'm going to see if I can make my thing bigger so I can see. Yeah, I can make it bigger. I've just now made it as big as possible. Yes, I should put that up. I will put that up later. I've doing a one-man job here, but I will put up the "We Will Be Back." Yes, I will. I will do that between the next match. So the Hidden Cove is taking damage. There's Ariel, so now a song could come out. Let's see what song Hector gets. Looks like none. A second Prince John. So there's the Pete again. So Mikey has played the Pete. There goes the Hidden Cove. More important, Mikey's played the Pete, so none of those songs can go off yet for Hector. Hector needs to get those songs off because he's got two Prince Johns, so he needs to do something. There's the Kita. Here's the play, the Kita. Kita singing or not singing. Kita just questing. So Hector should be at 5 here. There's Hector putting in his score because he did quest with all of that. And Mikey's still racing him. Now we should see the Under the Sea. Well, not really, because unless he has a second Kita, which would be a really power play here. Like, I psyched you out with my first Kita. Here comes my second Kita. Well, let's see what happens. If he does drop the second Kita here, nope, he is playing Tramp. So he is playing Tramp. There is we don't talk about Bruno, which will allow a double draw. There's a Diablo. So Hector's debating whether he quests to push ahead or whether he holds off. And he's just going with the Kita. He's not just going with the Kita. Yes, he is just going with the Kita. Or no, he's going to take out. He's going to take out. That way he can at least have one Prince John left. And he quests with both Prince Johns to push to 9. Now Hector has a big board presence. At this point, even if he has Under the Sea, he doesn't need it. And inking. There's a popsicle, and Mikey's going to scoop, and we're going on to game 3. And we'll see how game 3 goes. This time Mikey's going to go first. If Hector could draw into what he did, his deck is very, very, very powerful, as you saw, when he could draw into basically discard and wreck Mikey's hand, as well as eventually questing. Okay, so here we are. They're doing mulligans for game 3. And I could hear them in the back. They're talking about how no matter who wins this, they both probably will be in top 8, which is probably true. Whoever wins this can take an idea in the next round, but whoever doesn't win this might still be able to take an idea in the next round as well. So both of them have a very good shot at making top 8, regardless of who wins this next match. Let It Go to inking a Let It Go and playing a Popsicle, but not in Popsicle, just Popsicle, not into Bell. Yes, inking the special Let It Go card. Yes, very very flashy. Yeah, there's a lot of people, a lot of cool cards. When you see these decks, we have some people playing Blurple decks and using those enchanted Elsas in them as well. No harm in it. I mean, they're cards. They're meant to be played with. I know some people collect, but the cards are meant to be played with. So if no point in having a card if you're not going to use it. And this Ursula, and he hit a Storm Rage on. So Hector hit on that and got rid of the Storm Rage on, which was a very good move. And there's 3 for a Pete to stop any more damage from coming out of the hand. So Mikey's trying to protect his hand as best he can at this point. Yeah, Mikey trying to protect his hand the best he can at this point. With the Pete, yeah, South Florida, we do have a lot of flash. If you follow hockey, we Florida Panthers just won again. They're up 3-0 and about to go to 3rd straight Stanley Cup Finals and hopefully get back-to-back championships. There's another Pete, so just basically playing the Petes to stop any of these songs because Ariel drew the song out. But yeah, being down here in the South Florida area, there's a lot going on besides just card games. We have obviously the Florida Panthers about to go back to a Stanley Cup final, and we have beaches. I mean, no one goes to the beaches when you live here, but we have beaches for visitors. So there's a lot of fun things to do here besides card games, even though card games are great. So there's Muses. I think Hector's got a nice control board. Mikey's going to try to pressure by just questing as much as possible, but Hector's got a good board presence. Got the Muses out there, so we can start bouncing back characters if need be. And eventually, Mikey's going to run out of Pete's to be able to play. And Mikey's already thinking, I stalled him enough. What do I do now? The funny thing is, he doesn't have enough. He really wants to get that Tamatoa out, but he doesn't have enough to get it. So he's going to hold and hope for the best. But questing the 7, and just pushing ahead and pushing ahead and hoping for the best. And what Hector can do is he can bounce stuff back, but besides bouncing back, he doesn't have the draw power he had last time, but he does have a full hand of cards. He does have 6 cards here to play, while Mikey is down to a very small hand. So there's a Cricky, and takes out 2 of them with the Cricky. And now Hector's at a point where he can start questing with Cricky and catching up. Hector's in a very good spot here. And he could always mess with little Mikey, and he could discard out. Mikey has 1 card again, so easy to discard him down. I know Hector has a lot of discard in there, especially if he has the Prince John as well. He can start. Oh no, he's going to play another Muses, because why not? And there you go, Sudden Chill. And there goes the Aerial. And now he can bounce back. What does he want to bounce back? His own thing? He didn't bounce back Mikey's character. He would rather have it out there. And there's a Smee. So Mikey's got his little characters, but not quite enough. Let's see what happens here. Hector has taken control of the match at this point. Mikey is in trouble. He's drawing blind. But if he draws the right thing, he could catch up. Here's Akita. Here's Akita now if he sings Under the Sea. Nope, he didn't. He did. There he goes, Under the Sea. That wipes Mikey out. And Hector now has complete control of the match. Mikey is on 5 ink and drawing blind. So Hector has control of this. Here's a 5. Whole New World. At least Mikey has a chance in the next round. Of course, some of his high-level cards, his Hades and whatever else he has, he still can't even get to them yet. It's going to take a while. Hector's going to push forward. But here comes an ink. Here comes inking something, and maybe an ink and a popsicle. Nope, just an ink. And Hector now can race out, showing six lore on board. Could easily get to 9 here with no threats, and can discard from hand. Can do all sorts of things. I know Mikey's playing with Grab Your Swords and other things, so Hector has to decide what he wants to do, how aggressive he wants to be. There's an aerial to get another song. Did he hit one? It looks like he did. He's deciding which one. And he's going to go with Sudden Chill. Bare necessities to see the hand first. It looks like Vision of the Future. It's going to go, oh, but there's another Whole New World there. I don't know if he cares which one at this point. Because you got Beast, you got Tamatoa. Yep, Whole New World. Or does he want to get rid of Vision? He's deciding. Because I don't foresee Mikey playing that Whole New World. But Hector's looking and seeing how many things were used. Me personally in this situation, knowing I can back it up with other spells later, like that Sudden Chill, I'd leave the Whole New World. Yep. I would leave it and I'd get rid of the vision. Don't let him draw into something that he really wants. Good move by Hector, and questing again for looks like 5 this time and pushing ahead. Hector now has the lead and a commanding board presence. And Mikey at least has cards, but oh yeah, and here comes the Diablo as well. So might as well play that Diablo so can start drawing on Mikey's draw as well. If Mikey plays that whole new world in another turn, Hector could draw 14. I've done that before. Popping the popsicle, bringing a Tamatoa, just to get the popsicle back, and then going to play it again, it looks like, to get a draw. So a little bit of deck cycling, not as much as Mikey would hope for, but right now he's in a little bit of trouble because Hector has the board presence. And here we go. Here comes a We Don't Talk About Bruno. We'll see what Hector hits, but six cards, and Hector is going to roll the die. 5. One of the Tamatoas, one of the 2 Tamatoas is out. Mikey still has another one, but he's in trouble. He bounced back Ariel and played it again, and let's see what song he's going to take. I would just take another Bruno. Just basically say, I'm dominating you. And, the more Brunos you have now, Mikey can't play cards out. He can, but he's just not going anywhere. Hector is now questing up for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hector's pushing to 15. Hector's going to go over next turn, it looks like. Hector quested up to 15. He's also going to play another Diablo. And even though Hector hasn't updated the thing, he's looks like he's going to win this match. And now he's at 15. So Hector is showing game. Grab your swords, takes out a good amount of stuff. Hector's not quite showing the win. He's at 19, but he's pretty much in the position to win. So the Smee can't really take out everything, so Prince John coming out, which, if anything, it can seal it next turn. Okay, forgotten me to draw 2 cards. A discard of 2. Then a sudden chill to discard another card and questing for 3 more to go to 18. And is Mikey going to try to push? A Vision of the Future could be the last chance. Let's see if the Vision of Future will do anything. Nope, it doesn't. And Hector gets the win. We'll bring Hector in here for a quick interview. But just because, I'm going to put the Be Right Back slate as I do it because I've been asked to. So we'll be right back. Let me pop me off for a second. We will be right back, and I'm going to grab Hector in here for a quick interview. So stay with us. Okay, we're back. I'm going to have Hector come in here for a second. We'll talk about his win. Very neat deck, very different deck. Everyone's used to the dogs version, but Hector was playing more of the discard, the standard discard draw green version of it, and it was a very very interesting version of the deck, very good version of the deck. So Hector will be in here in a minute. We'll talk to him about it, but you got to see Amber Emerald doing very different things. Lot of control. The Under the Sea can kind of wreck you, and then of course those You Have Forgotten Me. You can knock out 2 cards. A lot of discarding, and when you have the Prince John with it, it really shows how strong this deck can be. And this is something different. Hector's playing a different deck, so it's cool to see people play different things. I think any good player can play multiple different decks and do well. But with this, very different deck, very different thing, and it's neat to see someone who usually plays red blue to play something completely different, 2 different colors than red blue, and play it well as well. This is why Hector is one of the top players in the area, because he can run multiple different decks. So, come in, sit down. We're gonna talk. Okay, so we're bringing Hector in, and you weren't playing your standard deck. You usually play the red blue, and today you decided to go with green yellow, I was watching you play. It's a very good deck. It's not the dogs deck that Jack's playing. A very different deck. It's more of the discard and control, and then be able to pop things back to their hand. And you ended up popping your own cards. You used them to pop your own cards to play them multiple times and draw those songs you needed. Very good strategy with it.
Yeah, I mean, it was scary because if you saw game 1, I have so much, like, I guess, cards that negative. I had 2 Under the Seas in my hand, and for like 5 turns, I couldn't draw a single card to minus the bells, and he just beat me down with 2 bells, right?
Yeah.
So the deck is great. It's super good. It's just very combo reliant, right? So if they put you to top deck, or if you make your opponent discard their whole hand and you don't have a hand, their top deck are always going to be better. And for those that don't know, I mean, I actually, before I played red blue, this was the deck I used to play. I took this deck to 3 DLCs. Actually, I finished day 1 in Toronto, 2nd place with it. Top one, I finished 72nd in Birmingham with it, and then in Seattle, I last round it wasn't, I think I gave it away, so the other person got better record, but I didn't do so well. But I played the deck for a very long time before I switched to red blue, and I just put it aside. I was, you know what? Now it's in a good spot because Flaversham is gone, so it's definitely in a good spot. But it takes a hard pilot, right? Like the deck, people say, "Oh, his discard is super easy." Sometimes it's not, right? Like those muses loops and all those things. Sometimes to keep your board on check. Sometimes not knowing when to turn sideways because they could draw something to like clear your Prince John, and then you have no out. That is very. But obviously, when it hits, right? It's
because when he would use to grab your swords to clear some of your board, he was using to grab your sword to clear some of your board. And in the first game, it was clear you were waiting to get the Kita, and you couldn't get the Kita to be able to do the whole combo.
So he had three attackers, three stat attackers. I had 4 Painting the Roses, 4 Kitas, 4 Brunos with a Prince John on the board, right? I had 3 Crickies, so I had a bunch of cards. I'm here waiting for one of them so I could be able to just get me back in the game and lock the game out, but I couldn't. And if you saw, every turn he would just draw a card, play a song to kill one of my guys, and quest for 2.
Yeah.
And it got to a point that I just couldn't do anything. That's what happens when the deck breaks like that. You just can't really do anything.
But when the deck plays well, in the second and third game, when the deck plays well, it runs.
And if you notice, I didn't draw Diablo Shift any of the games, right? At all. I had to play it just,
Yeah, you didn't rely on Diablo. You got some draw off Prince John, but you didn't get a ton of draw off Prince John either.
Yeah, I was fortunate because his deck is kind of slow in the early game, so it lets me set up, and then that blast just hurts him a lot, right? Like
Yes.
and then there was a play we were talking about it. I said out loud, he had one card, he had no hand, and I thought, you know what? If you draw an ink wheel, I'm gonna get hurt. So I didn't want to under the sea, but I under the sea like a Smee and a 1-drop just to put board present because I felt like, you know what? If I don't do it and then he draws the wheel, he's gonna pitch my whole hand, and I'm just gonna lose out on cards.
Yeah.
You know what? I won my gut. I did it, and he did draw the wheel. So it was one of those games that sometimes
I know.
Yeah.
And I think that was where you had it locked. You did that. You wiped his board. He had to hard cast wheel with all of his
Ink,
all
yeah.
5 ink,
And then it passed back to me, and I was able to.
and you were
develop the
able
board.
to. Yeah, and then you're like, I'm just going to run forward, and having it the turn you had it and the way you did it, just it worked perfectly for what you needed to do to.
I was
stop him
fortunate
in
that
his
he's
track.
playing like a mid-range top-heavy deck, right? Like
Yes.
he usually ramps, and he's playing like big boys like Cogsworth, Beast. He's playing Grab Your Sword, Ariel. I saw Mufasa. He says he wants to get to 6 ink, right? So if you're not much, his only early interaction was like I guess Bell,
Yes.
and then there was a game where he double peated me, which
Yes.
was right, like, and he beat me down with Pete's. I had Dad Blast with Prince John on the board, so that slowed me down tremendously, right?
Mhm.
And he stole the game, but his deck is a little more slow prepared for those grindy games, and I'm just trying to discard you like as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm. So we're talking about next week's Reign of Jafar thing. I've been talking to everyone about this. Have you thought about any cards that you want to add? What are you thinking about? What cards do you like from the new set so far?
Honestly, I haven't thought about it much because I've just been super busy with life, and I was super sick last week, where I was in the hospital quite a bit, and my daughter's super sick. So sometimes and then with work, like I kind of put the game aside for a bit. But this week I'm going to start testing. Obviously, I've seen online people posting. There's a lot of, crazy combos. People are talking about the Steel song that just, with Prince John. So I expect a lot of that. That's a good card. I also like the Lilo.
Mm-hmm.
I like Monstro. I think Monstro's a really good card that it's going to see play in Blurple or people that knew OTK that came out.
Yeah.
But other than that, I think every other card is kind of like good for post rotation, right? So maybe I'm wrong. I haven't tested much, so I can't really say, hey, with certainty, this is what I would play.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. Are you thinking more to go with the green yellow or go back to red blue or a combo, or what are you thinking for your next for set 8 at the moment?
I don't want to give my deck away, but I usually stick to one deck throughout the whole format, I guess, that I pretty like. So I was playing red blue for a while, so I might try to tinker with red blue first to see how it goes, and then after that is when I'll start testing other options.
Yeah, because this deck that you played today is great, and you're obviously 4-0 and going to be able to take the ID and go into the hopefully knockout round.
Yeah.
So you're playing well with this deck. So both decks you play well with. When you're a good player, I was saying one of the things about being a good player is you could take multiple different decks with multiple different colors and be able to figure it out.
That's true, but at the same time, I believe in you got to get a lot of reps with a deck. Like I made a misplay in round 3, where I had the game on lock, 100% on lock, and I did a misplay that gave my opponent life, which was pretty bad because I hadn't played the deck for a while, and I just added a new card, right? And the new card, I got excited and I played it, and it could have lost me the game really badly, but I ended up winning.
Yeah.
But so sometimes like getting the reps, so you don't do those mess ups is big.
Yes, because every single play is important, and the order that you play stuff in is very important in this game.
Yeah.
They were just saying it was rough watching Mikey get beaten there. So
yeah, like I said, it's a tough matchup for him because in the early game he doesn't really do much. If you don't open up with Bell, like he just starts passing to try to draw. Then, unless you Pete, right? But then it's rough. It's definitely rough, like somebody said.
Yeah, and he on the third game he didn't even have any T-pos or anything to ramp. He was inking behind you every turn, and you stopped him cold at 5, and that was stopping him cold at 5 where he couldn't even ink to 6 was a huge point in that game.
But even then, you still got to think because he was at 5 ink, and I was afraid of wheel, and I played around it and it worked out. But sometimes you gotta take your time and think about those things. What's up, guys? Oh, who is that? That's Praveen. Hello, proud of you that you won that set champ. Congrats.
Yes. That was at
Game and Trade, I think.
Yeah, Game and Trade. That was the Game and Trade one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Praveen, we're all happy. Like the team has done pretty well and gotten a whole bunch of mats. Freddie's gotten 2 of them, and I think he's in a position here where he's going to be top 8 again. So
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Freddie's pulled out 2, and the Invitational, you're in that as well. So
yeah,
the Invitational is going to be coming up soon enough, and that's going to be an exciting tournament. All the best players from all the tournaments we've done so far.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
It's going to be a crazy tournament. That's going to be a lot of fun. The last chance to get in is people, you need to come next week. We have 70-something players now. If we get to 100, there are going to be more prizes added.
Of course.
And if you come, if you make top 8, you'll have a chance to be in the Invitational tournament, which is only people who have been top 8 at all the other tournaments. It's next weekend, Reign of Jafar. The new set comes out. It's going to be a lot of fun, this tournament.
And
come out here.
What's also good about that event is if you come out, we do pass downs, right? So there's about 30, 40 players that usually come that are probably locked in, that are locals, right? So if any of them come and they make top 8 or top 16, like all of those invites get passed down, right? So there's a good chance that if you play well, if you finish outside of top 8, that an invite is going to get passed down to you. And let me tell you, they're cooking on some good stuff. So it's going to be super cool.
It's going to be this whole finishing up this tournament cycle is going to be great, and this invitational is going to be a really good time. And so come out if you haven't signed up, or if you're thinking about it, come out to the Reign of Jafar tournament next week, and you'll have a blast. You'll get to see there's going to be so much new product here that you'll be able to customize your deck. I know Evan's talking about Beyond the Horizon.
Do you know the time on the event, just to double check? Because I think it was like 5 minutes left. So let me go check.
There's not much. So
thank you for having me. I'm going to go check.
Hector's going to go check to see when they're sorting, because he's going to take an ID most likely.
Hopefully.
I don't know who else will take an ID, but if somehow Gabe is taking an ID, I'll bring him in here to announce the next round. But we have our next tournament. I'm going to quickly see what's going on as well and see where we are. So I'm going to give you all the be right back thing, and I'm going to go see what's going on and come back in here in a few minutes. Yeah. Especially because we didn't even announce it. We just went up.
Did you mute it?
No, we're
Is the sound live?
Yeah.
So like they can hear us right now.
well, as soon as I do this. Okay, so I brought in a special guest. Not really a special guest, but someone who look at this. You're welcome. The Maui shirt, isn't that cool? Gabe's here. We're talking about next week. Gabe didn't do well at the tournament. He's going to go home with his family and enjoy family time tonight.
I am, yes.
Which is always good. But let's talk about next week, the Reina Jafar tournament, and how
Okay.
exciting it's going to be.
Beyond exciting. I mean, every time that we've done one of these things, we've seen something new that completely changes the wave of the whole meta. Like the first time that we ran this event was when DeCandio came by and decided to impart a little bit of diggy hole in us.
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty cool. The last set release is when Zan came down here, and it became the reason why they had to ban Hiram and Fortisphere.
Mm-hmm.
So we got that. So the real question is, who out there, which one of you all out there are going to come here and break the format one more time? Because it happens here at SSG. The format gets broken every single time. Someone screws it up. Will it be you? Are you going to mess up the format? Are you going to win this event? And you can. So I'm excited to see what is out there. I'm excited to see what we are going to be experiencing. It's going to be a good time. I'm stoked.
Everyone's talking about Beyond the Horizon. Beyond the Horizon on turn 3. Beyond the Horizon on turn 3 is going to be super potent.
I don't know, man. I don't think I agree. I think okay, let me circle back. I think Beyond the Horizon is going to be a good card. But I think that the circumstances that you need for it to just be completely dominating is something that happens so that it requires the right combination of stuff. And you have to be so lucky that we might see it pop off a couple times. I don't think it's consistent enough to win you a 7-round tournament, going into top cut. Like you have to do the thing multiple times in order to win.
Yes, but think about this. If on turn 1 I play Robin Hood,
okay,
then on turn 2 I play whatever, Smee. Then on turn 3 I shift Robin Hood and I sing it.
Sure.
You only have 2 ink. If you're on the draw, you lose all the cards you have. You're at 2 ink with 3 cards left. You're going to ink 1. You're going to play another.
Well, I mean, we operate. It's not that different from what we do with. Like, I think that the same play patterns exist that we do with like a whole new world, right? Like, I think we do our best to, when you're playing against steel, your job is to have a minimal hand size so that you have the highest effect from a whole new world. So if you're playing against steel, you're kind of already doing that already. You've got a few turns to line it up. So I don't think it's going to be as devastating as it might be. In fact,
it's 3 cards versus 7. You only draw back 3 instead of 7. That's the devastating part.
That part is devastating, but if you've used up the best cards in your hand anyway, you're getting 3 fresh cards.
But on turn, if you've only gone twice, if on turn 1 you play 1, you do something. On turn 2 you play an ink and you do something.
Right.
Then you lose your whole hand and you're down, and then you get 3 cards back.
Yeah, I mean,
and
that might. I'm not saying it won't happen. I'm just saying it needs to happen many times for you, over 3 times 7 rounds times all the top cut. I think it'll happen. And when it happens, we're going to be like, oh my God, it's so crazy.
Well, people mulligan to it because you could also do.
Who do we got on stream? Do you want to get local Jafar guy?
Anyone that, because I know people are going to ID anyone, whoever you think is good, just pick whoever. I mean, with you could play Cinderella turn 1, Troubadour turn 2. You could sing it with the 2 of them. It's like turn 3 singing this. I think it's only when you do it on turn 3 it's going to be very potent.
Yeah,
you got to line it up. But if you can do it on turn 3, it's potent. If you have to do it later in the game, it's not as potent. But early on, it's super potent. Forget about the whole with doing it with Emerald and have to put the Prince John. I mean, I guess theoretically on turn 3 you go better the Prince John first, but then you can't shift to Robin Hood.
Yeah.
So you can't do everything. You don't care about the draw. It's more about doing that. But there's also the Monstro Loop.
That one is, I think, even harder to pull off.
That one's harder to pull off. There's also the Maui Shark Loop.
Yeah, that one's easier because all the cards that you need
play anyway,
you're playing them anyway. They're actually really good cards.
So
I think that's actually I'm more worried about that combo than I am of Beyond the Horizon. Doesn't scare me as much as that.
Yeah, the red blue on turn 7. On turn 7, you could have an infinite loop on turn 7.
Yeah,
which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, you just need to not you have to obviously be careful not to give that up to your opponent, and knowing that might be coming. The only thing that stops it is you don't have characters turn sideways.
Yeah.
You know?
So So I think our next match is being set up.
You and me. You want to?
No, I was
Oh,
yeah, you're good.
Gabe's dropped.
It's yours.
Okay.
Yeah, you got
So
it. Cheers.
let's. So we're gonna see everyone next week. We already have 70 something people. We want to get to 100. We want to get more cases to give away, right?
Yes, we do.
We want to get to 100. So come on out. We want to see you there. We're gonna have the whole broadcast team back. I'll be back behind the scenes, even though I'm doing everything here. Watch this, Gabe. You didn't see any of that sticks out.
What are you messing with?
I can control it all from here.
Oh, nice. You can do OBS and all that stuff.
I'm doing everything from right here.
That's
it's the
cool.
greatest thing ever.
That is pretty sick.
This is the one man the one man orchestra, we'll call it.
They love
for
it.
today.
They love it. This is great.
Of course, soon enough we could go back to the multi-man orchestra where we could do a lot more. Today, usually I do all the stuff where I'm showing people's cards as we go.
Yeah.
Couldn't do it all today, but
yeah, listen, it's a set champs. It's all right.
It's
You're
still
one person.
Guess what?
What?
You can, because I get to commentate.
Oh,
So can you help with the card overlay over there?
Yeah.
I'm going to jump in with Gabe really quick.
yeah.
Sweet.
Oh, Gabe's leaving.
I was going to.
You are leaving.
Yeah, jump in here. Steph's gonna jump in.
Well, I don't want to do it by myself.
No, I could do it here too. We can-
All right.
Hold on, because Stefan he never gets to do it.
Yeah, well,
I'll spin a game. I'll spin a game with you.
Yeah?
I'll spin a game.
Okay.
Let's go.
they're gonna do a game.
Let's
I'm
do
gonna
it.
run over there. Then I'll probably be back with Steph after this. We'll make it work.
Yeah, for sure. Listen, it's a good time. We're having a good time. We're having a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been a good day, and we just got to talk about the next tournament. So let them set up. I'll be back. I'm gonna go around the corner. I'll be back.
Yeah, go check the pipes and stuff because you've been back here running this whole thing, haven't you?
You're all
Go
good.
check the pipes, bro.
So let's
Make sure
do
the pipes
that,
are good.
and we'll
Go check the
we'll
pipes.
see you in. We'll see you a little later.
Yeah, we'll be back, but I'll be here. All right, friends, I'm here. What's going on? What are you up to? Talk to me in the chat. What are some things that you expect to see? So me and Skinner, we're running a podcast tomorrow. We have Voices from the Inkwell. If you've not checked that out, please go check out the podcast. Voices from the Inkwell, me and Skinner, where we talk about all kinds of stuff that's happening. Of course, the big thing that we'll be talking about, and when we release that episode, I believe it'll be Tuesday when we release it, is predictions. So do me a favor. I need your help. What are some things that you all expect to see going into this Reign of Jafar event? I need some help with predictions. So I want to know, what are things that you expect to happen? Jump in, bro. Jump in. I'll do this
I'm
for
not
you.
just jumping in. I'm walking in.
This boy's walking in. What's your record at right now?
Technically, it's 3-2. My opponent dropped last round. So, there's a dream. I don't think it's a...
Yeah, it's not over.
It's not a big dream. But,
Listen.
What did Rapunzel say? I
She
had
said
a
so many
dream.
things. Well, that's a song, yeah.
There we go. So I had a dream, and we'll see what happens here. But we have, thankfully, we have Jason over in production right now, making
Sweet.
some changes to the overlay, so that way we can get you guys set up to watch round 5.
Yep. How do you
we
get
have
that
a
big?
pretty-
I'm gonna say big.
We have well, hold on, I can't make any changes here because he's using like a remote software thing.
Oh, knock him off. It'll be hilarious. Everybody wants to see it. Ryan Walker, Ryan Walker's going to be here on Saturday.
Oh, that's true.
I'm stoked. I cannot wait to see you, bud. Oh, bring something that breaks the meta, please. I want to see it. I want Ryan Walker to break the meta.
Ryan, are you
Almost a friend.
Any of the friends coming?
Yeah, let us know if the homies are coming.
Hi, Praveen.
I'm sure Zan is probably getting prepped for Worlds, so
That's
I
true,
don't
yeah.
blame him if he doesn't show up. It's perfectly fine. At this point, he needs to do what he's got to do. I understand that. Bivens is doing the same thing. So
Yeah. Well, good way to get started in a set 8 meta starting next Saturday. So
Yeah.
obviously,
yeah,
it makes great sense for a couple of Worlds players to come
yeah.
against the practice. Maybe not share all the secrets, but
No, they're going to
just
play with
enough
that
of
third deck. The third deck that they're hoping that doesn't get benched every time. They got to practice with that third deck.
Yeah, how do you feel about that with the whole conquest style format? It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out at an official level in Worlds. But like, would you be open to seeing that brought to more like local style play or DLCs even?
I am. So for local play, I think my only concern is because the rules are you have to win with the 2 of the 3 during Swiss. And I would just be worried about the timing. Like, how much time is that going to take? That's the one thing I'd be concerned about. In a Worlds format, you've got limited players in that Worlds format. You want to determine who is the very, very best. It makes perfect sense there. I would like to see it incorporated into other larger events where you're kind of anticipating being there for a while. I think that for like locals, it might be just too long to do something like that.
Yeah,
because
you
you're
think maybe like a
playing.
special event.
Yeah, like a special event or something. Yeah, maybe one of our premiere events might be a cool way to test that out too.
Definitely. I did hear some good feedback about the super sealed format, which I thought was really interesting.
Yeah,
one of my favorite parts about it is the ability to play with 3 ink instead of 2.
I like that. Yes.
So it's kind of neat because it gives you the best of both worlds, right? Where you don't have like a wide array of card selections,
Yeah.
but you have enough to where you have to be still a little creative with your option. But I mean, if you think about it, like I know we won't have reach all the way back to some of the earlier sets, but imagine like I don't know, like a green steel amber deck,
That, bro, can
with
you
like
imagine?
all the right cards
Can
in
you
it.
freaking imagine Prince John into a whole new world? Into You Have Forgotten Me, bro.
Yeah, it would be absolutely
wild.
All right, so we have a game starting over here already.
We do, yeah. And so just a little bit of background. So Alex Blair, local here, he is very consistent with this Emerald Amethyst deck. He's been playing this thing for multiple sets. Jacob, so you had a chance to listen to Voices from the Inkwell. I told a story about a wild Blurple deck that was packing items. Oh my God, yeah, Blair! Keep it in your pants, brother. What is happening?
Putting pressure early on, and Jacob, I'll coattail a little bit off of your storytelling for Alex. Jacob, I've been seeing more frequently in not only Southside Gaming, but I did see him at Tate's Gaming Satellite for Set Champs last weekend, and it looks like he's playing the same style deck as last time.
It is. I can tell. I'm triggered right now.
Yeah, but it's really interesting to see like how long. I mean, like Alex Blair presenting an insane board against a control matchup.
Yes.
Given that we have, is that the glare stuff here? That's a scuttle.
That's a scuttle. Right. Boy, do I know that scuttle well.
So we have a scuttle here with the ability to, maintain some board state on Jacob's side. However, yeah, Alex is just gonna. Yeah. The Jets are on.
They are. I do want to note here, both players are not wearing their headsets, so we got to be careful not to call out things that we see in their hand because they may be able to hear it. So if you hear us being very vague about what's in their hand, that's the reason why we don't want them to accidentally hear this. But yes, I'll tell you about Jacob's deck. Jacob is not playing a traditional Blurple deck. The scuttle indicates to you that there's a lot of items here. This is a very item-heavy deck. What you are going to anticipate seeing is Jafar. I had the opportunity to play this deck last week, and I will tell you right now, when that thing goes off, it's crazy.
Right now, so
yeah.
Let me go walk out.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I'll hold it down.
Nope, they figured it out.
Okay.
Alex went to go grab the judge headset.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just want to make sure, and let's make sure they can't hear commentary before as well, because we don't want a little.
No, it should be set up already. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. All right, but
just in case if Alex can hear, he looks quite adorable.
Yeah, Alex's beard, like just
very majestic,
pure troll. Like this is giving like Smurfs vibes right now.
Okay, he's not reacting. Oh,
yeah.
He looked at the camera for a second. I thought he heard you.
Oh, he might hear.
What did you say, Gabe?
Blair, look at blink twice if you can hear us. Blink twice. Blink twice if you're in danger, brother. Blink twice, Alex.
No, if you could look at that board, he is definitely not in danger.
No, he's not in danger. He's not in danger.
8 Lord.
Blair's exactly where he wants to be.
Yeah, exactly. Heading into.
Ooh, go.
Yeah, he's just his mind is set.
He's running.
Yeah, I mean, what other options do you have in Emerald Amethyst? Other than when you start with a 3 curse Merfolk start, like what else do you do besides just play everything and turn sideways?
That's it. I mean, yeah, and that's the beauty of this color combination. You do have the ability to do this, but it also has the ability, not so much control, but that tempo piece, the kits and all that stuff. So if you need to kind of slow it down a little bit, you can. But I think Alex knows this matchup, and I think Alex has heard the horror stories, and Alex is right. He just needs to run for the fences. Is ultimately what's happening here.
And running for the fences is what he is doing. I am aggressively trying to make the screen a little bit.
Yeah. As you hear clicky clackies, it's a mechanical keyboard, by the way, folks. For those of you that can't see, it's a fantastic.
Yeah, we're also offering ASMR in the process.
Yeah. Hey, everybody, what's going on? What's happening, everyone? All right. So, and Ryan, by the way, I think we didn't get a chance to. Ryan says that at least 3 or 4 of them will be here. That's awesome.
Oh, awesome!
I cannot wait to see my friends.
Ryan's a super good guy. I get to play him in the High Roller event, and definitely a lot of high pressure in that situation because you want to do well, want to perform well, get a big piece of that jackpot. But very friendly match.
Yeah.
his deck in that game just did what it did and did it well. And really, really good sportsmanship. So I'm really excited to see Ryan and a couple of the friends come back down.
Oof. And as we turn sideways for another 6 lore, we go up to, I believe the number is 14. Yep, it is 14.
14.
We are presenting lethal or lorthal
Lorthal.
as they say in the card game. And
just getting
oof.
value from that fox, reestablishing Crucible Fox. Such a commanding position right now. Jacob is probably out of options at this point. So just double check really quick, see if he can slow the bleeding a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know.
I do see
it's
a
just
crab
too
in
late.
his hand, so he can definitely pump Bell if it was even necessary. But establishing.
No, we're seeing an amethyst coil hit the table.
Yeah, so he's probably.
And this
I'm
is-
curious. I'm wondering what he's looking for in this situation.
I mean, so he is running what you'd expect from Amethyst. He's got characters to do things, but the problem here is, I mean, barring something magical, he's going to be put in a position where he can get rid of 1, maybe 2 characters at most. And so he's going to be pushed against by Alex, who can get to easily 17 or 18 lore right now. And yeah, but it's just a matter of time before Blair draws a goat or something that can continue that game strategy. Blair is I just don't see a world where Blair loses this one, just given how fast he ran.
Yeah.
I think Jacob needs to, at this point, what Jacob needs to do is just gather as much information as he can get.
You know what? And that does make sense, getting the Amethyst Coil play. Oh, well, he didn't tap it.
He did not.
But yeah.
So as we see, potentially, we got rid of all of the most dangerous threats, of course, being those Curse Merfolk. It puts Jacob in a pretty tough spot here.
Yeah, he had to drop 3 cards in order to deal with those.
And we see another scuttle.
So, okay.
Yeah, Jacob's deck is very controlly. It is it can be very slow. Essentially, the deck curves out on items over characters, which is kind of wild. But it works for him. I mean, look, he's 3-1 right now. You know, he whooped the ever loving out of me at Tate's. I'll tell you that. It was frightening when I had to deal with that.
Yeah, no. And he was able to beat up on another Illuminati team member. Eddie out in his, I think it was round 2.
Yeah.
Just clawed back that game, established 13 items, played World Tantrum with an exerted joy.
Oh, I know that all too well. Jacob, you evil man. No, I'm just kidding. I like Jacob. Jacob's a good guy.
Yeah.
He's just got the mind of an evil genius. That's what it boils down to. As we see, Jacob knows. Jacob saw the writing on the wall. It is over. We're going to go ahead and just take this to game 2. There's no reason to play this. You've got time. And you want to be conscious of that time, and you might need it. I'll tell you that Jacob's deck can be very slow. And so the more time that he can get going into games 2 and 3, he should absolutely get those.
Exactly, yeah, because he wants to make sure that he's going to be establishing wins on those very, very, just long games. They really, I mean, that's, you look at a control deck and, don't get me wrong, they're really fun to play.
Oh, yeah.
But, your biggest enemy may not be your opponent sometime, but it might be time.
Correct.
So, it's when you're in a position where if you're on the play game 1, establish that win, you're in a much better position game 2 because you can still control enough of the pace of the game and still prevent the opponent from trying to at least get a second win. Hopefully, ethically versus actual smoke play. But let's assume that they're playing with the best intent.
Right.
But meaning that having time is definitely critical playing these really, really strong control decks.
It is, yeah. And the thing too about control decks is that especially towards the later half of the game, there's just so many options. And in reality, it isn't slow play. You want to make sure you're making the right choice. Mm-hmm. You want to make sure you're choosing the right lines. Do I sing? Do I hard cast? That's a play line in and of itself. Do I not do anything? That's a viable play line sometimes too. And you want to make sure that you're making the right move because every ink you spend matters. And every ink you don't spend matters too.
That's very true. We see them getting their mulligans squared away.
Yep.
I didn't get a chance to see either's choice here, but seeing them start with 7 shows that they're starting an honest game at least.
Yeah. At least it's an honest game, and that's important. We'll take that.
Yeah.
We'll take those. We take honest games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we see both players shuffling up, both players offering their decks over to each other to ensure that both players are comfortable and confident that both decks have been properly and effectively randomized.
That is a great way to elongate
the
time we needed to get.
Listen, mulligans are tough, bro. I've learned a lot over the time that we've done this. Okay.
Yeah,
it's a skill.
Fair.
You might think I'm just here talking crap, and I am for the most part, but it is somewhat of a skill too.
With the amount of one-cost items Jacob has in his deck, very interesting to see that he didn't get a chance to establish one turn one. Obviously, you want something like a popsicle, but he's got with a croquet mallet. What is that? Is that a 1 as well?
It's a 2.
It's a 2. Okay,
I believe.
All right, so
could be wrong on that one.
I'm trying to remember the one-cost items in his deck.
There's Scuttle though. Scuttle is good to look at the top 4, and he's going to search for an item.
I bet
there is one in hand, though. We do see it.
I bet you that our friend Jacob over here definitely hard mulligan for some early game.
Oh yeah.
After seeing 3 Curse Merfolk, I know I would too.
I would too. Yeah, like hey, maybe I just need things that can present just a body there. And of course, because Jacob is a mad lad, having to show his opponent what exactly does Croquet Mallet do? Because why not? Because who plays that?
Well, clearly Jacob plays
it. Jacob plays it. And trust me, I now know what it does. Damn you, Jacob, if you're watching this back. My PTSD is severe, and the medication, it does not work. As Jacob calmly drinks his drink, we see Go-Go. Now, this is always interesting because Go-Go is one of those cards where you kind of like wait till the right moment to play it. Mm-hmm. What Blair is telling us, what Alex is telling us is, no, I just need stuff. I got to go fast. I got to go burr. Mm-hmm. So Go-Go's coming down right now, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, and you know, if you think about it, a lot of her value does come from the instant war game from that, but Alex might not really have an opportunity to deal with some of the threats that will be presented by Jacob, because you think about it, on a pretty decent curve, you've got Scuttle. You'll have the show of the star of the show, Jafar, who's also evasive. So you're looking at, there's not a lot of interaction that can happen early on.
Correct.
So we're probably gonna get more lore out of playing Go-Go, questing once or twice here, and with the possibility of bouncing it back later in the game if you do get an opportunity to establish damage on one of Jacob's characters. So
now something to think about as well. So with Jacob's deck, for those of you that maybe haven't seen this in action, Jacob really only needs characters on board in the beginning stages as answers to the opponent's threats. Jacob does not get a whole lot of lore. If Jacob can sneak in 1 or 2, great. But that Jacob's deck is properly an OTK, a 1-turn knockout deck.
Right.
It all it needs to do is get enough lore, or enough ink rather, and it does so through Fishbone Quill. It does so through T-Pose. It does so through Sales, to get to a point where he can play Jafar, use the Croquet Mallet, use something that gives it rush, immediately turn that thing sideways on the turn it comes out. And then he goes wild. He plays Royal Tantrum. He uses Amethyst Chromicons. So essentially, that first Amethyst Chromicon will get him closer to things like Fishbone Quill. Will get him closer to things like Tipo and Sail. But the ultimate goal is to amass so much resources that he can drop that Jafar 1 turn in, as soon as possible, and play Royal Tantrum all at the same time and go just absolutely ham.
Yeah, for sure. Just to catch everyone up here. We did get a chance to see Alex establish more of a board here.
Yeah.
We missed the Iago getting to swing in freely into the Go-Go thanks to the effect of Croquet Mallet, which was kind of, interesting to say the least. I'm very curious as to what the threat was there besides it obviously being evasive. But, I probably have a couple questions for Jacob there.
Sure.
My thought process here is that he would like to keep items on board, especially given that one leading into the Jafar. So and then we're getting punished for that move here. Is that 5 damage? It looks like a 5 damage on the Iago, which is...
It's a lot. It is a lot, and that Go-Go just put in some extreme value. That is really crazy. So Jacob needs to get that Iago off the board, because if Alex can bounce that Go-Go and do it again, he 100% will, and that'll present the end of the game. If I had to guess, just based on having played this deck before, you beat Jacob's deck by going wide, primarily, because there's not really any board wipes. So controlling the board state is very important for Jacob.
I know that the cameras, and I apologize, I walked in and round 1 was firing, so I didn't get a chance to really dial in any of the settings here, but from the glimpse that I see over in Alex's hand, I do see another go-go.
Oh yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
there's a world where if Jacob can properly read the play and understand that that damaged Iago is a lot more detrimental. Yeah. Okay. So he think
Yes.
taking at least the go-go on board, so he's concerned about
the bounce,
balance.
but the potential
But,
bounce.
you
But
know,
but he does,
doesn't
and
see our view.
he doesn't. What is intelligent though is he does get rid of Iago.
Good.
So we are in it. We're living in a space here where at the very least Blair's not going to get five
Absolutely.
lore. It'll be 2. Still good. I mean, you pushing towards that. You don't want to give anything that's running Amethyst any closer to that 20 count, because getting the closer you are to 20, the faster you spring this thing out.
We have to go me once. Shame on you.
Yeah, shame on you. Yeah, go me twice. Won't get go again for sure.
Yeah, so he's electing to do that, and I bet you Jacob is making a huge sigh of relief, understanding that if that Iago was out there, that it would have been.
Yeah, Jacob is
widening the gap.
Yeah, having played him, I will tell you that he is he really thinks about those play lines. I'm not surprised he made that move. He knew what he was doing. He's a very smart player. Kind of conceding the 2 for the 5, essentially making sure the board state is controlled. We see that Amethyst Chromacon putting in work, drawing cards. We see Fishbone Quill in hand. All of these tools here, is going to allow Jacob to potentially move forward. I'll tell you, when I played against Jacob, I got to 18 lore and I got to 19 lore in games 1 and 3, both games that I ended up losing. And I had goat down on both of them, enough goat to get to lethal, and Jacob snatched it from me with 18 and 2 goats on the table. So Alex is not, you can't call Alex having won this thing until the very end. And if you start to see more items start to coalesce here, start to gather, it can get really, really crazy.
Yeah, we see Yzma, I forgot her subtext there, but essentially sending Gogo back to the deck. I don't want to see you anymore on this board, in your hand. Get out of here. Draw 2 cards. That's the best I'm giving you here.
Yeah. It's tough because when you're giving up the ability, when you're letting your opponent draw cards, you're saying to your opponent that you are really scared of what's going on the table, because drawing 2 cards is kind of a big deal. Now, in Jacob's deck, Jacob's letting you draw anyway. He's got Amethyst Chromacon. He wants to get more Chromacons down. So he's okay with letting you draw because he believes he can get there faster than you.
For sure. Yeah. And, it's funny you mentioned, look, go back again.
Oh my gosh, another 2.
Jacob is probably like, okay, deck check this
guy. There's easily 7 go-go's. Stop playing games with me.
White Rose just inching along closer to the finish line here. And, the one thing I do like to point out with Amethyst decks is that, at 16 lore, that is just as dangerous as someone who's not playing instant lore at 19.
Yes.
So, that is, we're looking, things looking pretty bleak, but
it does.
Jacob has done some insane moves before.
Yeah, so tell me about it.
Let's not seal the deal here.
No, and the board state that Jacob is working with can deal with just about anything that happens that comes down. What Jacob doesn't want to see, of course, is the lore stealers, like the goats, the white roses. Like that white rose is a problem.
Absolutely.
Even if we can bounce it, that's a problem.
Yeah, well, I mean, not just that, but bouncing the go-go would be even more effective. So
it would
be. I'm just trying to think of some of the options he would have in his deck. Another Elsa would be nice, but he's already established 2, so the chances of running into another one, slim, not 0. He's just so fast; it's really hard to see his hand right now.
It is. I'll tell you that.
Well, we did see him get a fox.
We did see a fox.
He's got. He's got 5 open ink, so even if he were to bounce an Elsa,
he'd need more ink in order to bounce the Elsa play at the same turn, which is not great. So the ink count is kind of against Jacob, just 1 shy. Probably thinking about, man, if I had gotten a Fishbone Quill down 1 turn earlier or 2 turns earlier, things like that, that Fishbone Quill would have gone really, really big here.
Yeah, we're just not seeing Jacob really establish the items like he'd want to, but the board is just as dangerous. It's just.
Yeah.
No matter how you could have a million characters on board, but if Amethyst is just doing Amethyst things and establishing characters and gaining lore, and not turning them sideways for you to deal with them, it's just, what do? You
unfortunately you just have to figure out ways to dance around it. We see a popsicle, so again, just amassing the items, trying to get to that Jafar final turn, if he can do so. being at 16 is not great against Amethyst. If Alex can, like you said, if Alex can get the cards that he needs, get that lore, and he's got plenty of cards, we see.
And if he even needed to dig more, we see I see a genie.
I see a fox.
Yeah, I see a fox. I don't like the Ursula's not probably not going to do much here.
No,
but Jacob just doing what he can with the cards that are dealt to him. And
turning characters sideways is not a good option either because White Rose punches into something, and now that go with a fox is good for 3 more lore for a victory. Yeah. And this might be the end of the game actually.
Exactly.
Because
So we can. Yeah, I mean, but Jacob might just see things as well too, because just like you called it actually, the White Rose running into a Yzma.
Yeah, that's game.
Yeah.
You quest with the go-go. You slam the White Rose into the Yzma. You bounce the go-go, play it again. Yeah, and he's got the ink for it. He's got 3 for the fox, 2 for the go-go. Yeah, so Alex has it.
So yeah, he
questing 2.
Plus 2.
Which takes him to 18. And he shows 2 goats as well as the bounce for the. Yeah, he's showing them the multiple avenues he had to win.
Yeah. Oh,
that'll do
wonderful game, Alex.
Yeah, great job, Alex.
I'll get Alex set up to do an interview with you, and because you are also an Amethyst Emerald player, you guys can talk deeply about the lines. Look at him looking at the camera. He saw that look. He said, "Gabe, that win was for you."
Yeah, what a stud, bro. Let me tell you, Alex Blair is a stud.
Great guy.
Yeah.
I love playing against him. I love playing. I love playing next to him.
Yeah. No. Don't play against him unless you want to lose. If you like losing, then you play against Alex Blair. But yeah, we it's what a crazy 2 games that we just saw there. Both players working real hard for it. But yeah, we're gonna get Alex in here. We're gonna talk to Alex about that situation. That puts Alex up to 4-1. There's 1 more round left to go. There's 6 rounds in this set, champs. Unfortunately, your 2 favorite. Well, Skinner is still in this, by the way. Skinner is X2 right now, so if you're rooting for Skinner, which I don't know why you would. That guy is kind of a jerk. No, I'm kidding. I love Skinner, but Skinner's working hard. Skinner's trying to crack into the top 8. We got Blair here, who's likely solidified this with that Emerald Amethyst. Yes, Alex B is the king of green purple. I would agree with that 100%, Akasha, 100%. And I'm listening to the chat. I can hear them in the other room, and they're like talking it over, Blair and Jacob, as they discuss how those matches went. And man, those matches were just so hard fought. We just saw the thing happen there. I was really, really hoping y'all would get to see the thing that gave me nightmares, but we didn't. Instead, speaking of nightmares, here's Alex Blair.
Hi,
coming in, buddy. Alex, what's going on?
Not much. Just opening triple Merfolk. What can you do?
Opening triple Merfolk, no big deal, folks.
Yeah, just
no big deal. Just do that thing. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So Alex, we were talking about this matchup. Have you played against Jacob before? Do you know Jacob's deck?
So I had not played him before personally, but I did know a bit about his deck, a little bit from the Discord, and my fiance actually played him in top 8 last format at Family Cards and Games.
Okay.
So I got to see, and they went to time in top 8 all 70 minutes. So I got to see a good portion of his deck that day. I don't know how different it was. But when you open triple Merfolk, it doesn't matter what your opponent's deck has in it, really, as long as there's no Steel Songs. Yeah.
That's a fact. And when we saw those triple Merfolk drop, like me and Stefan were like, oh, okay. So we're just going to do that. We're going to run.
Yeah, when I mulliganed in the second and third one, I was like hyped to have the first one, and I was like, any triple 1-drop, it is great on the play against Blurple. That's really what you want to see, especially if they don't open with a 1-drop of their own, you're miles ahead. But the triple Merfolk against Blurple specifically is almost lights out just in and of itself.
Yeah, Ryan Walker. Did you play Ryan Walker when he was down here last event?
Yes, I did play Ryan Walker. We had really good games. He was playing Jafar Wheel. Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That is a thing. Yes. Thanks a lot for that, Ryan. Ryan says you're a cool dude. I agree.
Yeah. Shout out Ryan.
Shout out to Ryan. He's gonna be back, by the way.
Oh, sick.
Yeah. Ryan's like, thank goodness you didn't triple Merfolk me.
Yeah.
Oh goodness! Now let me ask you this: not to for you to reveal your sauce. If you don't want to answer this question, you don't have to. Mm-hmm. It seems as though because of the Go-Go's that you're running the non-Diablo bird version. You're kind of more towards the tempo.
Yeah. I tested out both versions. It's funny because there was a period of time where I was playing Diablos I think it was in set 4, and a lot of people were playing the tempo version and they weren't playing Diablos, and I was playing the Diablos in the tempo version. And I remember everybody, when we talked about my deck, they were like, "Your deck seems good, but I don't know about the Diablos." And I was very happy with them. They did really, really great. But I think it's like sort of you need a little bit of a misdirect when you're playing Diablo, because now if somebody puts me on Diablo and they mulligan for it, or if the format changes itself in such a way where people are like playing Fire the Cannons or something like that, you definitely don't want Diablo in your deck.
No.
So yeah, I'm not playing the discard version. Just characters that quest for 2 and bounce.
I love
stuff,
it. You know how much I love Emerald Amethyst as well. You and I have had many conversations about it. In fact,
sure.
I think we've both disagreed on Diablo at about the same time.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. We're on the same wavelength about Diablo for the most part.
Yeah. It's good stuff. Now, so let's talk about Reina Jafar, because are you going to that event? Are you coming to that event?
Unfortunately, no. I have a concert I'm going to that day, but I am excited to see what people come up with. I'll definitely be in the stream. For most of the day. I'm really excited to see what people come up with, but I am sort of thankful I don't have to put too much brain power and let everybody else figure it out and go from there.
I will say that's one of the good things about commentating. It's like I'll let them do the work.
Right. Yes,
I'll just talk about all the awesome
testing.
things they do.
Who has time to test things? Let everybody else figure it out, and then
Yeah, Ryan, tell Zan to figure it out, and then just bring whatever deck. You just bring the deck, bro.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes, dude. So, all right, Alex, I'm going to give you a chance to do whatever you got to do, use the restroom, whatever. I'm going to hang tight here, but thank you again for letting us watch your games.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure. One of my buddies here. We love Alex here. Man, we'll talk to you.
Everybody.
Yeah, who do you want to shout out? Hey, don't go too far. Who do you want to shout out?
Oh, I just want to, shout out SSG for putting on these great tournaments. It's always a blast to come here. I'm whenever any one of these tournaments pops up, I'm hyped to go. So
yeah,
thanks.
Me too.
Shout out SSG.
Thank you, Alex. All right, I can't wait to see you in the finals.
Yeah.
All right. So there you go. We got Alex Blair in here. Emerald Amethyst. Just he's on the Mount Rushmore of Emerald Amethyst, if you ask me. I like the guy. The guy knows his stuff. Very smart. I think one of the cool things about this game and about the players is you've got like multiple avenues for which you are successful. You can either be good at understanding the meta and what you're walking into. You could be a good deck builder, and then you can be a good pilot. And those are kind of like the 3 triangles of being a good player. And of course, when we think about Worlds qualified players or Worlds players, they have their finger kind of in all 3, some to various degrees. We're just talking about like the things that I like about this game. When we think about what makes a good all-around player, there's like, do you understand the meta? Are you a good deck builder? And then are you a good player of the game? Like, can you play with the thing that you're given? And it's like this holy trinity.
That's 3 things that I'm not.
It's like a circle for me too. It's like right down here.
Yeah, no. And I think those are probably the people that enjoy the game the most too, or the ones that can really excel at each points of those triangles. I've kind of made the promise to myself that I wanted to do a little bit more. I jokingly have said on stream multiple times that I'm just a filthy nutdecker.
There's nothing wrong with that.
But like it's just insane because you'll see players like Jacob, for example, that have been able to put together this blurble item Jafar deck.
Yeah.
We saw Mikey with his flavor of it during our last premiere event.
Correct.
So and I feel like those players that know how to operate rogue decks are the ones that stand to benefit from it most, because they will either lose graciously, right, back to the drawing board, or they're the ones pushing, challenging, and establishing the next meta.
Yeah.
Right? Watching Mikey being or playing against Worlds qualified player Zan, and Zan commending him very well on the game too. Like, those are really great opportunities, because like, don't get me wrong, playing Steel Song all the time is fun, right? Because it's like you either have it or you don't. But like I would love to, I guess, expand my wings out a little bit more and try some other stuff. I mean, I've tried other things. I've tried Amethyst myself. I had a run at Emerald Steel for a little bit. I do play Ruby Sapphire just very casually because it's just not my style, but I play it to understand the lines a little bit more. But, like being well-rounded and to kind of like segue into that, the formats for the Worlds, I think does fulfill those triangles that you're talking about, right? Because part of it is sealed, part of it is constructed, but like there's kind of like a meta game to the actual conquest style,
Correct.
because you want to get like your worst deck knocked out
Yeah.
and having your other two best decks still in. But your opponent has seen your runs throughout the year. They know what colors you're strong with.
DKP, red blue, forget about it, brother. We're kicking that guy out. You go ahead and play with the other two decks you got.
Yeah. And you know what? Like knowing him, he'd probably pull a power move and still put red blue in there.
Yeah.
He's like, you know what?
Well, remember, he can play in the finals. The whole point, like the deck stays in there because that whole selection piece only happens through Swiss. Once you get into the finals, it's all three decks have to win. So you might still power through it and say, you know what? I'm gonna like, this is my thing. I'm still gonna pack it, and you can block it. But when I go to finals, boy oh boy, are you cooked? So I think that's an interesting perspective. Like, do you give up that obvious slot? Do you say, hey, I don't care, I'm gonna play red blue. That's what I'm known for. Or do you say, you know what, I'm going to do 3 completely different combinations, make my Swiss easier, and then they don't know what to pick. And then going into the finals, I've been testing in private, and you know what, maybe you've seen some of this stuff, maybe you saw it or not, but I think it's a really, really interesting puzzle and mind game that each of the players in Worlds has to decide on. I think it's super cool.
Yeah, it'll definitely be fun to watch. And with Southside Gaming's very own Zach Vivens, right? We've seen him bounce back between Steel Song and Amethyst Steel. So I'm very curious as to, we have all set 8 cards revealed. He's going to have his first real chance at running the test on next Saturday.
Yeah.
It's insane. Like we're sitting here focusing about what we're going to be playing.
Yeah.
Spoiler, I'm playing next weekend. I'm trying to gun for. I'm the only SSG player without an invite, so I got to try to work on that.
Understandable.
Yeah, it's just insane. Literally after this event, I'm on Dreamborn, and I'm gonna just start looking at set 8 stuff because, like, 1, obviously right around the corner. 2, been hearing a lot of rumblings of really impactful or assumed to be impactful cards.
Yeah.
Like,
have you heard about my Lord and Savior Beyond the Horizon?
I was going to say, what? No, what is the metal band?
Oh my God!
Bring the Horizon.
Bring the Horizon.
It's gonna. A lot of people are gonna say that.
Yeah.
But maybe we might establish that the same way we were able to establish Blue Donald.
Blue, don't do it, please, God. This is why I don't. No, don't do that.
But no, it's exciting. It's funny. It like if it does work in Steel Song, which 1, it's a song.
Yeah.
2, to see that, like, imagine Steel Song having the capability of being direct removal through its traditional removal songs, or completely switching it up and going a discard route.
That would be
imagine doing that and then also doing
You've Forgotten Me. Yeah.
Gets your opponent down to 1 card.
Yep.
You might not have to worry about playing Whole New World.
Right.
You might go the route of Docs. You got Doc Rapunzel. Beyond the Horizon. I was gonna say bring me that.
Bring the Horizon.
So like you have options and ultimately, funny enough, today I made a couple wheel plays that have brought people right back into the game, and I think that's you live by the sword, you die.
Yeah,
by the
you
sword
live by the wheel, you die by the wheel. That's 100% facts. I've been on my own journey with Steel Song. I've been saying and everything. Anybody who's asked me about like why I've been playing Red Purple or Ruby Amethyst, why I've been playing Steel Song, why have I been doing that thing? Well, I have never played those decks up until now because of rotation. I want to make sure that before they get rotated out, I at least get one of my moments in the sun. So having played Steel Song for a bit now, having won a set champs with Steel Song, by the way, hello.
Congratulations.
I know, I'm kind of a big deal. You don't know this, but I'm only semi-retired. I'm only semi-washed. So that's pretty cool.
There you go.
But what I'm learning and what I've learned through those games is there's times where I'm like, I have Wheel, I have Rapunzel. You know what? Let me force the Rapunzel. Because let me just force the Rapunzel. And so I've been put in a few positions where I could choose between the two. And I'm not mad at not having to wheel somebody. I'm not mad at not having to Whole New World someone. In fact, listen, I like to gamble. Okay, Vegas was my favorite DLC. I had a great time there for many reasons, many of which that are not Disney compliant. But gambling is something I don't like doing in my card games. I prefer to play a consistent deck. I prefer to play a deck where when I draw 7 cards, I can reasonably trust the things I'll see, and when I send away cards and draw my altar, that I have a plan put together. I don't like high rolly decks, but that's that's me. I don't know. You tell me. What do you prefer? High roll decks? How many of you out there are just pure degenerates running those wheels, enjoying yourself a good high roll deck? Your emerald steals and your amber steals. Let me know if you like a good high roll deck. I prefer consistency. It was fun to do the whole new world thing. That was exciting. That was cool. But I prefer a consistent deck because I'll tell you what, my run today did not look like what it did last week. My run today was miserable.
Yeah,
miserable run.
What did you go with today?
I went with the same deck because it won last time.
Oh,
because
okay.
why wouldn't I bring the thing that I won with?
Yeah, no, it's tough because like again, sometimes you just have like some of these really blowout games.
Yeah.
And some like you get blown out, and a lot of it has to do with like making sure that you don't play a wheel that benefits your opponent. And then there's always the uninkables. It's just it's tough. It's a fun deck to win with. It's a painful deck to lose with.
I had so much fun playing Steel Song. In fact, I told
love
Freddie,
the story that you were like when you said, "Whoops, I guess I'm playing."
Yeah, I guess we're playing Steel Song today. It's a lot of fun. The deck is a lot of fun. I told Freddie that I wish I'd played it earlier. I wish that I had made it like my forever deck. It was that much fun.
For sure. Well, I'm glad that you were able to eke out set champs winning.
Let's go.
Wait, did Freddie get one before you?
Oh, he got two before me. Freddie.
Yeah.
Freddie
I'm trying to make the dream live here, but I don't think my breakers are great. I'm going in X2 in round 6. I don't think there's a possibility, but I'm just try it anyway.
Who were your matchups?
So my first round was
it was about an hour ago.
Oh, Monty.
Monty's on a run. He's on a he's 3-1.
Okay, so I played Monty round 1.
Yeah.
We got that one. Game 2 was hazed with his.
He's doing well too. Yeah. What are you talking about?
Like he's.
Is he X2?
No, I think he just lost, but I think he says he's going to drop because he has a time commitment.
Okay.
And then game 3 was. Chad.
How's he doing?
Chad. I don't know. He's playing.
I think it's Ruby Sapphire.
No, I know he's playing. Yeah, obviously he's playing Ruby Sapphire.
It's Chad. Chad always plays Ruby Sapphire.
But that was a quick, swift 2-0 in his favor.
Okay.
He just had some demoralizing Sisu plays that just no matter what I played, Sapphire Coil, it's just everything was gone.
Yeah.
So his deck just did what it did. Round 4, I played Jeremy on Blue Steel, Kiwi Birds, but I got game 1, he got game 2, and game 3 was pretty said and done towards the middle of the match. Just able to establish a board and remove his, and I was honestly just trying to remove anything that could not. Because that Alice Bodyguard combo with that deck, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. And I was making mistakes by inking World's Greatest.
Ooh, okay.
Because I was like, oh, there's nothing on his side. And I totally forgot he plays Plutos. So I was able to knock out a couple of Plutos with it.
Good. Yeah, Plutos is good. Plutos is a great target for World's Greatest Criminal Mind. That's a good target.
And then my round 5 opponent decided to drop. So
congratulations to him.
Yeah.
And them.
And I wins a win, I guess, right?
Wins a win, baby. Let's go. Wins a win.
We'll see what I get paired into round 5. Yeah.
We're gonna see. We're in round 5. We're going into round 6 next.
Yes, we're going into round 6.
So we're gonna see what round 6 looks like. That'll be interesting.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious to see where we land in the melee. Do we have melee by chance?
We don't, but I can use sneak peek on my phone.
Let's do it. I want to see who's scratching. I know Monty. Shout out to Team Illuminati. We got Monty, who's 3-1. I don't know if he's won or lost his last game. But I mean, even 3-2, I think his breakers are solid, given that he's been kind of sitting at the top tables playing against people. So I think that helps him out a little bit. I know Hector was undefeated going into last round. Hector Harris, SSG Zone.
Yeah, Chad is playing Skinner right now.
Oh, Skinner, do it. Skinner, do it, bro.
And then we have Ryan Hunter versus Kylie.
Okay. All right.
That is a mirror match, but not the typical mirror match that you think. If you know Kylie, he's traditionally playing Emerald Steel discard, but his opponent is playing a very spicy Emerald Steel Robin Hood.
Oh no! Let me guess. There's an angry hairy fellow sitting in that pile, I would imagine.
Who's that?
Beast, relentless.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I think that is part of it, but I don't.
Ooh.
That's like a fringe win condition, but he does have the ability to ping.
Yeah.
Through Robinson Bow, he does play the 2-drop Robin Hood. I played against him at Cool Stuff for set champs over there. He seems to come out only for set champs.
Okay.
I don't see it, or either that, or I think he might be more north.
Potentially.
But when I saw him, I'm like, there goes that Emerald Steel Robin Hood tag.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we love it. We do love a good Robin Hood. Ping, ping, ping.
So, Praveen, you make a great statement. Unfortunately, as we did try to grab a game 3, none of the players elected to move to the stream table. So you have us to keep you busy for the meantime.
Yeah.
So,
deal with it, bro.
Yeah, go watch another set champ stream.
Yeah. So let me know how that runs for you.
Yeah, but you have us.
Yeah,
that's fun. I love hanging out with Gabe. I don't get to hang out with Gabe much.
I know.
It.
Yeah.
Like he's in here. I'm out there in front of the game table. So
I know. I was about to go home, and then when Stefan's like, "I want to go,"
kick her.
Yeah, let's kick Akasha. Let's kick that one. So, yeah. I mean, I was about to go home. I was about to go cook me up some hot dogs, and then Stefan's like, "I want to commentate." I'm like, Stefan never gets to commentate. He's always, as you all know, we're always screaming his name. You know his name because we're like, "Stefan, fix this! Stefan, fix that!" So I'm like, bro, Stefan gets to commentate? All right, fine. I'll stick it out. This is worth it. I'll stick it out.
That's exactly what it sounds like at home.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10.
Stefan, fix this. This sounds weird.
Oh, yeah.
The light's off.
Yeah. Why am I unable to print from my refrigerator?
Yeah.
That's been one of the requests.
Really?
Yeah. So we have long story short, we have a smart fridge, and my mother-in-law, God bless her soul.
I was going to say, you said something different.
I know.
That's weird.
I'm trying to mix between heart and soul, and that sounded like whole.
Yeah, so. I bet. Yeah, that was awful. This is, guys, ill brother, ill.
But she was on the web browser on this. You have a phone, you have a laptop, but no, we're browsing the internet on the refrigerator.
That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool.
And she's like, she saw a recipe she wanted, and she's like, I want to print this, and I'm like, that sounds great. You should print it from something that is connected to the printer.
Yeah.
So that was a fun ordeal.
I'm kind of actually like, couldn't it connect wirelessly? Like doesn't it connect wirelessly?
So the refrigerator, for you nerds out there, is running an Android operating system.
Yeah.
With the Bonjour print service that I could not find the printer we had.
Okay.
So typically it's super easy as long as you're running an OS that runs that Bonjour print service. Wasn't working.
Can you email from the refrigerator?
You know what? I was narrow focused. Probably could have just done that, but we are where we are. So that's
fair enough.
Plus, it wouldn't make for a great story that I would have been able to tell on stream.
That's true.
So
that's true. Sorry.
Shout out to my mother-in-law. Who continues to challenge my technical prowess day to day.
Yes. Shout out to all the mother-in-laws out there. We love you all. Mine too. Mine's the same. I'm at the point now where I'm going to take the remote control and put a piece of paper and only leave the volume and the channels
and she'll still
on the remote. Yeah, exactly. Shout out to all the mothers and mother-in-laws out there. I know it's not Mother's Day anymore, but still, shout out to them all the time.
It's Mother's Month, Mother's Year.
Yeah, it's Mother's everything. We love our moms.
Yeah. All right, we got one more. Let's see. Skinner 1-2-0.
Oh my boy, he is not cooked. He is not washed. He might be able to get himself a mat.
Yeah, good for Skinner.
Yeah.
I love the opportunity for us as like what I call operations, the ability to play at least the set champs, because like it's tough. Like imagine like we watch these events and we're like we're kind of getting priced out.
Yeah.
But no, it's great to run them. It's great to meet people or see our friends that come in all the time.
Yes.
Yeah. But I mean, next week if you haven't joined yet, let me
yeah, we're at 70 something. I heard 79.
Wild, absolutely wild.
Yeah. Yes, Praveen. Skinner knows how to play Lorcana.
72 players. And I understand we're supposed to be unlocking top 16 at 100.
Okay.
So it's a big push, but given our history, we have a couple people who don't sign up until last minute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Who forget to sign up at all.
Yeah.
And show up.
That's fair.
It's going to be great.
What's the breakdown right now? So with 79, I mean, you probably don't have that off the top of your head. If you did, by the way, what's the do we know what the breakdown is right now? Like, let's say that the tournament's happening right now. with the numbers that are showing.
So like the pricing.
Yeah, like how much pricing are we looking at right now?
We'll do the math right now. So
Yeah.
We have gone from a 4 case to an 8 case tournament.
Okay, so we're at 8 cases.
Right off the rip.
Okay.
Whether it's 8 players or whether it's 50. So now we are at 72. So that gives us 22 players worth of pricing to add. So we do the math. That's 5 boxes. So that's 20.
So it's 22 divided by 4 then for a case.
Correct. Yeah. So I think that adds another case. So we're at 9 cases.
9 cases.
3 more players makes it another box. So
so we have 3 more players to get a box. Mm-hmm. So we're at 9 cases. We'll figure out the distribution. I think it's based on percentages. I'm assuming. So that's what
we haven't narrowed down the percentages, but I did give an example based on 50 players. I think.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Like, what does first place get?
So first place will get 5 boxes of Reign of Jafar.
So a case and a box.
Correct.
All right.
Second place will get 3 boxes.
Okay.
Third and fourth place will get 2 boxes.
Okay.
And fifth through 8th place will get 1 box. And this is plus, so that there will be more based. This is based off 50 players. So,
right.
I will probably make the announcement on X, Facebook, and stuff like that. What the assumed final pricing will be, or based off of the amount of official signups we have. Just to give everybody an idea before the tournament starts. Just know what they're fighting for.
Yeah. Absolutely.
New cards will be open at 8. So that way you can come in pre-read or check in, get your singles. I know we're opening up a ton of product, so we'll obviously try to have the registers. I think we're able to check out at 2 of the registers now. So
okay, good.
Hopefully between check-in and getting those cards available for purchase, they'll be there. But it's going to be a good time.
I'm so excited. I have so much. It's funny. Like, I don't play and I have so much fun. Just like enjoying everybody showing up. My favorite thing is when I go on the floor, and it doesn't matter how many times I've commentated these. Every time players will come up to me, the first thing they go is, "Are you playing?" And I go, "No, I'm commentating." And they're like, "Look what I got, bro! Look at this! I'm gonna break the meta."
Yeah.
I'm like, "You, yes, Kendall, you got. You will break the meta. I believe in you. Absolutely, yes, Sam, you're good." So it's just so much fun. It's a lot of fun. It's a good time. If you haven't been to one of these, you got to come out and do it. I mean. The big game feel is there. The big game vibe is there. I'm guessing we're still doing what we do with side events. Are we still doing that? Or
yeah, no, we should be doing side events as well too. We definitely in this event, our goal is to try to get more product in more players' hands. Right.
I like that.
So after these events, I usually like to realign, and I'll ask a couple of players like, "Hey, how was your experience?" And I try to ask players that get knocked out early on, and then towards the middle, like some of the middle players, and then obviously at the end, people are winning prizing, so they're just happy with whatever they're getting.
Absolutely.
But, a lot of people brought feedback saying it's fun to celebrate these, but it really hurts walking away empty-handed. So, that's why we're trialing the thing where it's a pack on entry.
Okay.
So you walk away with something, and then the side events. The good thing is that the amount of space that we have right now, I believe we should be able to start side events either right after the 3rd round, or if there are enough people that come prior. I don't see what the issue would be firing an 8-man pod for a box right away.
Like starting, what we do is we normally start it around round 3.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's when we start to see people start to drop from the event, and it makes sense at that point. So even if you're not able to get into the main event, even if for whatever reason you've got maybe a morning thing that's preventing you from being able to go, still come by, jump in on these pods. What's really cool about they're called Blossom pods, and what we do with them is we have a couple different ones. We have some that are for product, and we've got some that are for enchanteds. And the enchanteds are randomly pulled from the selection that's here. So you could win either more product, given that it's day 1, or not day 1, but I guess weekend 1 of Reign of Jafar. So if you want more product and you want to win a box, $15 nets you entry into one of these Blossom pods. The second we get 8 people, they fire off. And the way it works is it is 3 rounds. If you go undefeated in 3 rounds, the way the math boils down, you are the last person standing. You're the only person in that pod to be undefeated, and therefore you win yourself that box. And then you get to do it again. You just sign up and sign up and sign up. If you're really, really good, or if you happen to have the spice, $15 a box, that ain't bad. That's high value. We do like a good high value proposition.
With with that being said, round 6 has been paired.
Oh,
I am paired into Michael Steiner, which will most likely be another blue steel
oh, I'm so sorry.
match. So
Yeah, he's tough.
All right. Well, anyways, in the event I don't come back in here right away, it's been fun.
It's been real.
Are you staying?
Yeah, I guess. Why not? I'm here anyway.
You've been voluntold.
Yeah, I'm here. Screw it. Why not? I got my water. I think that I'm not gonna drink. I'm not sure if that's my water. I'm not gonna risk it. Screw it. We'll do it. I'll stick around.
All right.
I'll tell my wife. I'll tell my wife and my son that we'll pick up. I'll pick up some
pizza.
some pizza or something on the way. Absolutely.
Pizza and wrestling tonight, right?
Oh, 100%. Yes, pizza and wrestling. All my wrestling fans out there, talk to me. Who's your favorite wrestler and why is it Roman Reigns? All right, let's see. I'm so excited to find out. Now, as we wait to find who is going to be sitting down at the stream table, because of course we are in the last round. So things to take note of if you've been into one of these things, as people start to level up and they get to like those top tables, there's always the consideration that maybe they want a double ID or double draw to lock in their position in the top 8 here at SSG. If that's something you want to do, we do allow that. So we're going to see who decides to double ID, who's not going to double ID, who's going to play it out, and we're going to make sure that we put on stream the table that's essentially going to be most likely the winning in. So we're gonna take a look and see whose ride is over and whose ride will continue through to top cut as we kind of level this out. But let me know. Talk to me in the chat. In fact, I'm curious. Excuse me, friends. I'm sorry. I'm not prepared. As you probably figured out, I just showed up to start talking because I like talking to folks. So I'm going to pull up Twitch real quick. I'm curious how many people are sitting right now in the chat with us or that are watching with us. Give me a second as I figure that out. If you want to tell me in the chat, just because I can't see Twitch, I have like a special view. But if you are currently on Twitch and you want to tell us how many viewers are on, I'd love you forever. Side Gaming. All right, let's take a look. Let's see. So we are currently looking at how many people here? Come on. How many? Oh, we've got, what is it? Oh, that's right. We're all over. So I know we've got like, I think it's like 35 or 40 here on Twitch. Let's find out. Yeah, I gotta go over because the problem is we stream everywhere. Yeah, we're on YouTube, we're on Twitch, and we are on X as well. So there's actually 3 platforms. I'm not even gonna bother looking. It'll be too much dead air as I sit here looking at my phone. But another shout out to Skinner and I. We started a podcast, Voices from the Inkwell. As we're waiting, please check out Voices from the Inkwell on YouTube. We had a great conversation last week. It was about some of our best cards of Reign of Jafar so far. We talked about that. We discussed the controversy, the cutting up of the mats, and where we stood on that perspective. And oh my God, Skinner. What? Don't tell me you got cooked, bro.
No, bro.
Skinner might be playing right now on camera.
I don't know if I'm gonna get played right now on camera. Or not.
You're gonna get played?
We got the big. Okay, we got a one mic shares all now.
Yeah, we're gonna figure this out.
Oh, we're just streaming for Praveen. That's nice.
Yeah, right now it's just Praveen.
It's just Praveen.
Yeah, congratulations.
350 of her closest friends.
Oh, is it?
Okay.
Very cool.
What's
Very
up,
cool.
friends? Hi.
What's going on?
How's everybody doing? Good to see you.
Flood City Cards.
So I started off 2-0.
Okay.
I cooked Turner Dogs. I didn't cook Turner Dogs.
I was gonna say, Jack.
Let me be nice. I didn't cook Turner Dogs. I beat Turner Dogs. I beat Kylie playing Green Steel.
Cooked.
I play against Mikey. I'm like, oh, Blurple, right?
Yeah.
No, Blue Steel.
No, Blue Steel.
Right?
Yeah.
I goof game 1. I'm not going to talk about. I already told the story 100 times, but exerted something I shouldn't have exerted.
Okay.
For no reason whatsoever.
Okay.
And ended up losing the match. Okay. So I threw. I was tilted.
Yeah.
I'm like, whatever. I just got to win out. Get played against Monty.
Okay.
Monty's playing
my boy.
Mufasa.
Shout out to the Illuminati.
Monty has a turn where he attacks with Mufasa, flips over Tremaine, or not Tremaine, Mother Gothel,
Yeah.
and then plays Rapunzel.
That sounds right.
So in that turn, we got a trade, we got a body, and then we drew 3.
That
we got
sounds
2
right.
bodies now,
Yeah.
right? I end up losing that set.
Yeah.
Game 1, I've got 2 cloud kickers in hand. I mulligan them away because I'm like, I can't hit Gothel. I can't hit any of these cards. So like, whatever, you know. He plays turn 2 Flynn Rider.
Yeah.
And
3.
and I had just mulliganed away both kids. So yeah. So then I went off.
Your opponent may or may not show up. But you're gonna have to be out there waiting for your.
I'm gonna play on stream against myself, guys. My opponent may or may not left. I'm playing for a dream right now. I'm X2. I started the day great.
Ooh.
Now I'm even, but now I just won my last one against Red Blue.
Okay.
So I'm 3-2.
Okay.
And you
This
might
is
get
my
an
winning
auto
in.
win.
I don't know if this is going to be an auto win or not. I don't even know if this is going to help.
We were gonna put you on stream, and it was gonna be the greatest. But now you may or may not have to play.
Okay.
So,
But you have to at least be out there. So you should go sit at your table.
Yeah, just
so
to make sure. Yeah.
I'm going to go sit at my
Kylie.
table, guys.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say hello. And
I was just you walked in as I was plugging our
I was-
podcast. By the way,
I was so excited. I was like, dude, I'm going to be not washed like Gabe, because Gabe's not washed.
you're not washed, brother. You're
Dude,
not
and
washed.
then I
You got time.
go.
You're not washed.
I started off the day on the incline, dude, and then the rope wasn't attached. So
Yeah.
I fell back.
Yeah. Shout out to Sabu right there.
What?
Went up.
What?
What's going on? What's up?
What's that mean?
Sabu.
We're doing
Roman Reigns.
Roman Reigns?
Yeah.
Sabu?
Sabu did this too. He used to point to the sky.
Oh, okay. I was thinking.
Sabu, yeah, bro. Come on. There's wrestling
Did
fans.
you see what happened last night?
Yes, Bronson Reed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. That was wild.
Kind of weird, right?
I don't know about kind of weird,
Didn't
but
he just
blow out both of his knees, or
didn't he just kill Seth not that long ago?
He did, yeah.
Where
Yeah.
he jumped
Yeah.
on top of him 150 times. So
He
why
did.
is he joining him? I don't know.
So
Who
we
knows?
might have Skinner. You might make it now.
I'm gonna play against myself on stream. You guys want to
Yeah,
watch that?
I want to see that.
We have Kylie, which we're about to set up for.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
Much
We
love.
have Kylie.
If I don't play, maybe I'll come hang out.
All right, you let me know.
Yeah.
But if I do play, wish me luck.
Watch
Yeah,
this.
we want you to win. We want
Watch
you to
this.
win.
You wanna
If I
see-
could just sneak into 8, that's all I need. I just need
You
a
wanna
fresh
see the
start. I just
coolest thing?
Sneak in.
Check this out. I can build everything from here.
You're
Oh, look
crazy.
at that. This
We
is what
love
we
it.
need.
Yeah, for real.
So
We need the power.
I'm going to show you guys how we're setting up. This is the way that's going.
So, if I'm my opponent,
All right, good luck. Good luck, Skinner.
So Skinner is going to play, but not on camera. I got to build everything.
Oh,
here.
we got Monty and
Monty
Kylie.
and Kylie. Which,
Ooh, okay.
which we're,
Is this is not a win? I think if either of them lose, they both still get in, right?
no?
Is this a win and in?
Right now, it is. It's none of these are guaranteed win-ins. So there's a bunch of people at 3-2, and of the 3-2 people,
Okay.
theoretically, either 1 or 2 are gonna make it in, but we're not sure how many yet. So, this match is one of the maybe we'll make it, maybe we'll not make it.
Okay, so depending on
It's-
how Melee feels about them will determine ultimately whether or not they sneak in. Okay, so this is potentially a win and in.
This is potentially win. Skinner's match is also potentially winning in. All the matches are potentially winning in. It's a matter of who actually can win.
Okay.
And then
Monty's on the left, by the way. Kylie's on the right.
they moved. Okay, I'm glad Gabe's paying attention because I didn't look up. I'm just
That's
trying to type and get.
Yeah, no.
underway.
That's So for those of you that haven't figured it out, this is not part of your regularly scheduled program. We jumped in and we said, "What the heck? Let's do it." We're here. Let's party.
Originally we were just gonna not do it, and like we want the viewers. We love you guys. We love to give you more content. So
Yeah, why the
we're
heck
here
not?
to give you all more content and more stuff.
All I got to say is you're lucky I lost, okay? Or else I wouldn't be here.
It would have been.
You're welcome.
It would have been. It would have been me still here without Gabe. So it's the first time we can say, Gabe, you're a loser, and it's a good thing.
I'm okay with it.
No,
I'm used to it.
I'm
married. I'm used to being called the loser all the time.
No, you're not.
No,
You're
I'm
awesome.
not. My wife loves me, and I love my wife. Yeah, we're just kidding. I'm just kidding.
And let's see, we've got a green.
So Kylie's got to be on green steel. There's no other way. And Monty for sure is playing Ruby Amber.
Yes.
So for you all had a chance to see a little bit of his deck. If you come over to the Illuminati TCG YouTube, you can actually get a deck profile for this deck as well.
Yeah.
Monty actually broke down this deck on Illuminati TCG on YouTube. If you want to see in depth what's in there, check that channel out. It is a fantastic deck. People tend to joke and they tend to troll a little bit about Mufasa and the place of Mufasa in the meta. But let me tell you something, okay? Monty has been playing this thing forever. People give a lot of credit to Humble. I will tell you that Monty was playing this before Humble. He was playing it back in the old digital days before the thing we shall not name disappeared. And he got some recognition for that as well. So this is something that Monty's been working on for a long time. I'm really proud of him. He's 3-2 right now. He's doing okay in this tournament.
Yeah.
He might even be able to sneak in the top 8 with this thing.
Anyone who's still here who's 3-2, there's a bunch of 3-2s. I think there's 4 matchups that are 3-2. And Big Mikey, if Big Mikey
Mike Senior.
If Mike
Yeah.
Senior wins, then there'll be 2, 3, and 2, 4, and 2s that make it in. If Mike Senior loses, there'll only be 1 that makes it in.
Okay.
So it's gonna be very interesting. We're gonna start the clock here,
Oh, but Monty's.
and so we're gonna start the clock. And we've already got some Kylie fans. Let's go, Kylie.
There you go, Kylie. Yeah, we love Kylie. Oh, it's Celeste. Hey, Celeste, what's going on?
So we've had a good day here. What was your record when you dropped?
Oh, I was 0-1. So I had 2 losses and I went to time.
What were you playing this time?
I played Steel Song.
Steel Song?
But I got paired up into Red Blue. I got paired up into other high rolly decks like Green Steel. And I lost every dice roll too.
Did you?
Oh, every single one of them.
It's rough.
It's rough out here in these streets.
You need to go back. You need to go back out into your green purple. You used to love green purple.
I still love green purple, but remember with rotation cycling out. As we see Flynn Rider, a blast from the past, a card that kind of left the meta on Monty's side. Now Monty's whole deck, the whole point of his deck is to put out giant bombs. So if we can start to present that, especially against a deck like Emerald Steel that generally runs what we call weenies. So this might be the end of the line for Kylie. Sorry, Celeste. This isn't looking good, assuming that Monty starts dropping these monsters.
Well, Kylie got the morph, so
Yeah.
Kylie can morph into something.
He can.
We'll see.
The thing that would be the best to morph into would be a yes. Those of you are seeing he's playing 6 Mulan, correct? So you're seeing some of the decisions that are being made on Monty's deck. It's a lot of monsters, things like Maximus, things like Chernobog, and Mufasa, of course, to cheat out a lot of stuff.
And one of the cool things that Monty does, which we didn't see in the first round because he ended up against Steel Song, which is just could wreck his deck.
Yeah.
But what Monty can do with this deck is he can level up with like a Gaston. He could put in a Maui's Fishhook, and he could a Maui Shark. He could boost up to 10 for the Maximus.
Absolutely.
And get the 5 lore at the end of the turn. There's a lot of cool things he does with this deck.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I love playing against it. I love playing playing it as well. Like I've played it a couple times. It is so much fun. So if you want to check it out, please do. Now what we've done is we put down the Sisu. So and Diablo comes down along with a Pete. So Kylie is saying, hey, I'm going to start getting some draw if I can help it. Mm-hmm. Shifting on top of that morph by discarding an action, a Hypnotize, which, every action is a high value action in Green Steel.
Yes. But you have to get rid of something. And what do you get rid of?
Yeah.
If you're going to get the draw and Monty doesn't have any evasive characters, I don't believe he has any. So that Diablo will draw the rest of the game.
It certainly can. Yeah. So Monty's going to have to close this thing out quick. As we see, he goes to 4 ink. He taps 3, putting down Gaston. Gaston is a very critical component in his deck. Mm-hmm. It is a linchpin. The whole point of this deck is to cheat out characters, even going as far as playing characters like Raya to ink a card to ready the Gaston to tap it again to get -4 towards the cost of a character. So that Gaston, if left alone, is a monster.
Yes, and on the next turn, he could ink out a Maui Shark. He could bring it out on the next turn.
Yes,
if he wants,
and they're pointing out that Monty should have received 3 lore for the Flynn because he did have a character.
I don't know if the phone's there. Let me go see if Steph's phone is there so we could take care of it. I will do that, and I will go bring it to them. Give me a sec.
All right, there you go. We'll see if we can get that fixed, Alpha. We'll see if we can get that fixed. Thanks for pointing that out. As we determine with the tapping of a Space Pirate Pete, sending away that Rapunzel, and then of course we see questing. All right, and we draw. When you draw, we draw. Communism, as people say when they play that thing. Another Gaston hits the table. Gaston is very long for this world. As we see that Flynn, we see that Sisu. Now with the Space Pirate Pete, of course, that Space Pirate Pete is presenting the largest amount of attack or strength rather on a character. That does slow down that Flynn. As we watch Kylie kind of draw these, it looks like additional actions. It looks like a sudden chill. Yep, singing that sudden chill, just putting the pain. As Monty reveals a 3rd Gaston that goes into the discard. Let's see if we can keep it moving. All right. And so, it looks like Jason's there in the background, making sure everything's good to go. Jason, our hero behind the scenes, thank you very much. Ensuring, that the lore has been received. That is the 3 lore from that first turn that the Flynn should have been activated. They got the phone. The phone is what's needed. So we're good. We've taken care of the problem.
Yeah, the hardest thing about where we are is we have one phone connected to our system. That's the only phone you could score keep on that also updates it.
Yep, absolutely. And we see, and Monty's doing the right thing, though. I will say Monty is taking note on paper. This is what I recommend everybody does. Even if you are using a digital platform, if you're on stream, they do have you type into a digital thing. You should still write down the lore, because ultimately, if a judge call is made, what they're going to side with is with what's on paper, because that's a lot easier to track. It's a lot easier to investigate as a judge versus a single number sitting on a screen with no real trace as to how you got there.
Yeah.
And we see the Flynn kind of resolving the fact that Flynn will not be popping off anymore. Monty's deciding to use that Flynn
to shift to Sisu stuff.
Yep, and now Big Sisu is on the table. The emboldened sibling is on the table, and that is a pretty big threat. This should be this is a good place for Monty to be. That Space Pirate Pete is kind of annoying. We were able to deal with that Diablo, which is awesome as well, because that Diablo drawing turn after turn, huge problem for Monty. Monty needs you to be not necessarily resource choked, but he does need you to be playing more fairly. And the more fair you play, Monty's deck tends to fire off, as we see another Gaston falling away into the discard pile.
So 5, what's he going to bring out there? The Beast.
Sad Beast, the tragic hero.
Sad Beast is going to be able to get more draw. Kylie's all about drawing in this game.
Yeah, the more Kylie draws, the closer of a percentage he is to winning this game.
Mm-hmm.
As we see, the combo comes down, Pluto and Gaston. Pluto, of course, for those of you who don't know, you can tap that card to get -1 cost to your next character. Gaston does the same thing, but for 2 cost.
Yes, and Monty was okay trading Sisu because Monty wants to be able to get that off. He can get an 8 character again, so he could bring out another Sisu next turn. If he inks, he could bring out another one. Or he could bring out that Maui Shark that threatens Kylie.
Yep, as long as there's a 7 cost character or less, Monty can play it because of those 2 characters that are sitting on his side. Kylie, of course, is singing and trying to reduce it. That's not what.
Sing and a bounce with the muses.
That's a problem. That is a problem. The muses, of course, is a strong component of the Emerald Steel strategy. Keeping that board clean, it's a tempo move. We love to see it.
Yes, right now, Kylie has taken over board presence, and Monty's down to, it looks like 3 cards in hand.
Correct.
So he's...
as Perdita hits the table. Perdita, a good card to play on 5. It costs 3. 2 more uses its effect, which is to reveal the top card of the deck, and we reveal a Flynn. We reveal a Flynn. Both characters on the table. Beast is at 3. Muses is at 2. Can we use that Flynn? Is that Flynn useful, or is that Flynn ink? What do you think, Jason?
It's probably going to be ink at this point, because, I mean, if he brings out if he can get a Half Shark, maybe it's not ink, but at this point he probably has to ink it.
That's the Deceiver of All Ursula, I believe.
Yep, that's the double song Ursula. Yeah. So I'm expecting some sudden chills coming out pretty quickly after this.
As we see the Hidden Cove, what happens in the Cove stays in the cove. That's right. As we see that thing hit the table, that changes the math in very interesting ways. And Kylie knows it. Kylie's like, I ain't gonna let you blast my dude. I'm not gonna let you get rid of my Deceiver of All. Monty.
Monty doesn't have the kind of cards that would get rid of that anyway. What Monty needs to do is he needs to get the Half Shark, but I don't think he has the Half Shark in his hand. I see a regular Maui, a Flynn, and I believe the Gaston. So
the Maui is good to get rid of the Cove, but it's a temporary thing, and the Cove is not really threatening a whole lot right now.
No.
Now what we do see is the use of Perdita's ability, which netted him 1 more card, and what it got him was the Sisu, which is good. The Sisu is not bad.
Yes.
It's a character that we can put on the table. We do see, we're inking that Flynn, paying that 3, and of course Sisu comes out.
Here's the problem: Monty's sitting on 2 cards, and he's about to lose them because I see a sudden chill being sung.
Correct.
Right now.
This is about to go sideways for Monty.
And all those other characters are going to bounce back into your hand.
Yep. So we'll see. We'll see if Monty can try to come back from this. This is going to be a tough place to be at. I mean, you got Muses, you got Beast. Now, granted, there's no Prince John, which presents a bigger problem. We know that Diablo has been dealt with. You do have the double singing Ursula, though, that is living in the Cove.
I don't see a Prince John in Kyle's hand. It's not. So he could just drop the Prince John first.
If Kylie were to drop the Prince John and double sing this sudden chill, if I were Monty, I would immediately say, let's go to game 2. That's me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this matchup can be pretty quick, so you may not have to. You can probably live through it and continue, but you just have to know that it's done. And there's Diablo,
Another Diablo.
an enchanted one, no less.
Yes.
As we move the Diablo, we move the muses over to the cove. It is not so hidden. There's a large party happening at the cove right now,
And inking.
and we're bringing the beast there too.
Yeah, just everyone's in the cove that could get destroyed, but is it even worth destroying at this point?
Yeah, I mean, it would matter if Monty was playing things like Brawl, which like Brawl or all of these like strength dependent removal. Then it would matter as much. Not so much right now.
No, Monty's in a hard spot here.
Yeah,
because he could do the Perdita effect, but it means he's just going to be losing those cards.
We're choosing the top 4. We're playing the Raya.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so the Raya is, for
And
those that
the
don't
Perdita
know,
effect,
brings back a Perdita.
another Perdita, which he may lose.
Yeah, I would probably use it as ink if I were Monty at this point.
Well, he already inked this turn.
Oh, okay. He flipped the card
So
over. I see.
He's already inked, so he's basically stuck, hoping not to.
Monty went ahead and destroy the cove.
Destroy the cove, and
yeah,
he is going to.
Yeah, I didn't think
right.
he didn't ink yet.
So he's just going to be top decking.
I mean, if there's anybody, okay, top decking is not bad for Monty. Monty does play a higher top end deck. So if there's somebody who can deal with top decking, it's Monty's deck.
Yes, that's true.
Kylie, on the other hand, is top decking weenie. So Kylie needs to keep the hand that he's got and really deal with that.
And now Kylie's sitting. I see a Hypnotize and a Sudden Chill, but he can't even use them.
Correct.
So he's going to ink. He's going to ink the Hypnotize right there, holding the Sudden Chill in case he wants to double sing it later again with Ursula. Oh no, Ursula's gone.
Correct.
Ursula's gone, so he doesn't even have a chance to double sing it anymore.
Yep, that is the Deceiver of All. Ursula was not long for this world, unfortunately for her. Kylie is in the tank right now. Kylie is deciding, what do we do? How do we move forward with this? As we starts to eliminate characters, we move the Perdita over to the discard pile. We attack the Sisu. Sisu they're figuring out the math on the hand. It's enough to get rid of the muses. That's a big deal. Muses is a problem. So we're okay with that. However, Kylie says, so sorry about your luck. I actually have more muses, and I have another Deceiver of All. Yep. As we see, Monty's in that kind of top deck mode, hellbent, so they say.
He's playing something for 5 for 6.
6 reveals a Maui half shark.
The half shark changes the game up a little bit.
Yeah, that's an evasive threat. Evasive enough to deal with Diablos. Yep. We see the beast going away. Monty with 5 lore on Kylie's side. This game is nowhere near over. No. Monty still has a shot here.
I don't think he has anything that he can bring back with Maui Shark. No actions, but
no. What he's looking for is invited to the ball. That's that's the action that Monty plays in his deck. So if we can get invited to the ball, because the deck is so dense with characters, it effectively translates to draw 2 cards.
Yes.
Because we're running a Mufasa build, we have the least number of actions. Invited to the ball is a great card. You attack with Maui, you get 2 more characters, you keep the hurt alive.
Yes. The only problem he has is anytime Kylie does a song, that half shark can get bounced back.
Well, no, because the Muses only works on characters with strength 2 or less.
Oh, you're right.
So half shark will not be a good target for the
Muses.
Muses.
The Muses don't work.
Correct. Yeah. So the shark was like the right draw at the right time. Now he there you go. So we see singing of what song was that?
Let the Storm Rage
on. Let the Storm Rage on. Yep, that'll do it. So that's 2 damage times 2 because of the Deceiver of All. It does get rid of the shark. We're back in a bad position. Kylie is back in control of this board and has 5 characters on table. I gotta say this one's over. 6 characters on table. This one's over. This one's done. Let's see what Monty draws though.
Yeah, Monty has a lot of outs. He could draw the Mufasa.
That's not what you want to see.
That is not the one, because that's just
no. That's not what you want to see.
Unless somehow he pulls a Rapunzel behind it, it's not.
Yeah, no. I think this is the end of this particular game as we move into. Yeah, so we're just questing. Kylie's identifying correctly that he is the beatdown. He just needs to turn sideways and get to 20 as fast as he can.
Yep, and he's showing game now. He went to 17, and he's like, I've got game.
Yeah,
and he just strengthed out to Mother Gothel, the Pete. I think that's just a lock for game 1.
Yeah, that'll do it. As we watch Monty just confirming, looking at your outs, and you should always do this. Confirm your outs. Make sure that you know. We do see invited to the ball. Oh, there is a half shark, but it's going to be too little, too late.
Yeah. He gets the half shark, he could play it, but
Yeah. Yes.
can't do anything
No.
with it.
Yeah. There's nothing to be done with it. He did reveal 2 characters off the top of the deck.
And there's
Yep.
the half shark.
There's the half. Yeah. And
there's
yeah.
there's game one. Game one for Monty. I mean for Kylie. So
Yep. Oh yeah, no, Celeste. Listen. I would never, ever doubt Kylie. Okay. Here's the problem. We've got 2 just titans that are sitting against each other. I know the problem here is I know not to doubt Kylie, but I know as much not to doubt Monty. Okay, so it's like it's really tough. I love watching these 2 play. They're like so good. Like when you watch their play lines, when you watch how they analyze their gameplay, they're both thinking the whole time. So one of my favorite things to do when I'm playing against my opponents is to watch them. I play a lot of poker, and so like I watch my opponents, and when I see Kylie play, there's like this thought process happening in back there. The synapses connecting the way they need to connect. So there is no doubt. I have no doubt. Both of these players are great. But yeah. Oh, Puski. Yeah, Puski pointing out that there was a Pete on the play anyway. So Monty should not have been able to play the invited to the ball.
Oh, you're right.
Not that it mattered. The game ended pretty much when we knew it was over at that point. Either way, but important to note, and we'll take note of that in case it happens again, so we can make sure we call that out as they go into game 2 and they start their altar phase.
We have to talk to Kylie. We've been bringing in the winners of each match to talk. We have to ask Kylie about Beyond the Horizon. Beyond the Horizon has been all the talk today. Everyone's talking about that card as what will it add to this Emerald Steel deck, and you could get it off in turn 2. How do you feel about the card?
I think it's overhyped. I think it's overhyped. I do. I think it's overhyped. I think it's another uninkable that bricks your hand. I think that it makes the deck less consistent. If you get it off, it's going to be dangerous. It'll be bad, and your opponent's going to hate it, and you will get it off. But I don't think it's consistent enough to be like the thing you want to do. That's my opinion.
But you don't have to throw 4 in the deck. I would throw 2.
Yeah, fair enough. You don't have to. But
I would throw 2 in the deck.
Yeah.
And if somehow you get the double Robin Hood / whatever 2 character, and you have it, that's 4 cards. You can get it off of 4 cards in turn 3.
Potentially, yeah, if you can do that. It's just so inconsistent. Like I prefer a more consistent play line. I prefer, especially if we're talking about large tournaments like Reina Jafar, like the Reina Jafar event. You're talking about over the course of 7 rounds. You're playing potentially 2 to 3 games each round.
But you're also going to have other. Like you don't have to go for that. You could always do other lines as well.
You can, but those are now 2 to 4, depending on your build. 2 to 4 cards that if you happen to draw into after an altar, it puts you in a bad spot. As we watch Monty ink the namesake Mufasa, and
not play a Pluto. So
yep. Oh no, wait, we're doing mulligans. Monty's is that a no? We're inking it. Okay, we're inking.
Monty's starting with the Flynn again.
Okay, so so it looks like we both inked and passed. So there was an ink pass. Kylie ink passed.
Yeah,
and then Monty's inking and playing the Flynn. That's okay. We're good. We understand now.
And Monty's doing similar that he did last game.
Yep, we see the Gaston. Gaston is a serious problem. He can play a 5-cost character
he can play
next turn, or 6 with the ink, correct.
He can play a Maui Shark. If he has the half shark, he can play it next turn.
He can.
And
or
really threaten that board.
One of my favorite things that he can do as well is he can use the Gaston, pay the cost, play Raya, ink a card, ready the Gaston, and then play a 2-cost character.
Yep. Sudden Chill looks like it's going to happen. For a Diablo shift.
Yep, discarding the Sudden Chill. That's tough. I mean, the actions are slim. We do see turning 2 sideways for a morph.
Another morph. So
all right.
He's going the route of at this point he's going the route of drawing. Kylie's gonna draw when Monty does.
Yes.
Monty doesn't have a lot of draw on this deck, so
he doesn't, but just even the one for the turn can be so dangerous. As we see the Maui half shark at a 4-cost Maui half shark.
Yeah.
Playing it on turn 4.
Playing it on turn 4, the Maui half shark. Now that Diablo is just dead in the water. And
oh my goodness,
there's nothing Kylie can do.
That is crazy. A 4-turn Maui half shark on Monty's side of the board is everything he wants to see.
And the Flynn Rider will give him 3 lore a turn because there's nothing that Kylie has that has 7 strength.
Correct. Yes. So that you're 100% right. So now we've got a threat on the Diablo. We've got potentially 3 lore every turn while this half shark survives. We shift the beast
Shift the beast.
on top of that morph,
So I'm feeling Gaston is gone, but
and that's fine. I think Gaston has done more than his job at this point.
to get out the half shark on turn 4, Gaston has done his job.
Yeah, that's insane value from that Gaston.
Yes.
And we do see Kylie just kind of thinking through, just making decisions. How do I get to a place where we can Bruno? You got to imagine that Kylie's thinking about, okay, we got to deal with the shark. I'm a turn away from being able to do things like we don't talk about Bruno or maybe even a Zeus, depending on what might be in Kylie's deck and in his hand.
He could have sang Bruno with the beast if he had it.
He could have, yes.
Here's where it gets dangerous, because if Monty has like a Maximus right now, he can drop out this Maximus this turn.
Yeah, an interesting choice not to get rid of the Gaston.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess he wanted to draw from the beast, and if he takes out Gaston, he doesn't get to draw.
Right. But we're about to show Kylie why you do not let that Gaston live. We just played a second Gaston for 1 cost, and we're turning 3 sideways so that we can play. What is it, Monty? Show it to us. What are we playing for 3, Monty? We're playing Maui's Fishhook.
Maui's Fishhook, and here's where he could boost that. Here's where he could boost the half shark to 10, and if he drops a Maximus next turn, he's going to be getting 3 at the beginning of the turn, 5 at the end of the turn.
Yes. And crazy, folks, you might not realize it, but Maui Half Shark is named Maui. So we absolutely can use that Half Shark for free, which means that freaking Gaston is evasive now and will not be attacked by either of Kylie's characters.
Correct. So he's got a double Gaston, and honestly, if he has the Maximus, he could close this out in 2 turns.
Yep.
At this point, he can close out in 2 turns with a Maximus.
Yep. We see Deceiver of All come down. Will Deceiver of All make a difference in this game? Will we get value from it? I don't know. Monty's white. Monty's got 2 Gastons, a Flynn Rider, a Half Shark, and a lot of value. Like Monty can play a 9-cost character a 10-cost character right now if we ink a card.
Yes.
And by the way, he does pack Chernobog, just so you know.
Chernobog with nothing in the discard.
Exactly, yes.
With nothing in the discard. But I have a feeling he's going to play a Maximus. The Maximus feels like the right move here. The Maximus is pretty much puts him in auto win mode.
I don't know if I do see a Gaston in his hand, but I don't know if I see the Maximus.
Maybe he doesn't have Maximus. That's 6.
It is a Maximus.
It's a Maximus. I told you, the Maximus is the line.
So
he's putting it on Maui to give the +3 to make it 10. That's 5 at the end of the turn.
Yes.
Plus everything else that he's got.
Yes. So for those that don't know, Maximus says if you have a character at the end of your turn with 5 or less strength, you gain 3 lore. If, however, you have a character with 10 or less strength, you get 5 lore. So giving Maui Half Shark the +3 attack puts it where it needs to be.
And there's another Gaston. Why not?
So we are now gathering 8 lore a turn on just Flynn and Maui Half Shark.
Flynn and Maui Half Shark and Maximus.
And the Maximus.
So he goes over next turn.
Yes.
Unless Kylie has some answers, and unless Kylie can do a Bruno.
That's going to be, that's primarily the out. And the Bruno just slows the bleed. It doesn't stop the pain. Because Monty he's got to get rid of multiple pieces of this puzzle.
Yeah, because even if he gets rid of the Half Shark, the Maximus still gives the 3 for Flynn.
Right. So he's got to target either the Maximus or he's got to target the Flynn. I think that the Maximus is the right thing to target at this point, but you're still put in a position you cannot turn things sideways because that Maui Half Shark is just such a problem for him.
Yes. The Maui Half Shark, even without any songs or actions, he's not even playing actions. He has no discards. Look at that. There's no discards on Monty's side of the board, and this is just going to be.
We see 6 being turned. We play 2 characters. Is that double Prince John?
That's double Prince John.
Double Prince John.
And now he's going to sing a Bruno, or he should sing a Bruno.
He doesn't. He sings Strength of a Raging Fire times 2.
Double. So he does 5 on both.
He does 5 and 5. That was one hell of a play.
That's the way to eliminate the threat.
That was one hell of a play. Good job, Kylie. You found the line. That is what you needed to do.
Yes.
Because the game was over otherwise.
And now Monty doesn't even get the Flynn points.
Correct. That was sick. Yeah,
that was good.
That was so
a
good
move.
Yeah, Celeste, me too. That was awesome.
Yes, double Prince John, which also will allow, if he does have the we don't talk about Bruno. He can send something back and draw 2
Yeah,
now.
precisely.
So even though Kylie's behind 13-1, Kylie's still in this very much with that last move.
It is, yeah. We've got the Prince Johns, which present a lot of card draw. That can certainly bring Kylie back into this. Kylie is used to being in a place where your opponent is like above 10 and then clawing back the victory. That's like one of the main. If you're playing Emerald Steel, you're doing that a lot. You're dealing with a bleed period of time where at which point you get to stop the bleed and then you start to draw and you start to collect those points back.
Yes.
I didn't get to see what Monty drew though.
I didn't either. But if it's Maui Half Shark, he can still get it out and he can use the fish hook to give it rush. So
no, the fish hook does not rush. It's plus 3 attack
or evasive.
Yeah, exactly.
It
Plus
doesn't
3
give it
attack
the
or
rush.
evasive. Yeah.
So
Correct.
he can't get the rush with it, but he can still bring it out.
Correct. I mean, the Maui Half Shark is enough of a threat to make Kylie make decisions about how the board needs to look.
But I don't think he has the Maui Half Shark because he's thinking too much. We'll see when he lifts up the card to see what it is.
It looks
It's
like,
Mufasa.
it's our boy. It's our dad.
It's Mufasa.
It's our daddy. Daddy, you've made it. Daddy's here. Folks, why is he falling? What's going on?
And I guess just questing to put pressure.
I think
why not?
Monty has decided that speed speed kills here.
Yes, and it does. Because Mufasa's good. He goes to 17,
Yep.
which they need to put it into the phone. And when he goes to 17, Mufasa is a guaranteed 2 unless Kylie can bounce it back. But if Kylie doesn't have the Bruno, which I don't see, I see Muses. I don't see what else. There's another Deceiver of All. There's a Muses and a Deceiver of All.
Yep.
And
I think those. I mean, Muses can be a problem if we get some songs, but not by itself. Muses by itself is not the problem.
no,
It's Muses if we can get songs is the key here.
correct.
So we've got to figure out ways to get that. First of all, we got to get that Diablo sideways, and we can now. The Half Shark is no, we can't because the hook, the fish hook, will give anybody evasive. So if he
Correct.
turns that Diablo sideways, that Diablo is cooked.
I'm assuming he gave one of them evasive this turn.
The fish hook is
you have
not
to
turned
spend
sideways.
it.
Yeah, you got to turn it sideways.
Yes. You have
So
to spend
I
it,
don't believe Monty did because Monty would have to spend 2 ink now because
which he
Maui
couldn't
is
do,
no longer on the
which he didn't do.
correct. You got to spend 2 to use the fish hook because Maui Half Shark is not
Mhm.
here. All right, so we see the beast hit the table.
No, that's the beast.
That's the beast from
deciding
before.
What to do?
Okay.
Deciding what to do with the beast. I think there you go.
Yeah.
There's the 17 that we were talking about. I think he realizes he needs to attack, but those Gastons are hard to take out. And Kylie conceded that one.
Which I think is the right call here. You got 27 minutes left. You take as much time as you need for that game 3. If you've identified that there's no way for you to wipe this board and that you can't figure this out, I think we make the call and we just move forward.
And go first. Because going first is always, I don't know what the percentage is, but going first is always a better percentage to win as long as you get the right starting hand.
Right.
And you don't brick too much. Going first, there's usually a higher percentage win, especially with skilled players like both of these players here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, obviously, you get the tempo first. You get to play the higher cost character first. So the job of the other player is, of course, to try to steal that tempo, and it's always harder to kind of start on the back foot.
Well, for Monty, he can steal the tempo because he's
playing
Plutos,
and
the
Gastons.
Plutos and Gastons. He can steal the tempo and he can get out stuff early.
Yeah,
So-
but you know what sucks your tempo worse than anything else? Not having a hand.
Correct.
So
Not having a hand.
And Kylie does that pretty good too. So either player has a pretty strong strategy to suck the tempo from the other.
Yes, and it's going to be the draw on the mulligan is huge here. I see a hypnotize, a sudden chill. I see another hypnotize. Yeah, Kylie's got a bunch of stuff. Hypnotizes and sudden chills. And he threw all seven.
We went for a full altar. Kylie went for a full altar here. Is he being punished for it?
He just took.
we
he
do
took
see a
two
Diablo.
Prince Johns.
So we do see a Diablo. We saw 2 Prince Johns. He may have been rewarded.
No, he has Diablo 1. He got 2 Diablo 1s.
Diablo 1s, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. He got a 1 drop. Now he
got a one
needs to
drop.
figure out drawing into something that'll let him.
But he
continue.
has 2 Prince Johns, which he can't ink yet. He's got to get out by turn 3, and he had no song, so he can't even shift.
Correct. Now, conversely, looking at Monty's hand, I don't see the Gaston or the Pluto right now. I do see the Flynn. I see the Mufasa. It's harder to see kind of from here, but we'll figure that out as we get closer to those ink points. As we see, Monty's deciding.
Monty's keeping, looks like 2.
Wow. Okay. So a heavy mulligan, heavy alters from both players.
I know 7 and 5. It's they want to get the perfect starting hand, and Kylie has a okay starting hand. I wouldn't call it perfect. He has a lot of uninkables in that starting hand, and no way to shift. So he's got to play it out. He'll get to see what Monty's hand is, and he'll get to see if Monty has a more perfect starting hand.
Yep.
Which we don't know yet. We don't know what the 5 cards are that Monty got.
And a good show of showmanship and a good show of good sportsmanship. We'd love to see it.
Now we can see.
Oh no!
He bricked.
He got neither the Gaston nor the Pluto. That Monty cannot be happy with his hand.
No,
this is not the hand Monty wants.
That is not the hand to start off. He's inking Raya. Playing the Mulan. And the Mulan who starts with damage.
Yes, which puts him in a position where in a few turns can Rapunzel draw for that. Yeah, so certainly setting himself up for a better future turn. Problem here, of course, is that Kylie is running Steel. Steel is known for doing pot shots, taking pot shots at characters.
Except we know that Kylie has no songs. Unless he drew one here.
Yes, but Monty doesn't know that. So Monty is taking a risk.
Yes, Monty's taking a risk. Monty doesn't know. We know that. Monty doesn't know that. And I still see no songs. I see.
No, the decision to ink that Space Pirate Pete, of course, within Ursula.
But Monty doesn't play songs.
He doesn't play songs, yeah.
This is just, I want to see your hand again.
Yep, precisely. And it's a 2-drop, right? So I think it's important to curve out. It's important to use these characters.
Exactly. It's being used to say, I want to see your hand.
I was looking to see.
Is it this one?
No, it's the bottle right there.
Oh, I peed in it.
Oh, sweet.
There you go. That's why it's full.
It keeps it warm.
It keeps it warm, yeah.
So this is more of, it's not being used to knock out the song, but say, I just want to see your hand the second time so I can remember everything you have.
Yep, we're inking them. So interesting. Both players are inking. We saw Maui inked over on Monty's side. We saw the Space Pirate inked over on Kylie's side. Mm-hmm. Space Pirate is one of Kylie's biggest threats. So having to ink that is always tough, but I get it. It's later. You don't need it right now.
Yeah, and he needs to get to those Prince Johns too. They're just, that looks like a Strength of a Raging Fire he just drew. So he did finally get a song.
Oof, okay.
Which he cannot sing with that Ursula.
He cannot sing with that Ursula, no.
So
no, if he can draw into the Devoted Herald Diablo, he can use it to shift.
He can.
Or he can sing that thing and blast away the 2 potential card draw that Monty has waiting for him on Ink 4. So we do see the Hidden Cove being inked. It brings out the Prince John.
The first of the Prince Johns, because he has 2 in his hand, as we know.
Kylie is putting together Exodia right now. Kylie is trying to create a board state that just is oppressive, that allows Kylie to get as much resources as possible. Step 1, Prince John. Can we get muses down?
Well, step 2 would be get one of the songs that you could actually discard from hand. Because remember, he threw back 2 Hypnotize and a Sudden Chill in the first one.
And as we see, another character that gets damage on it, another potential target for a turn 4 Rapunzel.
And that's 3 damage. So even if Kylie does draw or does play Strength, or does draw, Monty can still Rapunzel and get a big draw. Kylie really needs to be able to shift Diablo here, but he doesn't even have a Diablo.
Correct, yeah.
Unless, I just saw a big shiny, so maybe he did draw Diablo.
Kylie has all the big shinies. It could be a Deceiver of All. It could be a Diablo. Who knows?
Yeah.
Kylie showing off with the shinies. We love it.
The end card there, the one that's hidden the most.
Oh, yeah, of course.
It is definitely an enchanted.
It could be, yeah. We'll find out momentarily as we tap 4 to play is that Pluto?
That is
Pluto, yeah. So that is the bodyguard Pluto. 4 costs. It is a 1/5, but while it has no damage, it has +4 attack, or +4 strength, rather.
Yeah. So the bodyguard's out. And it looks like
and we're gonna blast away. So we know that Rapunzel's coming, but I'd rather you draw 2 than 3, is essentially what Kylie's telling Monty.
Yes, it was you can only draw 2, but Monty's gonna be happy drawing 2 because he needs to start ramping, and he hasn't ramped at all this game. He hasn't played any of his ramp cards.
And we're inking another Maui, which might be punishing him when he goes into those later turns. He needs to deal with that Pluto. Can he still deal with that Pluto as he gets rid of those Mauis? Maui that will be playable next turn. So that's going to be tough. We've lost two Mauis.
Yeah. and he has 5 cards in hand versus Kylie's 1 card, which we know is the Prince John.
Correct. Yeah. So Monty's kind of deciding, is it worth it now? Do we punch into the? Yep. And it looks like he's opting to punch into the Pluto with the Flynn. Is that correct? No. Wait. What did he do?
It looked like he punched with the Flynn, and he decided not to punch with the
Yeah.
Flynn.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a lag there, so I'm not 100% exactly what decision was made. Yep, I think he opted not to. I think he almost did, but didn't. He didn't. He positioned, but he didn't say it.
So what did Kylie draw? He's going to play the Prince John. I can see that.
Oh, it's the
it's Ursula. It's a double song Ursula.
Yeah, the deceiver of all.
So that's what he just drew. So he's still sitting on the Prince John. But Kylie's stuck at 4 ink.
Yes, he
Kylie's
is.
not able to ink anymore as of right now.
Correct. Yes, we are bricked, so they say. So can Monty take advantage? Kylie's got a big board.
Kylie does have a big board.
Scary things that create weird board states, and can get Kylie to draw cards and potentially solve the answer of not having an uninkable, or of not having an inkable rather. We'll see if Monty can mount back.
5. What's he gonna play with the 5?
Maui, of course. All right, so we do see that Maui hits the table.
Yes, even if it's not doing anything, it's still there.
Correct.
So will he finally get a song? That looks like a strength.
It looked like a strength of a raging fire.
So he has a strength, and he can pluck off one of the things. I'm assuming he's going to pluck off the Maui.
Yep.
He double sings it with Ursula.
Yes, that gets rid of. That's not good. That is a
both
bad
the Maui
position.
And the Rapunzel. Yeah, Monty's in a hard spot.
And Kylie has successfully identified now is the time for me to start turning things sideways. He needs to mount this victory. He needs to be faster than Monty.
Yeah.
Monty is drawing bomb after bomb. So Kylie just needs to sneak in the victories where he can. Can Monty figure out a way to deal with this board?
Well, if Monty has another Maui, he can come in with the Maui.
But even the Maui only deals with one thing.
We'll deal with the Pluto that exposes everything else.
Correct.
That's the key at this point. He has to expose everything, because Kylie's still only 4 ink, still sitting on the Prince John. If Monty can wreck the board, but remember he inked 2 Mauis already and has 1, so I think he only has 1 more left in his deck.
Correct.
So he's in a hard spot because Maui's the card he really needs, but he's not going to get it.
Yeah, as we see. Kylie is just taunting Monty like an anime villain, all the cards sideways, looking at Monty saying, I dare you, come at me, swing. Will Monty be able to reverse where he's at? Monty right now, not in a good board state, behind on lore, and just kind of looking at Kylie, hoping to pull together a strategy that'll win him the game.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, Monty says, by turning 5 sideways, he shifts the Mulan. He shifts the Mulan. The Mulan, the triple attacking Mulan,
can take out like half this board.
Yes. So the triple shifting Mulan may have saved this whole game.
Does he kill the Flynn Rider first? Does he send the Flynn Rider into Pluto so he can then wipe everything and have the shifting Mulan still there?
That's exactly what Monty's deciding. Monty is deciding, he's
not going to.
He attacks into the Pluto, which does send the Mulan away. However,
and then he takes out Prince John.
He just cleared 4 characters and he takes off of Kylie's board. What in the heck did we just see? That is insane.
I know. And now Kylie is hard. Kylie just played the Prince John, and that was it. I think. Is Monty going again?
Monty, I think, is just debating the play lines, looking at inking, and playing a Pluto. Pluto, so this board state has been evened out a bit.
And now Kylie has just the 1 card.
The 1 swings into the Flynn
and
drops another Pluto. The wall of Pluto is here and imminent. Monty has done something crazy. Can Monty mount the comeback?
It's going to be interesting because Monty now has, he can pull out. I don't know what he has in his hand. What does it look like? I see.
We see the Perdita. Perdita represents more card draw.
It does. And there's
reveal the
big Sisu.
Big Sisu. That is not what Kylie wanted to see. Look at the look on Kylie's face as we ink the.
And what's he doing with the 3?
Gaston. Okay. So this game is going wild right now. So let's see where we can move with this. As we now have a Pluto, which likely won't survive. but we've got the Gaston, we got the Perdita. Does Kylie have spells, or rather songs, that can deal with this?
Kylie's top decking at this point. Kylie has no cards in hand, I don't think. Or it's that one card at the bottom of the hand. So,
I'm
Kylie's-
sorry, I said Perdita. I meant Pongo. My apologies. I meant Pongo.
Pongo, the one that lets you
Yes.
draw for 2.
Yes.
The one that lets you draw for 2, we know. But yeah, right now Kylie is basically top decking. Oh, there you go. There's another one.
Mufasa.
Mufasa.
As we ink the Mother Gothel, doing the count, realizing that he needs. Oh, so swinging into the Pluto,
in and now going to play for the 8, the big Zissou, and
wipes the board.
and
Monty
brings Monty back in it.
Monty just took control of the game. He just took control of the game. He dropped the Sisu. Kylie is on the back foot. We've got multiple
And Kylie's
characters.
still sitting there with his. Here comes the Diablo. He's still sitting there with that Prince John in his hand that he can't do anything with. He has 4 ink and he can't ink. Kylie is
my
stuck
goodness.
at 4 ink.
Kylie is, this is the story of this game 3 for Kylie. Unfortunately, just not getting the ink when he needs it. And another Sisu. This game is so over. Kylie, unfortunately, is looking at a board that does not permit him to win. This is rough.
Yes.
This is so rough. Kylie playing with all his strength, playing a Let the Storm Rage On, trying to draw what he can, trying to muster together a game.
He finally got an inkable card. And now is he just going to play this Prince John? Oh, yeah, they're saying that Mulan shouldn't have died. It's true. Mulan has 6 willpower, and it was a fresh Mulan.
Well, then Monty did that on himself.
Monty did it himself, and that's Monty's fault.
And Chernobog hits the table.
Chernobog
The
hits
demon.
table.
The demon is here. As we extend our hand. There's just no two ways about it.
Monty just powered ahead with the double Zissou, which is a pretty crazy victory. Pretty crazy victory there. That was it looked like it was going to go in one direction. Oh, sorry, reverse that. Monty actually got the win.
That was insane. Monty, good job. Kylie, what a hell of a fight. Just fought so hard. Kylie needs to be very proud of himself. That was a hard fought fight. What it boiled down to was that Kylie could not get the ink that he needed. Had Kylie had gotten the ink, that would have been a different game. It would have been a different game for him. I really think that was that moment for him. However, both of these competitors, great job. Thank you so much for putting that on display for all of us here at this set, champs. Holy moly, those Sisus were next level crazy. As Kylie brings out what is like my favorite deck box, by the way, like his lamp deck box. Yes. I freaking love that thing. That thing is so cool.
So I've had Monty in here for an interview. Do we want to get Kylie in here and we could talk about next week? Since Kylie is the store manager here.
Yeah.
We'll grab Kylie in so we can talk about next week. And let me go grab him and we'll talk about next week and everything that's going on here with the reign of Jafar.
Let's do that. Yeah. As Monty, as we've seen him do before, Monty does the pile shuffle. This is an important strategy. No, Kylie did not win Romps. It was Monty. Monty was able to eke it out. Kylie did not get the ink that he needed. And Monty eventually used the Mulan to high effect a 6-cost Mulan that shifted for enough damage to deal with stuff. Yep, Monty ended up getting that one. Kylie.
Okay, so
Kylie
here. We're gonna kind of squeeze and fit us all in. And Kylie, as you guys know, is the store manager here. So
my hero.
What's up,
guys?
I
love you, bro.
Y'all just saw me get cooked on the winning end.
Sorry, brother. That was tough, man.
We were talking about how you were stuck at 4 ink and couldn't get past that 4 ink
the
whole game.
I didn't even need like ink. I needed to draw cards or I needed removal.
You needed a removal card and you didn't get any of it.
Even game 2, like I had 5 cards in hand. You can't pile shuffle after game 1. That's the problem.
Yeah.
You're only allowed to pile 1 time.
Yep.
Yes.
You only can pile 1 time. But, so like I need like that game. I was like, I drew like 3 or 4 cards. Couldn't find a spell. I need a spell just so I could blow up his board and bounce off Gaston's back, and I could pull the swing back.
I wasn't supposed to chuck the Mulan. It lived.
Yeah, the Mulan was supposed to. Yeah.
The whole chat said it, but we couldn't say anything.
Yeah.
Come on, it was a judge call.
Well, the problem is you had advanced the board state. Yeah, like once you started drawing it, like at that point it's too late. I know. Well, it didn't. It didn't make a difference.
All I would have done
Yeah.
is swing a one.
Right.
Swing. What do I have left?
Yeah.
A John.
A Prince John and one other thing. Prince John
Yeah.
and something.
Yeah, and you targeted the Mother Gothel with the song. When you if you targeted the Mulan, that would have put you out of that position too.
I didn't want him to draw.
I know.
Yeah, you're right.
You didn't want him to draw
I didn't want him to
three.
draw three.
Yeah.
I knew he had a
two.
Rapunzel. That was bad. That hand was bad.
It was tough.
Bad.
Yeah.
If he wasn't able to blow my board up that turn,
Right.
I was literally turning everything sideways.
Of course.
I was gonna like, let me see if I can overwhelm him. But that Mulan was big.
It was
The Mulan was big, and then the Zissou follow up.
Yeah, the double Sisu
shut it down.
Yeah, that
the
was
double
something.
Sisu hurt. I'm like, all right, I know these are dying, so let me just quest them out.
Yeah.
But the double Sisu, he top decked it, and he's like, this top deck seals the game. And I think in my head, I'm like, Sisu, and then he drops it. I'm like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's talk about next week. This week is the store championships, but next week is even more exciting.
Yeah.
Reign of Jafar. And tell us about the event. We know we have 70-something signups already for it.
Yeah, we got 70 players signed up. I think it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be the biggest card pool that you will ever have in Core Constructed. Because when Fable comes out, we start rotating.
Yeah.
So this is essentially like Infinity format, but it's Core Constructed. So this is like really the last hurrah for a lot of these decks. My deck, I think I only had one card.
Let me guess. Is it Beyond the Horizon?
Beyond the Horizon. That's all I need. I just shift up. I had Beyond the Horizon. That's it. So my day one's easy. I need four Beyond the Horizons. If I could find foil ones, cool. I'll keep the deck maxed. But I think it's gonna be cool. We're still gonna have playmats, ink tokens. Big prizing. It's scaling, and it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun time. I'm really excited to see what people do.
I know.
With I want to see puppies make an appearance. I want to see the new Chernadog. I want to see Blurple go crazy with Into the Unknown.
Oh, Into the Unknown.
There's some exciting cards. I feel like this meta is going to be very much the same of what we've seen, just because you just add a powerful card to a powerful deck. But I think when the rotation hits and Core Constructed happens, I think that's when we'll kind of see some spicy stuff.
I agree.
And the cool thing is, if you come here, more cases could be added the more people that come. Plus, there's going to be plenty of product to buy. Yep. So if you need anything from the next set, you'll be able to buy whatever you need to buy here. There's going to be so much product here next week.
Yeah, we'll be open 2 hours early. We'll have tons of singles. You guys can buy singles, edit your decks, get the lists in before it starts. There's going to be side events going after round 3 or 4.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping we can at least break 100.
Yeah.
Again, we really like to come out day one, kind of see where the meta establishes. And, I just hope to see everybody come out.
I was telling people, man, this is the place that Diggy Hole got created. This is the place that Zan broke Fortisphere and Hiram.
And Hiram, yeah.
So this is the SSG is the place.
You see the meta happen.
Where, yes.
So the meta starts. The SSG, where the meta starts. That's going to be the new motto.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm saying locals here, set champs here is tough.
It's wild, bro.
Out there, I look around the room. I'm like, man, I don't play none of these people. And again, I saw somebody said Green Steel losing to Mufasa is crazy, but it can happen. I mean, if they draw right, he had that Maximus combo, he got that off.
I know.
I couldn't I couldn't kill it quick enough, and then I couldn't find another removal spell.
Yeah,
to seal it out. I don't think I got many Brunos. I really needed Brunos. But yeah, anything can happen. Especially these guys are Monty's a really good player, and he's been on that deck. I don't go into that thinking man, this is easy when I can get this.
Yeah, I was telling people Monty's been playing that thing since the beginning. Since I've known him, he's been playing Ruby Amber.
If it gets there, it's powerful.
Yeah. The Maximus and the ramping, the character ramping.
With the getting Maui Shark on that second game, he got Maui Shark out on turn 4.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, it was tough.
Yeah.
Maui Shark on 4, I had to stop turning the Diablo. I didn't have anything to answer it. I got the what I really needed, the tempo that I needed that turn, unfortunately, was I needed to be able to play Muses.
Yes.
And then a 2-drop or a 1-drop.
Yeah.
And then I would be able to double sing, blow up the Maui Shark and the Maximus,
and
send 2 things back to his hand, 2 Gastons.
Yeah,
that was really the tempo that I needed. Unfortunately, I had to just slam 2 Johns, and and then do it. And then, again, I had one more chance to find something to double sing to bounce his board.
Yeah.
And, kill that Mufasa. And because I had a lot of lore on board, I could have started going sideways.
Yeah, let me ask you this.
I knew 6 Mulan was in there. I just didn't want him to draw 3 cards. It wasn't in his hand when I looked.
Right.
And so I was like, I'm either gonna kill this Mulan, and then he's gonna draw 3, or I was like trying to put him back as hard as I possibly could.
Yeah.
In hindsight, I wish I killed the other thing, but he would have had Sisu a turn earlier if you look at it, because he got the Sisu off of the.
He got the Zissou on that other draw later.
Pluto, so
that's true.
It's almost like an either or, like I would have given him an extra card, he would have been 1 ahead. So the Sisu would have came out a turn earlier, and then he top decked another Sisu. So I almost would have advanced.
Zissou would have cleared more board, and Zissou I think would have cleared your whole board because he would have still attacked the Pluto to bring it down to 1.
Exactly.
And your whole board would have been wiped.
Yeah, he would have Sisu over the Mulan part of the turn. So realistically, in hindsight, I should have killed it, but I don't think it changed the outcome.
That's all cute. No, listen, I got to pick your brain about Beyond the Horizon. I got a question for you. All right, so you said 4. Is 4 the number in your deck?
Uh-huh.
That's the magic number.
All 4, yeah.
How much of an impact do you think that card is going to have on the meta? Because me and Skinner have a podcast, and I'm trying to do predictions. I need to know.
It's insane. So think about green still, right? I turn 1 Diablo. I see your hand, right? It doesn't really matter because most of it's going to go away.
Yeah.
I turn 2. I play a morph.
Okay.
And as long as you don't have an Ursula, as long as I'm playing a green and you can rip my Beyond the Horizon, I'm going to play a morph. I shift Diablo, and then turn after I shift Beast, I can already sing Beyond the Horizon.
On turn 3, this is what I said. So if your opponent, if you're on the play, your opponent draws to 8, inks and plays. Mm-hmm. Now they're at 6. They draw, they ink and play, so they're at 5. You just wipe their 5 and they're down to 3.
Okay.
And now they're stuck with 3 cards, even when they draw, and most will have 4 cards. And if they have 4 cards, then you're like, okay, 4 cards, they get ink and play, and now they're at 3 ink with barely anything. And if you're sitting back after that with like a sudden chill or a hypnotize, you could wipe their hand.
Yeah, you wipe their hand.
You could wipe their hand by turn 4.
You don't have enough you can't play hypnotize anymore. There's not enough room.
Is that what you're?
Yeah, hypnotize comes out
in place of that. So you're gonna go up in your uninkables?
You go up in uninkables.
You might have to
go up in uninkables because you can't have you can't even have that many actions. You're just stuck with actions. So you have to play 4 muses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
up 2 muses. But so even then, even if you don't do that route, there's still plenty of routes to it.
Yeah,
you can just John on 3, muse on 4, and then they can't unless they board wipe you. You just sing it. You guarantee it.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's even strong in Steel Song. Steel Song just turn 1 Cinderella, turn 2 Troubadour, Ursula, and turn 3 you sing that song.
And then turn 4 you've forgotten me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You really can. And that's unfortunately it's almost like you're gonna see just these Steel X discard decks. It's gonna be whoever can
hit the combo,
can get the combo and
quicker,
and whoever can keep hand advantage and card advantage.
And if you could do it with a John out, let's say they discard 4 cards, you're now drawing 4 cards.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I think though green is going to be a must. I think you have to be able to play Ursula, and you have to be able to rip that card.
The thing I want to do, I don't even care about the discard part of it. What I want to do is I want to play a mill deck, and I want to double sing with Ursula. That the Beyond the Horizon make you discard, draw 3, discard, draw 3, and mill the heck out of you.
With Ursula, it's a sing together 7.
You split her plus the other characters, and you sing with her.
So she sings it. She casts it one more time if she sings it in Corporation.
And she could. So she doesn't need to. It doesn't need to be. It's any song she sings.
Any song.
If she's part of it, it gets double sung.
Oh man.
Yeah. So you can do a Muses and an Ursula.
Yeah.
And then Ursula does it again, and you could just do it on yourself.
Yeah.
If you
imagine you whole new world, and then you double sing Beyond the Horizon. You've lost 16 cards off the top of your deck.
Yes,
bro.
So the card. Unfortunately, in that card's gonna be very, very annoying. I think the card's just gonna be around. Possibly even banned in Infinity.
I can't see that.
Depending on what happens, but. It's what enables the card. The card by itself is just a bad card. Right? If you're just I'm gonna play this for 7, this is a bad card.
It's so bad.
Yeah.
It's
but
trash.
It's the cards that you can cheese out
Yeah.
with extra like sing ability or shift
Mhm.
that makes that card so good. And again, I think that card is going to be like, it might sit there with Bucky, Hiram, Fortesphere in Infinity format. You know?
I mean, it has to be. If you're playing any colors, like you're playing, let's say you're playing a blue red, they're going to be playing all these popsicles. They're going to be just drawing cards that are all going to go away.
Yeah.
All their cards that they're drawing from the popsicles, and they're gonna have to super ramp, and then they lose everything, and they gotta hope that what's left is rampable. It's. I think it's going to change the game a lot.
Even on 5, that card is like pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good on 5.
Because it doesn't let you keep anything. Just you discard everything and draw 3. You draw 3 complete bricks.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could if you draw
like even if you're playing like
uninkables.
even not doing it in like that turn 3 moment. If you're playing against Amethyst and how much that thing draws, they're like, oh, I got 6 or 7 cards.
Yeah. If you get it off on turn 3, I don't see routes where you lose a game.
Right.
But it's also detrimental late game where like you have like 8, 9 cards.
Yep.
I mean, you're losing 6 cards.
Exactly.
5, 6 cards, and it. I don't know.
And early,
why it's synced together, I don't know. Why it's in steel, I don't know. There's a lot of things on that card that I'm just like, I don't know.
It's going to be the most interesting card because I think next weekend we're going to see a lot of people using it. I think almost every steel deck is going to have it in it, at least one copy, if not more.
100%.
And it's there's 3 things we're talking about. It's going to be that, and it's going to be the whale deck.
The Monstro?
The Monstro auto win deck, and the
No, I don't think so.
And the Maui Shark auto win
I
deck.
think the Maui Shark auto win is the one that we'll see more of than Monstro. I think Monstro doesn't make an appearance. Yeah, the one that readies all the characters, and then basically if you have Maui Shark out, you Sapphire Coil your own Shark to get it down to 0 attack. And if they have one character turn sideways, you keep bringing it back to ready the character every time you attack with Maui. It attacks 20 times for 0,
and
it
you
wins
bring
the game.
song back, and then they keep singing the song.
Yeah.
You just need
It's
like
nuts.
two Grandma Tollers in the back just re-singing the song a bunch of times while the Maui Shark is getting the card back again and again and again.
Yeah, that kind of sounds like that red steel deck that Maui combo.
Yeah, like the one last hope. Yeah, but you can do it in red blue, and all you need that's the thing about it. All the pieces of the combo are in a red blue deck anyway.
Yeah, so I mean, but I still don't know. I still think red blue just getting its hand blown out and not being able to stop it is.
Yeah.
True.
100%. No, I agree with you on that point. Like if it's against steel, it's gonna stink because you got to do it way too late.
Because even like you just take the longer route where you just John uses sing it, blow out their hand, and then.
Yeah, because in reality, they got to top deck all the pieces of that combo now. They got to top deck it now, every single piece.
And then you still remember if you sing it on 5, you still have 5 ink.
Yeah.
So they have 3 cards. You got 5 ink. I mean.
So George, you could sing it on turn 3. Like when you're talking. So George is talking here about Beyond the Horizon. Turn 1 Cindy, turn 2 Ursula or Troubadour. Turn 3 Ariel to find Beyond the Horizon.
You sing it on 3.
You sing it on 3. You sing together with Cindy and Ursula.
Yeah,
you do it on 3. You don't even have to do it on 4.
Yeah, but he's saying that even if you don't have Beyond the Horizon, Ariel nets it for you. Like it's another way to get it.
Yes.
And then on 4, if you know,
he's saying you can do it the turn after.
You can even
you can wait a turn. You could do it. Then they go to 3. Then you dad blast.
Yeah,
them.
you could do it either way. Yeah.
And then they have 1 card. You pass. No, yeah, it's bad.
That's also bad.
It's high rolly.
It's super high rolly.
I feel like a lot of people are going to take the high roll.
Yeah.
They're going to take the high roll because again, I think Blue Steel is going to be able to play it too.
Yeah.
I think Blue Steel is going to be able to play it. I think with the Arthur.
Yeah.
And Blue Steel, you could still shift Robin Hood if you need to.
Yeah.
You could shift Robin Hood and do it on. Everyone could do it on turn 3. Every single Steel deck could do it on turn 3.
But George, I still think you interrupt them. Even if you're going to dad blast them the next turn, I still think you interrupt them.
Because remember they altered for that hand, so you're messing up their altar.
You're blasting their hand, so even you're still going to discard them.
Yeah,
right. They're still going to lose 2 cards.
But it's 3 cards they don't know versus ones that they've been stacking.
I think you still disrupt them because they could draw 3. They could draw 3 cards they can't even play.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then they just have to ink pass
3 uninkables. What if they draw 3 uninkables?
And then you dad blast them, and then you just guarantee the game.
Yeah.
So I still think it just comes down on curve if you have it, but I think
Oh, it's Freddie.
Oh, top
It's
eight's up there.
Freddie.
Freddie and Monty.
Oh,
That would have been
man.
me, boys.
Oh, Kylie, I'm sorry, bro.
Freddie and Monty.
Yeah.
I'm gonna reset everything here.
Yeah.
Let's make
But
us.
well, before we go, Kylie, again,
I'm
thank
gonna make
you
us big
for being a fantastic dude.
No. Let's keep talking because I got to build everything in the back wall.
Well, this man's got to use the restroom. Let this man go to the bathroom.
Well, I'm
Let
gonna
him live his
go check. I'm
life.
gonna go check on something.
He's got to manage a whole store,
I
bro.
appreciate you guys.
No,
I'll see you
Kylie,
guys next week.
thanks for being a good
I
sport,
let
bro.
everybody down on stream.
You did not let anybody
No, you
down.
didn't
Are you
let
kidding me? Those are
everyone
like
down.
the craziest matches, bro.
You didn't let
Bro,
everyone down at
you,
all.
you only lost because of like a sliver, bro. You're good. You didn't let anybody down. They loved you. Celeste says she loves you too.
So okay, let me build this. We've got Freddie. We've got Monty.
I might have to go check the pipes. Actually, I just thought about that.
Well, go right now while I'm building out the stuff.
Okay. All right, guys. The plumbing here at SSG is wild. I'm gonna go check the plumbing. I'll be right back.
Just go. Just go. I'm not.
I'll BRB.
Yes. Okay, we're updating the colors here. We've seen both of these players already. We know what they have. I think Freddie might be the number 1 seed, and Monty might have been the 8 seed that made it in. Let me see. Yes, Freddie is the 1 seed, and Monty is the 8 seed. Monty eked it in. What? Monty eked it in at the last second, which is pretty impressive. So, we have let's see, we have we have the first seed. So we have the first seed is going to be Freddie, and we have the 8th seed. Monty eked it in with that win that Monty just got against Kylie. He eked it in here as the 8th seed. So we're going to get to see Freddie and Monty again. This is Team Illuminati at its finest. Freddie, who has basically a bunch of wins so far, and a bunch of bat wins, and Monty, who this is the quarters. So this is the quarters. Okay, quarterfinals. And let's restart this clock before we do anything else. And let me just get this ready, and we'll shortly be back where we're streaming. I think Gabe is going to come back here. Gabe was supposed to go home, but he's having too much fun. Who doesn't have fun with this? So let me set the clock here and restart it. And Gabe will probably pop back in, but for now I'm gonna drop it down so we can see. We have Freddie and Monty, the 1st seed and the 8th seed. So this is showing the top seed. Freddie won the top seed again. Multiple times Freddie has won the top seed, and they are finishing their mulligan. I am going to start the clock for them right now. Oh, sorry. I'm going to start the clock at 70 minutes. Let me see to change this. Let me see how I can change this. Okay, why is it? Okay. Hang on. Okay, I do not know how to change this. We might not be doing it. It'll say 55 minutes. We know it's really 70. So I'm not sure how to change it. Do you know how to?
Here, I'm controlling it. It's untimed.
Oh, it's untimed. It's
Yeah.
not 55. Okay.
Yeah, so you can kill the AnyDesk connection, and I'll control it from the back.
Okay, perfect.
So you just have to comment.
Killed. Perfect. Okay. And so here we are, Freddie and Monty, the first seed against the 8th seed. I think someone else is going to join me. Gabe is coming back here, and untimed for this.
Is it?
This is untimed. Yeah,
Okay.
I was trying to reset it to 70, but I guess we're untimed here. We've had a Robin Hood and a Troubadour and
So we have basically what's
a Pluto and a Zissou.
Barring the Cinderella, we have what's pretty much like a not bar the pun, a Cinderella story of an opening here. We've got Robin Hood, we've got Troubadour. This is pretty much what you expect from turns 1 and turns 2.
Yeah.
From Freddie. Monty, which of the characters is sideways? Is that Pluto?
Is Pluto. That is Pluto, and he eked out a Zissou on turn 3. So here, slide in more.
Oh, nice. Oh, we're still we're on camera.
We're in the bottom corner.
Very cool. Well, yeah. So we see Freddie. Oh, and we're seeing a zoom in of the hand. We love it.
Yes. One thing I couldn't do. I mean, we managed through today. Today was an interesting day. There goes the let Storm Rage on the Pluto to draw an extra card. Yeah, we managed through. The first time trying this tech with everyone getting to play. Did you enjoy that you got to play for a day?
I did. I wish I'd done better, but I mean, other than that, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and there's the Along Came Zeus. So everything that Monty had is gone.
Okay, so I'll tell you straight up. Monty and this matchup is not good for Monty.
It's a terrible one.
It's a terrible matchup for Monty.
Monty lost in the first round to Steph. Same matchup.
Yeah.
Same thing. It's a terrible matchup. And he lost to Steph same way.
Quite literally, Monty's only hope is that Freddie doesn't draw any more songs. And essentially, Freddie, of course, being Steel Song and being one of the best Steel Song players down in South Florida,
is going to get more songs.
Yeah, like he knows he's singing the wheel. He's singing the wheel, which revealing that his second wheel.
He had 2, but it doesn't matter because he's so on curve. I see Monty threw out. I see a Gaston there. It looks like he threw out. And a Rapunzel.
And exactly what Steel Song wants is 4 free ink available after the wheel.
Oh no, it's invited to the ball.
And we still have a Troubadour that can sing a song of 4 or less, which is exactly what he's going to do. He's going to blast away the one chance that we had of drawing. Because if Flynn attacks either of those 2 characters, that's not true. Flynn can attack the Troubadour, but the most that Monty will draw is 1 for a Rapunzel, which whatever. To draw 1 for a Rapunzel,
correct,
it's just replacing itself, not the worst thing in the world. So Freddie, of course, intelligently identifying, minimizing the ability for Monty to draw as he plays Pete and stops any actions, which not a big deal here. Monty doesn't play that many actions, but what this is doing is telling Monty, I'm going to go fast. I am speed.
And I'm playing the daisy, saying you could draw your characters. It doesn't matter. You didn't get your Gaston. There's another Zissou. That's the best he can do. What's he going to ink? And
we see double Plutos in hand.
Yeah, so he'll probably ink to play a Pluto. If he does that, so there's the Maleficent Dragon, which he's not getting to anytime soon. And I'm guessing he'll put another Pluto, which is just eking to be killed by one of the songs that Freddie's probably holding.
You have to, though. If you've got spare ink, you just need to have Freddie blast through them as much as he can. I mean, at this point, if you're Monty, you just need bodies to survive this fight. What Monty needs to do is get to that turn 6. If that Zissou survives and Monty is able to shift that big Zissou on top of
a storm.
A storm is brewing.
Which means that bye Zissou, Flynn's not going to get his 3 points.
Yep, and I think Monty knows it. Yeah, Monty knows it. That is not where he wants to be. That Zissou has to go. Does Freddie accurately identify that Zissou as a problem? I would imagine so. He's played this matchup plenty of times. He is just double checking his hand, making sure he's making the right choices. He is opting to Zeus the Zissou away.
He's Zeusing it.
That makes sense. It's uninkable. If you want to save it for ink, if you have a wheel, a whole new world, it gives you a little bit more flexibility. And he like Freddie's point here is he's going to flood the board.
Yes.
So he'll have plenty of bodies to. It's worth more than 5.
And he can hold the strength. He can hold the strength for later. If Monty does play something bigger, he could hold the strength and play it later.
Yeah.
He's basically saying, I have the strength. You know I have the strength. Put out your best character. I'm going to take it down.
Yep. As we see escape artist Lilo hit the table. Yeah, this is an annoying problem.
This is a rush tempo. I mean, he's questing. It looks like he could quest for 5 more. I'm assuming he's going to quest with everything. There's no reason not to because Flynn can't really
correct
affect anything.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you got to worry about on Monty's side of the board is what if he has a Maui? Do you give it up? I mean, in this case, if there's already a character turned sideways, the Troubadour is already in danger of a Maui. You may as well turn everything else sideways and just get the points that you can get.
Yeah, and lose one thing. There's no reason not to.
Yeah.
So he did turn Robin Hood, and he is now turning the Daisy,
which of course prompts a Daisy trigger,
So
and he
that's
finds
fine.
the Mother Gothel.
Mother Gothel, which doesn't really do much other than it's fodder to be shot at by a song.
Absolutely. And Freddy here is just so wide with characters. Monty is going to have to deal with that. I mean, Freddy next turn 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 plus the 6 is 15.
Yep.
Assuming that nobody gets dealt with here on Monty's side of the board. And of course, Freddy is just going to run for the freaking gates here. He's just running for he's shooting for the fences. He knows that he just needs to go fast. The faster he goes, the less that Monty, or the further away Monty is from a Sisu. We see that Mother Gothel hit the table.
Which, again, doesn't do that much.
Not right now, but next turn it will, as we see that the Rapunzel is sitting in hand.
Yes.
Opting to put down, looks like the fish hook as ink.
The fish hook is ink.
And playing up, there it is.
So he did the combo.
So we hit the combo.
To draw the 3.
Yep, Mother Gothel, Rapunzel gives you 3. And that might be a good thing if we don't get wheels. If we don't catch a whole new world, that's a good thing. If we catch a whole new world, we wasted that. That was a waste of draw.
Yes. And even if there is a whole new world,
which there's not right now,
I don't even think Freddy needs to play it. I mean,
yeah,
he could now strength out the Rapunzel, knock out the Gothel with that Along Came Zeus he has, and then quest with everything.
Ooh, Prince
and
Naveen, we
Naveen
love
could
it.
sing one of them too. So
he chooses. It looks like the Zeus. Is that what's sitting in his hand? I think it's the Zeus.
Yeah, it's the Zeus.
Yep, he's singing the free Zeus.
He's going to do that. I would do it on Rapunzel. Rapunzel's the one that's questing for the most, and then you could still take out the Gothel.
He
did it with the
Gothel. To the Gothel, yep.
But I think he's going to sing the strength on the Rapunzel right now. Yeah, here comes the strength on the Rapunzel, my guess. And then he's going to quest everything after that.
He could,
which is questing for 8, which is still puts him at 14.
He's choosing the Rapunzel.
Yep,
absolutely.
And he can quest for 8. Look at that.
Yep.
Oh, and he gets the 2 by
correct.
And he uses Robin Hood to get the 2, so he still quests for 8, and takes out a character with Robin Hood and still gets the 2. I mean, this is just domination for this. Monty scooped, so
yeah, there's no reason. He's not wrong. That was the right call. Freddy got every piece of the puzzle he needed. He dealt with the Pluto and the Gaston turn 1 or turn 2 or turn 3. Like anything that Monty put down pretty much was dealt with.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what your deck, nobody can deal with the perfect Cinderella opening of a Steel Song deck. There's just no way around it.
So they're already 1 game in. Freddy has taken the first one, and Freddy can play this well on the draw also. Like with Freddy's deck, Monty needs a perfect hand and needs to curve out quickly, because if not, it's going to be the same thing. And
I don't even think that. I think Monty needs to draw damn well, and Freddy needs to brick.
Yeah, bad brick.
One half. If one half is good, I don't think Monty can do it.
Yeah, I mean,
I hate to say it. I love Monty. Monty's deck is strong, but Steel Song is not a fantastic matchup.
The only thing Monty has going is if he can get out, he needs to get out like a shark quick. He needs to get out something quick and use Plutos and Gastons, because they're going to get blown up. If this game, Freddy didn't even start with Cinderella.
He didn't need to. He had Troubadours. He was able to shift the Robin Hood, which presents a singer on turn 3.
But if he starts with Cinderella, it's even scarier for Monty, because
now of course, granted, there's not a lot of threats that can stop that Cinderella if Monty has a perfect turn 1. Monty's turn 1 doesn't do a whole lot to prevent Freddy's turn 1. So a Cinderella would be catastrophic for Monty.
Yeah,
because it would immediately on turn 2, like Monty will get the Pluto used to do the Gaston. What Freddy would want then at that point on turn 2, no, it would be to have 2/1 drops and to strength away the Gaston. That would be the ideal draw line.
2/1 drops and strength away the Gaston.
Yes, because the Gaston is the bigger problem.
But Gaston is 4.
What's that?
Gaston's 4 health. You can't.
I'm sorry. You're right.
You can't do it, and you can't.
You're 100% right. Yeah,
You could Storm
Rage.
I
thought it was 3. That was
you
my
could
apologies.
Storm Rage on the Pluto first, and then you could take out the Gaston after.
Yeah.
Which the Gaston you're taking out, Monty will have 3. Will be able to play a 5 character.
Yeah.
And then you're taking out the Gaston, and Monty has to work his way up.
Correct. Yeah. Now Freddy with a perfect draw could end this thing pretty much from the.
I
from
saw
the
Cinderella.
get-go. Yeah, Troubadour Zeus. That's it. That's
Troubadour
it, Georgie.
Zeus,
That's
yes.
it. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. And then whatever else Freddy drops on, or not Freddy, so whatever else Monty drops can be dealt with otherwise. Yeah, you don't even need the strength. You don't even need the strength. You just Troubadour the Zeus, and that's it.
But that would be on turn 3, and Monty will have already used Gaston at least once.
Correct. Which, if you use it once, that's not the worst value. It's better than nothing. But it's not. Obviously, what Monty wants is to do things like play Raya, ink, and then untap and play 8 cost characters on turn 4. That's like the whole thing Monty's trying to do here.
And we know. Yeah, we know. Wolchuk, we know, like Gaston turn 2, he's going to get off a 5-drop if he wants to. But the question is, what does Monty do after a 5-drop? He might have just a 5-drop, no more Pluto, no more Gaston. That's if Monty plays the Pluto here. I don't even see a Pluto in his hand.
Oh man, do we not even get the Pluto? Are we about to ink pass? Is that what's about to happen here? And it looks like that's what we did. Yeah, we did. We did. Cindy. Yeah, we ink passed.
So yeah, Monty's in trouble. Monty ink
passed.
He ink passed. So Monty is not going to get a Gaston out here. What's he going to do? He's going the Flynn Rider route, it looks like.
If it's the only choice he's got.
Or he's doing, what else is
Invitation to the Ball.
Invitation to the Ball. He's going to draw.
Well, he's going to reveal the top 2 cards of the deck.
And he gets them.
If there's any characters, he gets to keep them, which in his deck, primarily, it's 2 draw, but not always.
And it was Gaston and Maui. So if he plays Gaston on 3, he can get Maui off on 4. But of course, the Gaston can now be blasted if Troubadour comes out. And there's the Troubadour. So Gaston is now in a scary spot because Gaston could be blasted. Even with a strength now, because Freddy could drop 2 characters. I do see. Is that a strength or was that a storm?
I didn't catch that. But
I saw a spell. There's definitely a silver spell in there.
It's a song. They're not called spells.
Song. There's a silver song in there.
This isn't magic. We have Gaston. Gaston has hit the table. It came down the hard way, but it came down.
Yes.
As we reveal a Rapunzel from the top of our deck here. What we're seeing.
2 Rapunzels.
Yeah, so we got 2 in hand. We can ink 1 if we need to. And it looks like Freddy has decided that that's the right way to go. We're going to ink that Rapunzel.
And he's going to play Ariel to Fish.
That spectacular
and
singer.
There's a strength.
Oh, and a World's Greatest Criminal Mind.
World's Greatest Criminal Mind.
Which is not bad in this matchup. Monty does play a lot of bombs, a lot of monsters. So it's not the worst card, but that strength, of course, presents a lot of versatility.
Yes.
And so, you got to go with the card that's more versatile.
Well, the strength, let's say Monty tries to eke out let's say Gaston doesn't die, but Gaston did to the Zeus. That was the card he was holding. Yeah. I saw a song in there. It's a Zeus, so so basically that Gaston is banished before Monty could use it. So waiting till turn 3 it's really hard. Now Monty's in a bad position because that strength is there. Whatever Monty plays, he knows there's a strength, so whatever he plays, he was hoping to eke out that Maui Shark. That's what he was hoping to eke out.
Right.
But losing the Gaston puts it in a bad spot.
Yep, as we see Sisu come down.
And there's a Zissou, which easily can be taken out. Just drop a character and strength it. And
there's the wheel. We have a wheel in hand.
But he does. I don't know if Freddy needs to do the wheel. I personally wouldn't do the wheel right now. I mean, Monty's down to 5 cards.
It's not about using it now, but the fact that he has the flexibility to do it. Remember that the goal here with the whole new world
is to do it at the point you need it.
Not necessarily. Sometimes it's to rip things out of hand. Sometimes it's because you want to drop a bunch of 1-drops and just immediately put this game into a must answer situation. There's a number of reasons why you do it. At 4 ink, it depends. When you might want to do it or not. It'll be interesting to see what Freddy chooses to do here. Thinking through these play lines, making sure we don't make any mistakes, opting to ink.
I think he's gonna. I would do the strength on the Zissou, because if he does the strength on the Zissou, he could then. Oh, he's inking the strength. What's he gonna do for 4 then?
Let's see. Freddy is debating, and we're playing that Rapunzel, opting for more characters with more lore on the table. We are gonna sing,
giving up the draw
to deal 4 damage. If I have to guess, with Strength of Virgin Fire,
there you go.
Which takes the big Sisu off the table as an option, even in a couple of turns, which is where Monty was hoping for, forcing that Sisu to be a turn 8 play again, as Monty is drawing into some more cards. We see that Mufasa entering hand.
Mm-hmm. But Mufasa is all he can play now. He's not even going to play it. I think he's going to play the Maui to try to take something out here.
Now, see, and as Freddie sits here with 2 cards in hand, he's got multiple singers on the table. Now would be a great time to do that.
Now would be a good time to do it, because if he draws any more songs into it, but he also has that Robin Hood now. Tough choice.
I say no. You ink it. You ink it. Yep.
And now he's got 5.
So what this allows Freddie to do is Freddie can sing the whole new world. He's got 3 viable singers, and he still has 5 complete ink that he can use to just drop a bunch of 1s and 2 drops and just keep flooding this board.
Correct.
Oh, but okay. So Freddie's being patient. Freddie's being very, very patient.
Not that patient.
Not that patient. Not that patient.
Not that patient.
Patient enough, but not that patient.
Yeah, not that patient.
Which is still not bad. He still has the 3 singers. He's got 3 singers. So if he draws any songs, he can sing those songs to deal with the problems.
If he draws a Zeus, he could take out the Zisu, which is the threat.
And we do see some songs. We see Strength of a Raging Fire.
Oh, she could sing Strength and take out the Zisu 100%. Also.
Yes, correct.
So here comes the song.
As we are deciding, we can use any of these characters here. Thank you, Rooster. Yes. Unfortunately, your friendly neighborhood commentators, we did not make it to the top cut this time.
Where did Skinner end up?
10th place. Poor Skinner.
Skinner ended up tied, but didn't make it in on tiebreakers. Skinner was close, but lost out on tiebreakers.
Yep. As we see, Freddie is starting to gather. Yeah, got to remove that Sisu to stop. 100%, you got to stop that shift. That shift is a serious, major problem.
Yeah, and he just got rid of both. So now here comes the Gaston. Another Sisu.
And Monty is saying, no, this Sisu will hit this table. Even if it's 1 turn early.
Yeah.
This Sisu is not going to go unwasted. You better have a song, bro. You better have a song. You better deal with my problems.
Does Freddie have more songs here?
It's a steel song deck. Let's hope so.
Yeah, does he have more songs right now? Let's see what he's got right now.
We see if he didn't.
He's pulling for the song.
If he didn't,
there's a Storm Rage on.
There's a Zeus.
There's a Zeus. He got the Zeus.
And a world. He got 3 songs to choose from.
Yes.
He got 3 songs to choose from.
Well, the Zeus takes out the Zisu, which either way, though, it doesn't matter because he'll get the Zisu. If he keeps the Gaston, unless he has a second song, Zisu will come out this next turn.
1, 2, 3, 4. So Monty's at 6. No, Monty's at 6 ink right now. If he
could use the Gaston to do it, or he could shift.
Correct. Yeah, so he would have to get rid of both characters.
Either way, if he has the big Zisu, it's coming out next turn.
Yes.
Unless Freddie gets rid of both.
Correct. That is correct. So Freddie will have to answer both characters.
And he's keeping Criminal Mind.
World's Greatest Criminal Mind.
Which
is good. It keeps the other cards in circulation. They are more useful. World's Greatest Criminal Mind is certainly a little bit more it's harder to use. So if you can use it, you do it. Yep. And of course, because of that whole new world, Freddie's got plenty of cards.
Yep.
Now,
it was a strong Zisu, so he was able to get rid of it.
Absolutely. Now the real question is, do we have an answer for that Gaston? It's hard to see Freddie's hand, so we're going to be surprised same time as you.
Yeah, right now he's got 3.
Oh.
What's he dropping?
Lawrence. That's not, no, is he going to say go?
He's going wide, so what will survive if Monty has the Gaston, he's got the Robin Hood and Lawrence will survive.
Yeah, so if Monty does have the Sisu, he'll be able to get it off next turn. It'll clear a significant amount of characters on the board. Freddie seeing that, making a really big heads-up play. We got the Lawrence down. We got the Robin Hood down. So at least 2 of his 7 characters will survive. But man, oh man, that is not what you want to see. Freddie's probably a little bit heartbroken, thinking that he was going to have a little bit more control of this game. 1, 2, 3.
5,
but he does not have the Sisu. He was forced to play the Maui. He did not have the Sisu. So Monty is put in a position.
And he had either that or Maui Shark, but he needed to do the Maui.
Oh my goodness. And yeah, it looks like there was a decision not to quest with that Robin Hood, yeah.
Yeah, no quest with the Robin Hood. No, the Robin Hood didn't just come out. The Robin Hood
came out a few turns ago. Or one turn ago.
The turn before, so he just didn't quest with it.
He did stack his aerial on top of it though, so he may have mistakenly thought that it was wet.
He might have.
As we see the Mulan hit, we saw this thing do something crazy last game.
I know.
Now, will we do the same thing? I don't know. Freddie knows. Freddie's fully aware of what's in Monty's deck. So,
yes.
So I would imagine Freddie would be smarter than that. Now, Freddie, I mean, it's been a long day. We're in top 8. They've been playing game after game. Mistakes happen.
Well, he just used the Robin Hood to good effect and got 2 lore.
As we turn 4 sideways to play Rapunzel, of course, to draw 3.
To heal it.
All right. And we are taking a look here. So we've got 11-0. Monty is still on the back foot. Freddie, 6 characters on the table. Continuing to ink.
Adding Robin Hood as ink. What's he going with the 3?
Playing another aerial.
Going for another song. He's going to try to... What would you take out? Would you take out the Mulan? Worry about you. It doesn't matter.
He did
bricked out no songs. He's used a lot of the songs already.
The problem here is that if he does not deal with that Mulan, if Monty has that freaking Mulan, the shift Mulan, that is a big problem. He can clear out 3 characters. So Freddie needs to deal with this Mulan, or he just needs to win. Maybe he runs out. Maybe he just runs through and wins it. But I think if Freddie doesn't have it here, Freddie doesn't have an answer to that Mulan, and he's doing the math.
He would quest to 17 if he quests here.
Freddie is trying to figure the math out.
Yeah, he can quest to 17 and he'll have the 3 behind. And the only thing that could stop him would be the Zissou. He's questing the 13, so he's doing something. Let's see what he's doing. Yeah, even the big Zissou doesn't stop him at this point. He's went to 13.
No, yeah. So Freddie
can go all the way to 17.
Freddie is trying to make sure he doesn't make a mistake here. Okay, so you see what Freddie's doing here is he's doing the math. He needs to figure out, can I turn things sideways so that I can get to a place where I just win next game? Force Lorthal, as they call it, and make it where Monty has to deal with the board, and then Freddie's in control of the game. So ultimately, we're making certain that we can do that.
Yes.
Oh, yes, Steph, you're not kidding. This will definitely make the team after tournament dinner fun.
Yes. We're doing a team dinner tonight? Yes.
I maybe not me, but we'll see. We'll figure that out afterwards. But either way, we've got a lot of answers in either player's hand, potentially. Mm-hmm. We did opt to turn sideways. So Freddie's like, no, I'm going to run. I'm going to run to the finish line.
He's at 17. I mean, even if he drops Big Zissou here, which he would need to ink and play it, Big Zissou wipes everything but Robin Hood and Lawrence. Maui could take out one of them, and that's still...
Oh, we healed. We draw.
Maui. He's not dropping the Big Zissou, so he's in trouble now.
Yes, correct.
And he can't shift the Mulan anymore.
But he is trying to get to something. He's looking for it. He's drawing. He's trying to get... He just threw his...
That's what he's getting to.
There you go.
He's getting to... he's getting to the... I give up.
Oh, Monty.
Freddie just overwhelmed him there with no Big Zissou.
Oh, Monty. Monty's always the showman. Monty the showman.
That was rough. That was really rough.
That was tough.
Really,
Freddie
really,
out there
really
laughing
rough.
his guts off, laughing at poor Monty, who just
couldn't get this Big Zissou. he one card, and he could have held him to 19, if anything. But no Big Zissou, and it wrecked him. That shows the imbalance of that matchup. That matchup is really imbalanced in favor of Freddie, and from both sides.
By the way, for those of you that you can't hear this, but I can tell you right now, what I hear is the sounds of people flipping cards over their deck, and Monty realizing he was 1 or 2 cards away from a Zissou. just to be clear,
I heard "Oh Come On," and I heard Big Zissou.
Yes, so that's exactly what we heard out there. It is something to be seen. So Freddie does make it through. Freddie is first seed for a Steel Song deck. That's exactly where you want to be. Does Freddie leverage that first seeding, because that allows him to play first in every game in the top 8? Can he leverage that to another victory? Now, here at SSG, really cool thing that they've done here. There are 4 champion mats.
4 mats.
They went and they bought champion mats, 3 more in order to have 4 champion mats. So top 4 will all get a champion mat. There will be no scissors cutting mats here. Okay, Dreams, if you're out there, there will not be.
Yes, our goal is to make sure everyone goes home satisfied customers.
Yeah, well, not Monty though.
Not
Monty's really mad.
If Freddie gets another mat, that's his third. He might cut a little corner and be like, "Here, Monty, here's a corner of a mat.
Here's a mouse pad. We're gonna ask Praveen to stitch the sides that we cut to make a nice little mouse pad for you, and we'll figure that out.
We'll give you a mouse pad at this point. But Freddie pulled it out again. It's his. He's looking at, he won the other day. You weren't here Friday. Freddie won a really exciting match Friday. He was going second. He was the number 2 seed, and he was playing against a Blurple deck, and he hit the whole new world at the perfect time to get rid of all the Hades and Bells. The Hades and the shifting damage Bells. He got rid of 3 Hades and 2 shifting damage Bells with his 3 whole new worlds. It was such a smooth, perfect victory, and he was behind it. He's like, if I don't get these, I lose the game. If he didn't get that first one, he loses the game, and then he just rolled from there. And it was, I had never seen someone come back from the point of almost losing to pulling it off and pulling ahead.
Freddie is a miracle worker, to say the least. That deck has done him so much service. They say that deck is high rolly, that you lose to that deck. Freddie has been sharpening that thing to the point where it is as efficient as it can be for him. And he knows how to play that thing like no one's business.
Yeah.
Wochuk is in the chat here. Wochuk, I would put on the
second best Amber Steel.
Wochuk is definitely on the Mount Rushmore of Steel Song players. But Freddie says, come here and take his stuff.
Yes.
Okay, that's what Freddie says.
Freddie is now, how there's like at Mount Rushmore, there's like the 3 presidents and 1 president's off to the side.
Yeah.
Freddie's the one off to the side tilted, saying, I'm the king president of Amber Steel.
That's a bold claim. We'll let Wochuk come and try to reclaim his throne. Although I've heard that Wochuk has now been playing a lot of Amethyst Steel, and apparently he's the king of Blurple now. He says he's beating out JDRR and Hazed as well.
What?
Yeah, exactly.
Wochuk's not Wochuk is the king of everything, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I mean, if you ask Wochuk, that is the case, yes.
But no, right now it's Freddie. Freddie is the king. Freddie has proven time and again he's in the Invitational. Freddie made it to the Invitational. He won the Rockstar Stitch mat. This is now going to be Freddie's 3rd mat that he's gotten.
Correct.
From store championships.
Yes.
Freddie is on point with this deck. And what's going to happen when things change in another set in another 3 months?
I know rotation so that's going to be the trick. Can Freddie do this after rotation? Can these players succeed and find success when their deck is no longer the thing that they're used to, and that they have to switch it in very significant ways? That's one of the most exciting things about rotation that I cannot wait to see. Watching these players find new footing. Maybe it's with the same color pairing.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not.
Who knows what it's going to be?
Who knows?
I want to do an Ink Geyser deck. I don't care what's in there.
You and your darn Ink Geyser
I want to do Ink Geyser. I think it would be fun, but Ink Geyser doesn't seem to do very well, but it'll be fun to play it.
I think, I know Ink Geyser sucks. That's just what it is.
Not as much as some of the cards coming out in 8, like Beyond the Horizon, as we know.
Well, that depends on your definition of sucks. People are really swearing on that card, saying that card's going to be so good. I think it's overrated right now. I think this is one of those cards that we're going to overhype, and that you'll see some pop-offs, and you'll be like, oh, that one time it did that really cool thing. I mean, yeah, but it went 1-4. In that one game that it won, it did the thing. That's what I think. That's what I think. But that's me.
But you don't build around that. It just, if it comes up and you do the thing,
it's a 7 uninkable. It's a 7 uninkable song that sing together. You don't build around it, but it's kind of the point. Like, you don't put that in your deck unless you're making a statement about that.
If you want to do it on turn 3, if you hit it on turn 3. If you want to do it on turn 3,
you need 4. You can't play 2 and expect to do that on turn 3.
No. You're going to put 4 in that deck. But later on, against any of the purple decks who are drawing, you can get it off too.
Like, you can.
Let the purple player draw all their cards with their genies and whatever, and then you just boop, there you go. And you could do it on later turns as well. That's the cool thing about it, is you could do it at different points in the game. Obviously, turn 3 could be a knockout punch right away.
Yeah. Oh, Dreams, I see you in the chat. Yes, I was summoning you. Dreams, are you showing up next? Or will you be here next week? Are you going to be at the Reina Jafar event?
Yeah.
Or are we going to miss you, bud? Let us know. We want to know. Always a good time when you're here, bud.
There's more play mats. And I can tell you this: we're not going to let people cut them up here.
Oh no! Don't listen to him. You can do whatever you want, Dreams. You want to cut up the playmat? I'll hold it for you. Don't worry.
No.
I'll hold it. Yes, we'll hold it together. You cut them, and we'll do it together. Don't listen to this guy.
One
This
of
guy's
these
crazy.
special Jafar ones?
He can do it. It's his to do whatever he wants. If he wants to cut the playmat, cut the playmat. It's his.
Interesting.
Yeah. What are you going to do about it? That's a statement. Although I don't think he will. I don't think he will.
No.
Because the playmats are pretty sick.
They're
pretty sick.
They're going to be like the winner of the tournament next week is going to get a 1-of-1 exclusive playmat that there's one of in the world.
I know.
I would never cut that one up.
Well, I don't know. Well, you're not crazy like some people are, okay?
I know. Those people that cut their playmat into 8.
Yeah, I think that's cool. I like that. I like that they were doing that.
And they cut it into 4.
I think that was cool.
Didn't one, instead of cutting it into 4 quadrants, they cut it into 4 slices. I would have cut it into quadrants instead of slices.
Was your OCD triggered? Did it trip your OCD?
It did. I'm like, why are you cutting it all this way? Just do it like this.
Because they knew that it would upset you, and it was like, you know what? Jason Levine's going to be so upset when we cut this thing at diagonals.
What are you doing with a big long? What are you doing with a big long strip? Like a square is at least a square, and it could be a mouse pad. What is a big long strip?
I don't know. You can use it as a wristband. Maybe you
A
fashion it as a
wristband.
wristband.
Yes. So that how many people cut it up? I know I saw the strips.
It's fun.
And the
So
eighths.
what's interesting is I've only seen like 3 people cut it up. I feel like it's being talked about more than it's actually happening. If I'm being honest with you.
I know.
So
I
like
agree.
I think like 3 people have done it. I don't think it's been that many people. Young
I
is
know.
asking how many people were playing today. I believe the number it was in the
34.
30s. Yeah, 34.
34. And we actually had, let's see, how many people were 4 and 2 that didn't make it? Number 9, number 10, number 11. So we had 3 people that got just outside of the cut that were all 4 and 2 as well. And Skinner and Steph were numbers 10
Yep.
and 11.
Yep, Mike Skinner first to 20. My podcast partner in Voices from the Inkwell made 10th place. Love you, buddy. Sorry you didn't make it. You had your chance and you bombed.
Yeah.
Just kidding. I love you, buddy.
Yeah. So looking at that, it's like, it's rough. Whenever you get to that cut, the other day, I was the same thing. I ended up in 9th place in a tie, and you're like, what can you do?
Right.
It's tough because when you're playing, depending who drops out,
Sure.
the dropouts affect the people at the top, because if you beat one of the people who drops out, it really lowers your percentage.
Yeah.
But what can you do? If you beat someone down there, you just beat someone down there, and then when they drop out, when they're 0 and 2, you're like, oh well. They drop it out at 0 and 2. They go to other stores.
Jason, here's the thing. Nobody knows this stuff. You know what most people do? Here's what they do.
They win.
Well, that's the first. Okay, so there's 2 things they do. The first thing they do is they win. That's the first thing. I wasn't even counting that. The second thing they do is they'll play through their tournament, and because they don't know Melee math, they go like this. Please, Melee. Please, can I please not be bubble? Can I be above the bubble? That's what I do.
Everyone asked me because they know they know I'm usually doing all the stats, and they all ask me, they're like, is it worth us playing? I'm like, there's going to be either 1 or 2 3 and 2s that win and go 4 and 2 that will make it in. And the reason why there wasn't 2 is because one of the 3 1 and 1s was playing against Mike Senior, who was 3 and 2, and the 3 1 and 1 won to get the 4 and 1. But if Mike Senior won that, there would have been 2 4 and 2s that made it in. So it's there's always a chance to make it. I always say play out. Even if you don't know if you're going to make it, it's always worth playing. Plus, it's fun to play. So why stop playing? I don't think I have a chance. Play because it's fun. Play because what do we say? Iron sharpens iron, and the more you play, the better you get.
Iron sharpens iron. That's true. I do believe that. I think one of the reasons why people do drop out of tournaments maybe earlier than they should, for many people, I would imagine, I've heard people talk about it. They describe it like a job. They kind of talk about like the hours per prize. And is it worth it? And should I do this or should I do that? The other factor is too, and that actually was true here, for people that lost out earlier, there was a second set champs, which, by the way, I want to acknowledge. For those of you watching, I recognize that we live in a large city that has the ability to have multiple set champs.
Day.
There are many cities out there, some of you that are watching, that are like, wait, you get 2 in the same day? And much less like 2 in the same month? So first of all, yes, we are extremely privileged, and I want to say that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. However, we had a second set championship that was happening a few hours later. So for many people, they're like, do I stay? Because X2 might have made it in, to your point.
X2 could have made it in.
Or do I try fresh? Do it because I either now have to win out completely in this tournament the rest of the way, or I run away and go to another location to potentially do it. So there's a lot of things you got to balance. You
Never
know?
run away. Never go mat hunting. Never go championship hunting.
What are you
If
talking
you're in a
about?
tournament, play the tournament out.
No, you listen. Get the stuff you got to get. If you got to leave, and do what you got to do to win the thing. Okay, if you got to go somewhere, go. I'm all about freedom, man. Do what you want, and I don't even like freedom gaming. I'm all about freedom. I don't even like those guys. Those guys are jerks.
I'm the opposite. I'm all about, you're here with your friends. Like, these aren't just people you play against. Like, over the last 2 years, everyone's made a lot of friends here, and you're with your friends. So hang out, root them on. Someone said the other day in our chat and Jason stayed in rooting on when I rooted on Freddie. I stayed till the end. I mean,
My boy.
again,
My boy.
I ended up in the cut where I couldn't make it because of tiebreakers, but
you're in the slush.
I stayed. I stayed through the rounds. You're there. You're rooting on your friends, and just as much as there's competitiveness, there's camaraderie.
You know who's not friends right now? Monty and Freddie. Monty, I think Monty wants to kill Freddie right now. So that's so much for friends. Okay, we just witnessed what I used to see growing up on Monopoly. Like when I was playing Monopoly as a kid, just like we're done with this game. This flip. Like we got a bona fide table flip on an SSG stream. That was fantastic.
That was I'm tossing my cards.
That was so good.
That was I'm tossing my cards at you. I can't do it.
You've played a lot of board games.
How
many times have you seen a proper board like a table flip because of a bad?
Realistically, never.
Really? Not even once.
So.
Not even once?
No, in real life, no one does that, because if they ever really did it in real life,
we gotta play board games. I do it all the time.
They'd be banned from our group. We'd be like, "What is wrong with you? We have to clean this thing up. What are you doing?"
That's true.
Like, cleaning up a deck of cards is one thing. Cleaning up a board game with 1,000 little wooden pieces.
Oh man, like
it's
little
a nightmare.
maples everywhere.
But
imagine if it's like a worker placement game and you're like, wow.
Yeah, but
let's play viticulture. Flip.
Exactly, and also you're like, the cards you got to resort, the pieces you got to resort, everything you got to resort, and it's a nightmare. Like
for you, I'm gonna drive away with a something in my hand, like a libation in my hand.
And Gabe wouldn't be invited back to board game night.
Clearly,
that way.
no, I'm kidding. I would never do that. I'm kidding.
If you do you know Tantrum Con?
I've never heard of that in my life.
So Tantrum House, they do videos also. They're obviously smaller than us at the Dice Tower, but Tantrum House, they do videos, board game videos, and they run a convention called Tantrum Con.
Okay.
And they actually have what's called the Flip the Table contest.
I like this
And
contest.
they set up tables with stuff, and then people have to come and flip it.
I'm so in.
And then you get voted on how well you messed everything up when you flip the table.
I found my calling.
Tantrum Con, the flip the table contest. It's a real thing.
What? Flip the table contest.
Yes.
I'm so in.
Tom went out there and he like lifted it and threw the table in the air, and the table flipped over like 3 times, went boop. Yes. Look it up. Tantrum Con.
No, I think
flip the table.
I think they're talking about in the stream. Monty.
Oh yes.
Monty did basically everything up to flip the table. If you go back and watch Monty and Freddie's match, you will see the most eloquent
table flip
concession I've ever seen in my life.
Yes, it was just cards started spilling across the table. Just cards went flying.
Cards went flying. Headsets went flying. Yeah, it was something. You missed it, Scoops. You missed it.
It's fun when you know that someone's not doing it seriously and that they're not actually mad.
Yeah,
then it's fun.
It was good,
and that's what's nice, knowing that like everyone here is such a tight knit group and everyone's so friendly with each other.
Yeah,
I mean. What is friendly? We're all friendly with each other.
Yeah, the Illuminati is all friendly.
So with each other. We're all friendly with each other, which is a good thing, because if you're not friendly with each other, then you.
Yeah, what's the point, right? Like, why hang out? Why waste your time?
Why waste your time? But when you're just hanging out with friends, and this is, I love coming here because I love hanging out with everyone. I love the time we get to spend together. It's so great, and community is the most important thing. Whenever you're doing any of this, community is the most important thing. I truly believe.
So, Army, you're asking what we are not at the end yet. We just finished, or we're finishing up the top 8 matches.
I could tell you
the match that we just streamed was Ruby Amber Mufasa with Monty versus Freddie's Amber Steel Song deck, and we saw Amber Steel make it into the top 4. So we're just waiting on a couple more matches.
Three
We know
more.
that. So Alex Blair lost his game. We saw him on stream a little bit.
Yes.
We're waiting on Hector Harris, who is up against Hicksroy, we're waiting for that to be reported. And we've got Scott versus Ray, being another member of SSG. We got to get Ray on stream, by the way.
We did have Ray the very first match today.
Oh, nice.
Oh, no, the third match today. And Ray dominated his match.
Good.
Ray played against a purple player who did not ramp very well.
Ooh.
And Ray just dominated.
That's if you play Sapphire to cheat out Ink. If you don't cheat out Ink, then you're probably going to lose your game.
Yeah, and Ray.
Good.
And
I was playing and losing, so I didn't get to see that one. Sorry.
Yeah, no. Ray was here earlier, and Ray did very well. Ray represented SSG very well.
Good job, Ray.
Not only with his play, but also with his play mats. He didn't tell me all the secrets, but there's going to be a hand-drawn Jafar mat.
I know. Yes, I've actually seen the sneak peek.
Have you? I haven't seen it yet.
I have. I haven't seen the whole thing. He showed me like a very narrow part of the mat, like as like a teaser, as he showed me, and he's like, "You're gonna love this." And I said, "Great," because I'm not playing in it, and darn you, because I want to win the darn thing.
Well, he told me that one day he said he's gonna make me a cool dice tower mat. So
that's cool.
I'm gonna have a cool dice tower mat with. I like the little sections on my mat. I have the sections, so I know. So I don't do what Freddie did, because I can see these are the ones that are dry. These are the ones that are wet, and this is my ink. And I like having the sections.
I started doing that, by the way. I found myself making that mistake more and more, and I'm like, so like naturally now, I keep my dry characters up top. My freshly created characters go underneath my dry characters. Yeah. And then when I say go, I shift them up to the dry.
That's why having that playmat is very useful.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Ravensburger hasn't made a mat like that yet.
I know Cool Stuff has made mats like that, and people like
Cool Stuff. That's the mat I have.
Yeah, if you shop around, I'm sure like the stores that make the mats, they've done them. I've seen them done. It's just what's your point?
I've seen the special ones like that.
Yeah.
That the Star Wars one where like Mickey Mouse is Darth Vader. No. Yeah. Donald Duck is Darth Vader and Mickey Mouse is Luke. Or Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
That one you can get it with it, but it's interesting because like. Star Wars Unlimited, the Asmodee has put out, or Fantasy Flight, or I guess both, they're the same company.
Yeah.
They do mats that have just artwork, and they do mats that have the zones as well. So they do both mats.
I think the issue with the zones, and it's a personal choice. I think the issue with the zone and why you probably don't see it from like Ravensburger directly is because of locations. I think locations mix things up.
True, but on the Gateway kit, they had a map with the zones.
Did it?
Yeah, the Gateway comes with the hard board, the hard cardboard board.
Okay.
It's not a neoprene, but it's the hard board, and it has the zones, the Gateway map. So they do have boards or play maps.
So they've recognized that there's a need for a wet and a dry area.
Yes, they just haven't done it on any of the neoprenes yet, which would be nice if they did a neoprene that had that. And you could, obviously, if you're doing the zones, you could design your artwork into the zones. Like, it doesn't have to be one full artwork that the zones are just pasted over.
Sure.
That's how the Star Wars one is. But it could be designed where in each zone there's like, I would make the first zone where they're like, all the characters are dry or they're doing something dry. And then the second zone have them have paintbrushes, so they're like painting in the artwork. And then at the bottom in the inkwell, you could do something. Or if you think about Disney cruises, have you been on a Disney cruise ever?
Oh, no. I want to, but they're so expensive. They're so expensive. I need a GoFundMe so I can take my kid on a Disney cruise. GoFundMe, everybody.
Yes, go fund Gabe for a Disney cruise. But on Disney Cruise, they have this one restaurant. It's called the Animations Palette.
Okay.
And at the beginning of the day, everything is black and white. They have like pencil drawings of the characters. The waiters are wearing these pencil drawing vests.
That's
and then
cool.
As you go through the meal, as you get through the appetizers and then get to the main course, the art on the wall starts coloring in.
That's kind of
sick.
And
then as you get towards the end of the meal, like after the main course, before dessert, by then all of the paintings are colored and they have vests that are two ways. So they flip the vest and the vest is all colored too.
That's cool.
And then, of course, the Sorcerer Mickey comes out and they do a whole show too for dessert, but it's just the changing. So I think a really cool idea would be the wet ones would be in black and white and just sketches, and the ink one, the dry ones would be in color. So you have like showing this is your black and white not done yet. This is your color done, and it would be a cool way to do a play mat. Ravensburger, if you're watching this, that would be
Ravensburger.
Ravensburger. The funny thing is, I deal with them all the time.
I know.
With the Dice Tower, but if you're watching this, I think that would be really cool. Like black and white color, and have the mat change as you go, and have your zones in a way. And there's some really artistic ways you could do it where it wouldn't just be boring. It wouldn't just be these big squares over the stuff. It could be done very artistically and cool, especially with all the artists they have. They have some really good artists on this whole project.
Yeah, I love a good artist. I love art. You know who else loves art is Wochuck. Wochuck loves lore and art on his cards. He says it's the most important part of the cards.
Yes, I like art. I mean,
I'm joking, by the way. Wochuck hates it.
Does he?
He says it prevents people from seeing the reality of what's going on, which is that they need to make sure that they're getting stuff out. He says it gets in the way. Yeah, so I'm just trolling Wochuck right now.
I love it. Wochuck, if you don't like art, then you have bad taste.
Thank you.
That's.
I'm glad somebody said it. Somebody has the balls to say it. Thank you.
I do. I wouldn't say that word, but
yeah, whatever.
I wouldn't say that right.
It's after dark. It's after.
This is SSG after dark.
Yeah, we're approaching the 8:00 hour. We are entitled to one, word that is not even that bad of a word.
Yeah. So SSG after dark. I don't mind saying that Wochuck, like, you need to like art. Art is napkins that are black and white, colors in your spilled drink or food scraps.
And with your spilled drink and food scraps. Color is in with your spilled drink and food scraps. I don't know. I missed that.
Oh, the napkins are black and white. You color it in with your spilled drink and food scraps. So
that's not bad.
So we're gonna have a party. We're gonna have a painting party. Is this what we're gonna do? We're gonna do like watercoloring next.
Yeah, it's a food fight. Just like in Shimmering Skies, it was themed around a food fight.
It was themed around a food fight.
Yeah, and a party, and you had the Mickey the food defender.
Yes, and
we love it.
Yeah, so maybe we're gonna come up with ideas for mats. We're gonna come up with ideas for how they need to devise stuff. Like, stop just using the art from the cards and come up with something cool for a mat. Make a mat that's unique and cool for everyone that has zones. A zone mat. That's the challenge. Who could come up with a cool zone match? Are we watching Ray versus Hector? Is that who's playing?
Oh, are we?
I don't know. Let me look at the semifinals. Hector versus Ray or Ray versus Hector.
Yeah, we gotta do it. Yeah, we gotta do Hector and Ray.
I hope we're watching that. We think we're gonna be watching it.
Yeah, we gotta do it.
Hector and Ray. I'm assuming we're gonna get Hector and Ray because we just had Freddie on, and we might get to see Freddie play again after this, but.
Yeah, so we may get 2 SSG players on stream. We'll find out. We're going to see who's going to be on stream in just a moment. They're kind of working through what's happening here, so we'll give it just a moment.
Yeah, and this is pretty good because, except for Alex, everyone who was on the play first won. All 3 of the players who were on the play won in that round. Alex is the only one who lost, but Alex was the 4-5 seed. Right. So you have the 3 people who haven't lost a game, which is Freddie and Hector and Ray, and 2 of the 3 are. And 2 of the 3, no. If we have a party, I'm not DJing. Nassif is DJing.
Yes, Chaotic Beats. Shout out to Chaotic Beats.
Shout out to Chaotic Beats. Nassif would be the only person who.
Here we wait. What's going on here? Are we getting Freddie again?
I think we're getting Freddie again. Okay. Oh, Freddie wants to show off the mat.
There you go. So we and as we said before,
Freddie and Matthew.
All 4 places, the top 4 are getting playmats. SSG did decide to go out and pick up some playmats to ensure that everybody in the top 4, not just the first play, not just number 1, will get a champion playmat. An awesome thing. Again, more special moments here at SSG. You only get that here at SSG, and nowhere else. Exactly. As they ultimately decide. I think it's going to be Freddie versus Red Shorts from Inkcasters, I believe.
Yes.
All right, so that's what we're deciding to do.
Which Matthew is the 5 seed. Matthew is not the 8 seed; he's the 5 seed.
Okay.
So hopefully we'll get that updated
because Monty was 8 seed, and I think that's just a carryover from when Monty was there.
That is. So Matthew is actually the 5 seed, and it's actually the semifinals.
Well, in either case, what's important is
I
that
wish I still had my any desk on because I would change it right
what's
here.
important is that Matthew is the seed lower than Freddie. It doesn't whether it's 8, 5, 7, or 2. It don't matter.
Yes.
What matters here is that Freddie's going to get to go first with a Steel Song deck going into. Oh yeah, that's a good question. I'm not 100% on that one.
What's up?
Not much.
Matthew's the 5 seed. and
Oh, I
it's
need
the
to change
semis.
them. Yeah.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
There were some people. I don't know. It's maybe too late. Hector and
They were
Ray,
asking about
some people were
Hector
asking
and-
about that.
Yeah, they were like that. What? But they're playing.
Just to see if it was possible to see them play, but
Oh no.
yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so that's fine. Matthew hasn't had a chance to be on stream either, and so we're okay with that. I think it'll give a chance to see it. Now, Freddie, of course, we've already seen. We know what he's working with. Matthew, it's interesting because. Oh wait, let's hold on. The door's open. I don't want them to hear me as I talk about their decks.
Let me close the door and have them put their headsets on.
Yeah, good call. Good call. We are going to find out, George. I'm not 100%.
You don't hear us.
I'm 100. So I'm not 100%. Now, here's the beauty of being at one set shy of a full rotation cycle is that you have multiple variants of every deck, every color combination. So
Yes.
could it be Kita Under the Sea? Could it be Churn of Dogs? We are going to find out together.
I know. We don't know which it is, but he's opening up his map.
Oh, yeah, let's
See,
go.
this is what we talked about.
We're opening up the mat.
The cool thing is that
Oh,
there's enough mats for everyone.
there you go.
Now, how many other places do this? They went out and bought mats. By the way, the stores who sold these mats, you guys should be giving them out.
The store didn't sell it.
They bought them from people who wanted to sell them.
Hector got it from people who
Got it.
who won.
Because I've heard of some stores that pretended they never got the kits and sold them.
Yeah.
And
No, that's not where these were
That's
purchased
just
from.
awful.
Yeah, no, that's not where these were purchased.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
But those stores who do that, awful.
Okay. Do me a favor. The mats are like way off kilter. Sorry. Yeah, so we're gonna make sure that the mats are viewable. Yeah, Hector had the same idea. Oh, okay. We are arranging the
The table is tilted. Now it's straight again.
It's better. It's better. Yeah, it's certainly better.
Let's see. I see Lucifer. I saw Lucifer in there.
Oh, then that's exactly. Then you know. Oh, yep. There's your answer. It is Under the Sea. It looks like it's an Under the Sea Kita build.
Yeah.
Yes, Scoops. These are responsibly sourced mats. They were captured. They were fed organically.
Yeah.
they were cage free. They're
Yes.
cage free mats for sure.
You heard about yesterday. People showed up to a store here, and we're not going to name the store, but they showed up to a store, and then the store said, "We didn't receive."
Better. I've seen better, but it's okay.
Yeah, it looks good. And they didn't. They said that they didn't receive their stuff, and then just canceled the tournament.
Huh?
5, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, Matt is 5th seed.
So it's
Hector won.
Okay. All right, and so we're as we're watching this mulligan, this altar, we are going to figure that out. All right, and as we see, so we are going to get to witness. This is not Churn of Dogs. If this will
is
be
not Churn of Dogs.
Yeah.
And Freddie, well, there's the Bare Necessities.
Ooh.
That says it all. And Freddie has his Cinderella, which he can't cast a spell on the Hidden Cove. So I'm guessing that he's going to drop the. Freddie's going to race. Freddie looks like he's going to race now. He's like, fine, you play your Hidden Cove. You won't get your Diablo out till turn 3. I'm okay with that. And when you get your Diablo out, I can hit it with a strength at that point.
Exactly, and even if not, even if the race isn't going to be effective, to your point, that Cinderella presents a big problem for Matthew. If we do get that Diablo out, it's just easily dealt with here.
Yes.
Matthew's going to have to dance around it by moving it into the Cove immediately. So opting to play a Sir Hiss, an evasive 3 strength, 1 health character. Love that Sir Hiss.
Yes.
Normally a mainstay in older versions of the Emerald Amethyst tempo builds. Seeing it here, we do love to see it. It's an evasive. Evasives are good.
Evasives are great because Freddie has nothing that can stop it other than spells.
Yeah.
Freddie has nothing to stop it other than spells.
They're called songs.
Songs. I know that. And here he goes drawing for a song. Let's see what he gets. I see.
Ooh, and that's a whiff.
It's a whiff.
That's a whiff, yeah. And of course, Freddie's got to pretend like it's not a whiff, and be like, "Well, let me just arrange this. I don't want this. If there's a wheel in here, and I already have a wheel in my hand. That's what I do. I pretend like I have the wheel in my hand, and I saw another wheel, and I don't want that. So it's a choice. It's totally a choice.
Does he have any songs?
He does have Zeus.
He has a Zeus, so he can Zeus to Sir Hiss.
After the next turn, after the aerial is no longer because she's freshly.
Well, he could use Cinderella
created.
for the Zeus.
Yeah. Now what we're seeing here, it looks like a little bit of a thinking moment here. Freddie's doing some math, doing some quick maths.
He's deciding if he wants to do it now or wait.
Opting to, or are we giving up this Smee to the Sir Hiss? Is that what we're doing? We're choosing to quest for 2.
Questing for 2.
Sacrificing that Mr. Smee to the Sir Hiss.
And
potentially
holding it off because he feels like a Diablo is coming.
Yes.
Yes, you're right. You're right. It is too expensive for Cindy because Cindy only can sing 3 and it's a 4. So yes, he's holding off because he can't do it yet. What is?
That is the card. Oh, wait, hold on. Which one? Which one? That's the one that is. Is that Hakuna Matata? Is that what I'm looking at? Or no, Be Our Guest. It's Be Our Guest. It's Be Our Guest.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Be Our Guest is being played here. I love that. I love to see songs that we don't normally get to see. And it's a good one when Freddie has to read the card.
Yes.
Be Our Guest, of course, allows you to dig a little bit to find some characters. And we found an aerial. We found an aerial with it. That's a big deal.
So now you can play.
He's inking
the aerial.
Okay.
He's not playing the aerial. He's inking the aerial.
To play an aerial. That's why.
Okay.
That's why. We have Jason. We got this, bro. We got this. We have more of them.
And
it's
now
fine.
He's got a choice of which song. I see Sudden Chill.
Okay. All right.
I see a Sudden Chill. I see a Bruno.
Yep, Bruno.
He's taking the Bruno because he can sing it next turn with aerial.
Absolutely can. That is a scary proposition, as we see.
But of course, he doesn't know that the Zeus is there just waiting to kill the aerial.
Right.
So he won't be singing it next turn, even though he thinks he'll be singing it next turn.
Fair enough. Yeah. And that's one of the key things about this game is that oftentimes you're making decisions that you don't fully know all the way through. You have parts of that information, you get little bits and pieces, and that's really the story of this game. Like understanding that this is the story that we're threading through. We get the benefit.
Zeus on the aerial.
There's
the Pete. Interesting that he didn't wait for the Pete. Because he saw the Bruno, he didn't wait for the Pete to turn. He decided to do the Pete now instead of waiting a turn.
Yeah, I mean that may present the ability for Freddie to kind of race a little bit, prevent a song from coming out and blasting a character. Gives him the ability to sneak out some lore. It forces Matthew into a position where if he wants to deal with what's on the board, he has to sacrifice that Sir Hiss. He has to. There's just no two ways about it. So the only thing that can deal with the board right now, until next turn after we are no longer under the rule of Pete, is the loss of Sir Hiss.
Yes. And which one does he take out? The aerial just because it's the singer 5?
When you're playing against Steel Song, if you're choosing anything other than the highest cost singer, you are making a mistake.
So you're taking out the aerial, and then he's going to get another Smee quest. So he's going to quest up to 10 if he wants to. What do we have here? We have
Diablo. So we're going to get to see the hand. So no more guessing. We're going to see that there is a Rapunzel sitting in hand.
Lawrence and Rapunzel.
So now you kind of have to take care of that Smee. That Smee represents 2 card draw.
I know.
And Matthew knows it, which stinks. It's either you either give Freddie 2 more cards or you let Freddie sing songs if we can keep top decking them.
Exactly.
So this is a rough spot. Matthew's kind of debating what's the right call here. Matthew not loving the spots that he is in, but having to do what he can where he's at right now. All right, and we see
he's thinking about playing the other Diablo now. He has that in hand.
Yeah, it presents more options. It forces Freddie to decide to use things that he may not want to use.
Because he has the Diablo. Yep, here it comes.
There it is. That is the devoted herald. Diablo.
Now I would take out the Smee, knowing that there's a Rapunzel.
Yep. Well, it sounds like Matthew agrees with you.
Yeah, but of course, if Freddie draws a song here, it could change everything very quickly for Matthew.
And it's a Smee.
It's a Smee.
We got Smee, Lawrence, Rapunzel in hand. And so Freddie is going to have to put together a plan with a bunch of bodies, a bunch of characters here. Freddie thinking through. Yeah. We're in the tank right now. What's the right play? Do we not ink? Do we play that Lawrence? Do we ink? Do we put ourselves in a bad spot here? There's a lot of choices that Freddie has to make, even though he only has 3 cards in hand.
Mm.
And you see Matthew on the other side over there. He's got Kita. He's got, I believe that's a Bruno, and he's got the Under the Sea. He's got the Under the Sea as well.
Yes.
So of course, Freddy needs to figure out how to avoid losing too many characters to that Under the Sea. But Kita does not care about that. If Matthew can get eight costs worth of characters down, we play that Kita. We turn those those sideways,
and you sing the Under the Sea.
And every character on this table disappears under the sea.
Yeah. The only thing is, right now, he can't get the 8. He's got 4 there.
Correct. Now that is true, and so we need to figure out that puzzle. That's the puzzle that Matthew's trying to figure out here. How do I get characters down? How do I use them effectively? Do I let Freddy turn things sideways one more turn until I get myself situated correctly? There's a lot here, and we see that Freddy is opting that cove is a problem. He wants to deal with the cove.
So he's using Pete on the cove. Is he going to use something else on the cove? Is he going to do Cindy on the cove? Is he going to... He didn't. He left the cove sitting there.
Yeah, he doesn't want to risk losing his singers, it seems.
Yeah.
And you know what? I don't blame him.
He really can't.
Singers are the highest commodity.
He really can't here. Like, if he did that, the most he's taking is 3 damage. And if those Diablos run into Ariel, they're dying. If they run into Cindy, they're only doing up to 3 damage.
Potentially, yeah. I mean,
I think he would have been fine.
Maybe. And so
there is the Kita.
Yep. And so we see that the Kita is at the table. It will reduce the cost of all of the characters' strengths. And Matthew choosing to quest with that with his Diablo, gets him a card draw, starts to activate that card draw. But we now have characters on the board. We can afford to turn them sideways and sing that Under the Sea as Freddy is sending cards into the Inkwell. Freddy deciding to play Robin Hood. All right.
So if he has another Kita, which I can't see. All
right. So that cove is finally done for. We do know that Matthew is sitting with Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno in hand.
Yeah.
Can't wait to. I need to see more of that hand. We'll learn more as we see it.
And
that was a quick flash. So we know he's got Bruno. We know he's got Under the Sea. There's one more card in there that I'm not 100% on. But we're watching. Whoa, that was so quick, Matthew. You're playing games with us. We love it.
I know, Matthew. Flip your hand one more time. Now let's see.
Oh yeah, people are calling out that Pete should probably have 0 attack at this point because of the Kita. The Kita.
That is true.
Oh goodness.
Do we tell them before?
Yeah, just let them know because the Pete.
Let them know before they continue.
Yeah, before. Yeah. There you go. They're fixing it. There you go. Look at that.
Now we're gonna see if Freddy wants to quest or something instead.
Well, they did advance ahead. We're gonna see. So Justin, who's our TO, is ultimately making a decision here, and I think the players are gonna talk over what they're okay with and what they accept. So
yeah, I think they're reversing. They're putting Diablo back sideways.
So yeah, they're working amongst themselves. Good. All right. Cool. All right. Yeah. So ultimately, just deciding to not use the Pete.
And there's a Bruno on Ariel.
There you go.
Freddy is out of cards and drawing blind.
Yeah, that's not a good spot for Steel Song. He needs to get something that'll deal with problems. The one thing that could sing that whole new world, of course, is gone and is now going to be forced into a position where if he does see a whole new world, he's going to have to hard cast that. Not a great spot. He does have some singers though. If he does cast that whole new world, singers that can deal with the board potentially. But yes, we have some fans of Incaster. Mai, how's it going? Yes, Matthew, Red Shorts is working through this, and boy, oh boy, has been working difficult. All right.
But Matthew can't race either because
Bruno Ariel over Robin. Yeah, that I mean, Wojciech, you're not those are interesting choices that we have to make here, of course.
Well, now Lawrence is.
Yeah. All right, and as we see here, This board state is okay. So Ariel for Matthew on Ariel's side, on Matthew's side, we see the Ariel. We do see that there is a song too, in fact, titled "The Bare Necessities."
Yes.
You know,
Freddie has nothing in hand.
Right.
So.
Currently has nothing in hand. This presents a free ink potentially. Might be used later on if necessary.
And there with the Under the Sea.
Yep. Yep. Under the Sea has been cast. So Freddie has both no hand and no board.
And back to a Lawrence.
Yep. All right. So what we're seeing here is we're singing again. This is not good. Yeah, Freddie is in a bad spot.
Yes.
Freddie not taking advantage of his first seed position as Matthew is collecting more tempo. We are seeing
and
5 characters.
Drawing, every time Freddie draws, Matthew's drawing.
Yep.
With that Diablo.
This is definitely a problem. This is a problem. Freddie is in hot water.
He got the Storm, which allows him to. And it looks like a Smee came out after the Storm.
That's correct.
But he at least removed the drawing power of Matthew. Now, what else Matthew has, who knows? He's almost out of Bruno's. He used a bunch of them. So
the problem is, though, is that Matthew is just fully. He's got a full grip. He's got a full grip in his hand. He's got a full board. There's another Kita. This is tough.
Another Under the Sea.
And there is another Under the Sea. Yes, just completely dominating this board state as we then continue to quest.
And there's questing.
Yeah.
Now he can quest for a lot.
Yeah.
Turn.
Matthew
He can quest for 5, 6, 7 a turn. He can go out in 2 turns if Freddie has nothing.
Absolutely. Yeah. Matthew is in the dominating position as we hard sing The Whole New World.
Hard singing it. Had to.
Yeah. I mean, no other choice here. It's that or sit. You know, we had Matthew sitting with a full hand. Freddie is now tied in hand size. Yep. And we're taking a look here. All right. So Freddie, what do you got, man? What can you do with this? This is not a great spot for you, brother. What can you do?
The thing is, I see another Under the Sea.
Hey, that's what happens when you play A Whole New World.
Yep.
You give people more cards. This is the thing. That's the danger in using it. But yes, there is another one just waiting to be used. But
and how does Freddie deal with this whole board?
I don't think you do. I think the way you deal with it is the way Monty dealt with the last game. You throw your cards at Matthew and say, "Let's go to game 2." Matthew is turning those characters sideways. Just so much lore on the table, multiple singers to deal with problems, full grip of 7 cards, including the Under the Sea. Doesn't even need to use Kita. The characters that we put down.
But there is another Kita. Look, there's a Kita too.
There is. So yeah, doesn't even need it though. Doesn't need it. He could save it for later because both characters on Freddie's side of the table are already hitting the threshold for that Under the Sea to work.
Yes.
We do see Cricky hitting the table. At this point, what Matthew is telling us is, this game is mine. I'm just turning sideways until you say I quit.
Yeah.
And we're just turning sideways again. We go all the way up to 12.
12.
13,
and
14,
it looks
15,
like he's
16,
got it. He's got it on board.
We have way more than Lorthwell on the
with
table.
Cricket's on board. So yeah, they're
way more than Lorthwell.
Freddie conceded game 1.
Yep, absolutely. As we go into game 2, that was rough.
That was a rough spot for Freddie. I've seen him pull out wins from the draw before, and not just from the play.
Yeah.
But he's first got to win from the play here. He's going to go on the play again.
Yeah.
But it's looking hard for Freddie. He got outdrawn in that one. He didn't have the answers and got outdrawn.
Yeah.
That first aerial not hitting a song is where he got hurt. I really believe the first aerial not hitting a song and whiffing on that first aerial is what put him behind in the first game. And
the issue is, though, here's the thing. The problem is that became his only out. His hand, like I would argue, his hand was not in a good spot to begin with. You try to get to an aerial to a Rapunzel to try to get some draw for yourself. Being put into that position in the first place was already tough. Mm-hmm. Where the only out you have is I'm going to aerial. I'm going to look at the top 4 cards of my deck. And I'm sorry, but anybody who's played aerial knows the whiff rate on that thing pretty high.
It depends. I don't think it's as high as you think. It's just if you whiff, it's bad.
I wish it was lower.
Well, you just started playing that deck. So
tell me. Well, then my numbers are skewed, and I hate it.
Your numbers are skewed,
and I hate it
because most of the time you're going to hit at least 1. When you hit when you hit like 3 whole new worlds at the same time in it, it's awful. But you should only hit one, maybe 2 songs.
Mother of mercy.
And of course, Matthew getting all those draws. Once he got that Diablo out and getting all those draws, then he could just Kita, and took control of this game. Matthew took control very quickly. I see us saving a Kita. No, not saving a Kita. Throwing back the Kita. Saving 2 cards. What is Freddie saving? Freddie is saving.
It looks like Freddie is.
4.
You see?
I saw Storm. I saw Cindy.
We see Troubadour.
Yeah. Freddie's got a much better start than he did last time. Now it's a question of what other 3 did he get, and will it help him?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We do have a pretty solid starting line for Freddie. Freddie is going to get to go first again. Not that really mattered for him last game, unfortunately. So he's going to have to guard. Now he has to figure out doing the crazy 2-0, which is he's going to get a chance to go first again. He needs to win that one. And now he needs to figure out a way to steal a game from Matthew, who's already stolen a game on the draw from him.
Yes.
It's a really tough climb.
It's not. This game isn't going to be as important as that 30. Oh, I see a strength also. Freddie's got a lot of firepower to start.
Oh, all right.
Inking the Troubadour.
That is tough. Did we draw a second one? Did we draw? I don't. Oh, yeah, we did. We did. Okay. I was worried there. I thought we inked away the only Troubadour for a second. We did keep one. All right, so that'll at least present itself as a second turn play. Justin, we did use Dreamborn to load up the deck list. So once this event is done, we will make sure to publish the event, and it'll show up on Inkdex.
Correct.
It'll show up on Inkdex.
Yes, they always do. So yeah, it's it's nice that
as Ursula hits the table, and of course nothing but net. There's Matthew threw the stone, and there was glass everywhere to hit.
Which one is he going to pull out? Is he going to pull out the extra draw, or is he going to pull out the strength?
Oh, that's tough.
The strength is more powerful, but the extra draw is so good.
The strength also presents a potential additional ink if Freddie needs it. So yeah, but deciding that the draw is the thing we don't want Freddie to have.
I don't know if that was the right move. We'll see what happens. What did Freddie get after that?
It looks like a Pete, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that was it's a Pete.
It's a Pete.
Yeah, so Pete is a big deal in this matchup as well.
Pete is clearly the play because if he,
I'd wait a turn 3 going into 4 to prevent the You've Forgotten Me.
Yes.
Like if we do it now, that's going into Matthew's 3rd turn. Like maybe he gets off a sudden chill.
Sudden chill song. Yeah. But he can knock out Ursula here with the strength.
He could. Potentially he could, yes.
If he doesn't care about the draw right now, he can knock out Ursula with the strength. I guess it depends what he wants to do. Because the Storm is not inkable, but it's something. What's he inking? He is inking.
Oh, he decided to ink the Pete.
What is he playing?
He's playing the Lawrence.
He's going for.
He wants to just control the board as much as he can.
He's going for control for now.
Yeah.
Because why not? This game has a better start.
Here's the thing: if you don't have a hand, then you don't have to worry about You've Forgotten Me, and that's what Freddie is kind of at right now.
And there's an aerial. What's he gonna take as a song?
Oof! It looks like a sudden chill.
Yes, it's a sudden chill. The thing is, sudden chill is not going to be very effective now, until Freddie sings "Whole New World," which
he just drew. He just drew a whole new world. That stings. That stinks.
No, because here's the thing.
It's going to be the only card in his hand going into a turn where there's not a Pete.
No, because what is that card that he has? What's the other card there?
It is, I believe, is it a Lawrence? I got to double check that. No, it was a Gaston. Oh, the Gaston. Yeah, no. If Matthew correctly deduces that he needs to get rid of that card, he either plays. He can sudden chill that thing away, and that wheel is gone.
Yes.
So I do not believe this wheel is long for this world.
I don't think so either, because I think that Ariel will sing the sudden chill.
Yes. Well, either way, I think the sudden chill comes out, whether sung, hardcast, or otherwise. But I guess we'll find that out momentarily. There's the sudden chill. And there you go. We reveal the wheel, and Matthew correctly identifying it as we hear him make a loud gasping noise out there.
Yes. Now, with these two, what's he going to play? Because he needs to play more stuff. He can do a Bruno. I think I see a Bruno there, so he can sing the Bruno. But when he sings the Bruno, he's losing.
Ooh, Painting the Roses. He's choosing two characters, give him negative, I believe it's negative one strength each.
Yeah.
But it also lets him draw a card, which is pretty cool.
Yes. I don't know if that was the right play there.
Better than not using
it was
the ink.
just to draw the card.
Correct.
Now, of course, if Freddie gets the whole new world here, it doesn't matter.
He would have to top deck
He'd
it
have
twice.
to top deck it, yes, which he could. What's being some the Bruno to put back something.
Yep, and therefore making the whole new world unable to be sung as he gets rid of that Gaston.
And what did Freddie get? Freddie tilted it quickly. Is it another whole new world? I don't know. But Freddie is not inking it. He's not doing anything with it.
Freddie choosing to attack or to challenge rather the aerial with that Troubadour.
And Freddie didn't play anything.
Freddie might not be able to. It might be too expensive. He's only got 3 ink.
I know. It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he is certainly in a bad spot. You're going up against a discard deck. There's a sudden chill looming in that hand. This is not a great spot as we ink the bare necessities, playing the Kita, and then saying go. So Kita now, of course, is a 2-quester on the board. Kita is a strong character, allows to be a lot of songs to be sung if necessary.
I know I see a sudden chill in there. I can't tell if he has another Bruno, but I do see a sudden chill in there.
Yes, absolutely.
Matthew needs to slow down his shuffling so we can see. Oh, Zeus.
There you go. That's an answer. That is an answer.
That was what he was holding.
Yeah, that is a strong answer that puts Matthew back on the back foot, as Matthew is got to consider what we do next.
So here we go.
There's Ariel.
There's Ariel. What's he digging for this time?
We see. Ooh, was there no song? There is a song. It's Bruno.
Bruno. So Freddie knows he's going to lose something next turn.
Yep.
The question is.
All right.
So sudden chill.
Oh, the second wheel. He had a second wheel in hand. Oh my goodness.
That could be.
Well,
that could be the difference.
Show me another one, says Matthew. Matthew asks Freddie to show me another one.
He had a Zeus and a wheel.
Oh, goodness. As we play the Lilo Escape Artist.
Yes.
And Freddie's saying, I'm just going to go sideways.
Yeah. Freddie has to.
We know Bruno's
that's
coming.
15. Freddie is showing game on board.
Correct.
Bruno's going to come probably on the Lawrence.
And at this point, yeah, I mean, you just need to turn sideways.
Bruno's going to come on the Lawrence.
Bruno's going to do what?
Bruno's going to be on the Lawrence, probably. I mean, which one else are you going to take out?
Good
the
point.
Lawrence. So Bruno's going to go on the Lawrence, and Freddie's going to go to 19, and then Freddie's got to hope that whatever character comes out, oh, there's a Kita.
Oof, we sing the Bruno. Yep. Lawrence, of course, as you correctly named, dealt with.
Now, you just got to hope there's no under the sea. Is there? There is.
There is, yep.
Freddie's going to be at 19. Freddie's going to be at 19.
Choosing to ink the Robin Hood.
He's going to be at 19. But he could keep bringing Lilo back and forcing Lilo to be attacked again and again for now.
Yeah. And we see, ultimately, Freddie is like saying, hey, I need to keep turning sideways.
Yeah.
That puts me to 19.
19.
Matthew has a hill to climb.
He should have one more. I don't know why he only went to 18, but we need to let him know it's 19.
As we pay 5, we play the Lucifer.
Do we let them know Freddie's at 19? Because they only marked it to 18. I don't know if they realize that. I'll go out and let them know.
Yeah.
I'll go out and let them know.
All right. There you go. Making sure that we're good there. But we are playing that Along Came Zeus. So who do we target? What really the difficult part about that Under the Sea? So Freddie had played that Lilo Escape Artist. If that Lilo Escape Artist was dealt with and put in the discard pile, he could keep throwing that thing out there. Now, granted, Matthew has characters, so he could deal with it that way. But he's not even given the option to play that Lilo out to try to keep presenting that eternal lethal.
He can. Yeah. What Yeah, Ariel. I'm surprised he picked Ariel over Kita. Because Kita, I mean, they're all doing. Ariel's only doing one quest, while Kita and Lucifer do 2 quests.
Yep. And Matthew, of course, understanding that Freddy is essentially just kind of top decking and hoping for the best. We play.
And there's a Cindy.
There's a Cindy. If Cindy can't be dealt with, he wins. Can we deal with Cindy? Oh no, I don't think so. I think that we're going to a game 3.
I don't see anything that can
There
deal
is
with it.
Painting the Roses does let him draw, so we're gonna see if we get something from that card that might solve the problem. He draws a Diablo, and he scoops up. We are going to game 3. We go to game 3. Wow, I was worried that Freddy was not going to have that one. It got really scary there towards the middle. Lost those whole new worlds. Really kind of was forced into a position to just become an aggro deck and just start turning things sideways and hoping to top deck stuff. And thankfully for Freddy, he was able to do that. And we get a game 3.
A game 3. This is where Freddy's going to have difficulty, because against a discard deck like this, being on the draw, you get that extra card for the draw, but you're going to get whittled down. And
yeah,
you're going to see that Ursula in turn 2 to knock out a song.
Matthew is in such a good spot. If I was Matthew right now, I would feel so good. I mean, yes. Matthew, of course, is playing a deck that can steal that tempo again with an insane amount of discard. That Under the Sea is such a surprise hit with the Kitas, board wipes, and discard. It is the real deal Holyfield. These Amber Emerald decks.
Yes.
They're so crazy.
Yes, it all depends the order and the draw and what it is. Freddie needs Matthew to brick, because if Matthew doesn't brick, Matthew's going to have such an advantage in this third match.
Yeah.
If he gets a shift Diablo, he's in great shape. If he can drop an Ursula on turn 2, he's in great shape. Because Freddie has to keep songs, but if Freddie keeps songs, they're just waiting for an Ursula to hit it.
Yeah, and we're watching this altar phase now. So, they've both have a lot of information. We do see, taking a look. Matthew has drawn 2 Ursulas.
They kept them both.
Which, I mean, you do. This is a Steel Song deck. Of course you do that.
Yeah,
you absolutely do that.
And that looked like something else song-wise. I didn't see what it was.
And we're looking at Freddie over here ultimately opting to send away the songs, which is the right thing to do against an Emerald deck.
Yeah.
Keeping the 3 that are not, sending back every one of those songs, including the Whole New World. We see a Strength of Raging Fire in there. We see a Benja in there. Certainly that was a tech option for Ruby Sapphire. Not the matchup you need for here.
Yeah.
And so Freddie's going to go ahead and see what we get, hoping that the Ursulas get to whiff.
Yeah. If Freddie doesn't draw songs at the beginning, he's actually going to feel better about this matchup, because that first Ursula's going to come out and whiff, and then Freddie's going to be like, I didn't take any songs. Enjoy. And those Ursulas aren't strong on the board. They're just there to knock out the song.
They are. Now, it really boils down to what the altar has done for Freddie. Did Freddie alter into more songs? Then, of course, I mean, that you can't control, unfortunately.
Yes.
That's just the nature of it. You just have to accept that that's what happens.
But when you're sending that many back, you hope that you don't get
if you do get a song, what you hope that you get is something inkable.
I didn't see any songs.
I saw World's Greatest Criminal Mind.
Criminal Mind. That's not the...
Now, there you go. So, which is the right call here, now that we're going to ink that World's Greatest Criminal Mind. That would be the right call here.
Of course.
As we watch Freddie ultimately go into this last game here.
And there's the ink of it.
Yep. Choosing to play the Cindy, just in case he draws one.
Yep.
Just in case he draws a song later on. This also forces Matthew into a position where, even though he knows, what if? So I got to play the Ursulas. You never know.
So
what if?
He's bare necessities. He doesn't want to. No songs, but there's the Ursula. He didn't have the Diablo. I thought he had a Diablo, but he doesn't have the Diablo for the shift.
No, thankfully not. For Freddie's sake, Matthew, of course, would likely wanting that. Now, granted, Matthew does have 2 Muses, which is very, very scary in this matchup. Muses choosing a lot of targets in Steel Song. A lot of the characters are low strength. So having multiple Muses is dangerous. And so Freddie doesn't want that. Freddie is, of course, trying to bring out characters, start to build out this strategy.
Freddie's going with a Robin Hood. Does he have the big Robin Hood in his hand?
I do not see. Nope, I do not see it. Sir Hiss hits the table. An evasive threat. A 3/1 strong card. We love Sir Hiss.
Sir Hiss says, "I can mess with you if you bring things out."
Bingo. And we see, some thinking, some consideration.
Thinking about singing. I see Akita. I see Amuses. So what does Matthew have? Akita and 2 Muses, and
Matthew quickly putting the hand down. He's like, Jason, don't look at my hand. Jason, stop talking about my hand. As he puts his hand down, Freddy, of course.
Or he flips him so quickly that it's hard to see.
I do the same thing. I'm a flipper too. I get it. I'm a flipper. It's I don't know what it is. It just feels good to do.
I don't. I just hold my cards. I'm like Freddy. I just hold my cards.
We're inking a Lawrence.
And then
do we play the aerial? Is it time for that? Is it time to bring out more singers?
Well, did he ink the second Ursula? Or did he still have Ursula in his hand?
I didn't catch that. Unfortunately, the hand is face down right now. We'll learn more hopefully. It looks like the aerial is the choice made for Freddy. Trying to get to those songs now. Ooh.
I see a whole new world.
There's double whole new worlds. What do you bring back, Freddy?
I wouldn't bring back the whole new world. I would bring back. I saw.
Yeah.
Was it Strength or was
it? It was a Zeus. It was a Zeus.
It was Zeus, which you can't sing right now.
You cannot. No, you cannot. The issue is if you've seen 2, then you have to respect the fact
he doesn't have. He has the 2 Muses and he has the other thing we're talking, the Kira.
Okay.
He doesn't have the removal. He can take the whole new world if he wants.
Yeah, he can. He certainly can.
But does he want to take the whole new world?
I mean, I think I might. I think I would. I think I would.
Yeah.
Because that puts a hole. That certainly puts a hole in the discard strategy. But he's opting for the Zeus. He wants to control the board. I mean, there's other ways around it. If we have the Rapunzel, we can certainly draw that way too. We'll see. We'll see how this plan coalesces.
Yeah, so he's gonna ink Muses and play Muses.
All right.
And now he's sitting on Kita and Prince John.
Yes, and we know Muses, of course, has Ward, the magical phrase.
Yes.
And another aerial in Freddy's hand right now. That aerial, if Matthew has the Under the Sea, is a huge problem. This is just going to create that weird board state where everything goes back under the board, and we're going to have a repeat of game 1.
Yes.
And it looks like, looking at Matthew's hand, though, we've got Prince John, and we have what I believe is the Kita.
It's Kita and Prince John.
So we do not have Under the Sea yet.
Correct.
We see Pete, so that's going to prevent, even if in case you do draw that Under the Sea.
Freddy doesn't know, but Freddy's going for the protection to be safe without even knowing.
Correct. This is going to allow him to start blasting characters. He's going to send that Zeus into someone.
Into Sir Hiss, most likely. But if you send it into Sir Hiss, you're basically saying, fine, attack me with the other characters if you want to kill my aerial.
Yep. Burn through all your characters to deal with my 1.
Yeah. I would send it into Hiss, but let's see what Freddy does. Because he'll lose the Diablo, he'll make the Muses. He'll have to use 2 things, Diablo and the Muses. Diablo's gone and the Muses will be sacrificial at that point because the Robin Hood could take out the Muses. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting choice here, but I would use it on Sir Hiss. Yeah, on Sir Hiss, there it is. And now Freddy has to decide what else he wants to do, what he wants to ink, and he's going to ink. He's holding something. I see a Rapunzel in his hand. There's a Gaston he's inking. He's acting like he doesn't have any more 5 singers. He's like, I'll just ink a Gaston.
As we watch, this is a very sensitive board state right now. We've got, is that that's the Devoted Herald. We see the Diablo in hand. Can't shift it, but he's got enough to play it directly if he wants to force that out, force Freddy into weird positions.
He can't even get Kita because he can't ink.
Correct, yes.
He's stuck having to play Prince John or that Diablo.
This is one of those weird circumstances where if we were to fire off a whole new world, it actually would help Matthew and not help
he's on
Freddy.
two uninkables there that if he's going to play one, he's playing one of them for 3. Let's see which one he thinks is better. Is it the Prince John? Is it it's the Diablo. And he's still sitting on Prince John and Kita and cannot even do anything with them yet. So Did Freddie save a song? I don't even remember.
There's another.
Oh,
There's 2 aerials.
He's got
again.
aerials. He's going to draw something out of this.
Yeah, we do have multiple aerials. He'll only be able to play 1 this turn, even if he inks, because we do have 4 going to 5.
Yes. But pull that aerial, pull a song, get rid of that Diablo, don't let him draw. Yeah, here he goes for the song.
Oh, we got the Zeus. The Zeus.
That was at a by Matthews.
Yeah.
And that's
knowing exactly where that Zeus
is going on that Diablo, yes. And he's saying, come on, if you want to challenge my aerial again, go for it. Matthew dead drawing on turn 4.
Here's the thing, Freddie needs to figure this out. The 4 cost Muses presents half of the cost of an Under the Sea. We don't have Under the Sea in hand yet, but that's half of the problem there. Matthew is not that far away from having enough of a board presence where we can sing it.
He's very far away, really. Prince John can put him there, but if so.
He's at the point now where 1 ink allows him to put down any like a 5 cost character. He's now at a place where he can drop 1 character a turn.
Well, Freddie just said I'm questing. I'm surprised he doesn't quest. If you're going to quest the Cinderella too. There's no reason not to. I'm surprised he's not taking the extra from Cinderella. And like, if you're going to quest everything else, quest the Cinderella. Takes the extra thing. I don't see why you wouldn't. That. Hopefully at one point will make a difference later. We'll see. Because, and what song? It looks like he got a song. What song is it? Is it a Bruno?
All right, and we're going to see. So we've got the Ursula singing Sudden Chill. We're going to, in which this is going to present a draw. So Matthew is going to get closer and closer to an Under the Sea at this point. He's got 2 characters. He's got the 2 characters that are warded on board. That represents 7 of the 8 that he needs to tap in order to play that Under the Sea. So both of those characters untouchable essentially, as long as they're not sideways.
Lawrence.
Freddie choosing to get rid of the Lawrence. And we see
Bruno, which he's going to ink. And now he's sitting on Akita, and only Akita. I'm still surprised that he didn't quest with the Cindy, because the Cindy couldn't have been killed.
All right.
And what was that? Oh, that was the bounce. That was the bounce. That was the bounce. But yeah, let's see if that 1 lore makes a difference later. But we're going to keep track of that, because I would have quested with the Cindy. The Cindy wasn't in danger of being hurt. Plus, he had a Rapunzel, so if any of them get attacked.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he potentially did overvalue that Cindy, but you have to understand that like right now, whatever you can get to sing, this is a singer. Maybe it wasn't worth it for Freddie. Maybe Freddie's like, you know what? I don't care.
With 2 aerials, it's okay. If there weren't the 2 aerials, maybe. Okay, Pete is doing something. Pete is going to crash Ursula. Okay, he's going to play the Rapunzel now and try to get more draw.
All right, and so we still have a lot of singers on Freddie's side of the board. Freddie singers, of course. Oh, as we see the Rapunzel hit the table, that's 1 more draw that clears the damage off of the Pete. Freddie's just digging. Freddie's digging. He's trying to find answers.
Pete? It looks like he drew another Pete.
And yeah, so
it looks like another Pete.
It does, yeah. There's a if we do see that Cricky here, the Cricky is huge in the scenario.
How many Crickies is he playing in the deck?
Oh, that's a good question.
I don't know.
If I were playing, I mean, I've seen numbers in the 2s or 3s. I usually you don't normally see 4. I would imagine it's 2. But yeah, we like at this point, Matthew just needs to dig for it Under the Sea if he wants to deal with problems here. Yeah. We see the 2 aerials questing. Freddie's saying like, I just need to hurry up. I just need to be fast. Yeah. Is what Freddie's essentially saying.
Oh, he's
choosing
to
sing
Cinderella
to deal with the Diablo. This puts
Matthew, him under 8. He can't even get Under the Sea again.
Correct. But we have 1 card in hand. We have 1 card in hand for Matthew's side.
It's Akita.
Correct.
Well, Freddie has 3.
And we see a Diablo hit the table.
A Diablo, so he can't even ink it. He's in the same spot where he can't ink, and does he play the Diablo and hope? He's playing the Diablo and hoping again.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you got to do sometimes.
Yeah.
It's your draw engine. It is his draw engine, and he needs that.
Yeah.
And so what we're seeing
Freddie's going to quest for another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Freddie's going to push.
And more songs. So we just saw Storm Rage on.
There's the
That's
Storm.
exactly. Freddie is good. Freddie has taken care of the draw threat. Freddie is slowly gathering up what he needs. We do see the whole new world in hand. We see a Pete. The Pete will stop the Under the Sea. I do believe Freddie may have this locked up.
There's the Robin Hood.
Does Freddie? What do you do?
Freddie can quest.
Freddie, what do you do?
To 9 or to 10. That was a quest to 10.
Freddie, can you do this?
Wait, he quested for
5. Matthew drawing at this point.
He quested for 5. Wasn't he at 5 and he should be at 10, or was he at 4?
He was a 4.
Okay. If that 1 point from Sydney makes a difference, we'll see.
Freddie. Can Freddie mount the comeback? Freddie has been on the back foot a little bit here. Finally gathering tempo. Freddie, are you able to do it?
He got another Diablo out. He drew another Diablo. He's still drawing nothing.
So Freddie is trying to mount and mount and mount. Now we've got 7 characters on the table. 7 characters. That's 17.
8. He's showing 8.
Yep, potentially going to 17 next turn.
Yes, going to 17. Could have been 18. We'll see if it makes a difference later. If an Under Sea comes out, it could be a difference. The only good thing is those 2 Pete's will survive on Under the Sea at this point.
Depending on if there's a Keto. Keto will mess it up. And another Ariel. Ariel's going to dig.
Ariel, so he's going to dig. And if he gets any song to knock out that Diablo, strength,
and there
he's going to knock out the Diablo. So he can knock out the Diablo again and stop the Under the Sea.
Correct.
Even with Keto, here you go. He's going to...
Blasting it, yep.
Blasting it. Now he's going to quest with everything. He should quest with everything but the Ariel at this point.
That would be that. Yeah, I mean, certainly that wouldn't be a horrible thing to do.
Matthew drawing dead. I mean, he drew Prince John, Diablo.
Yeah, Matthew. Unfortunately,
no ink. Cards.
This is such a story of uninking, of not being able to draw what was needed to be able to deal with problems. Freddie drawing exactly what was necessary at the moments that he needed to has now a board that you cannot deal with, and does not even give Matthew the ability to maybe get that Under the Sea out. This is rough.
He did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So he's at 16.
This is game 3.
And Matthew was on the play, and Freddie was on the draw. So Freddie was going second in this game, but Freddie is out to. I think it's unstoppable at this point. There's not even an Under Sea could stop it.
You have forgotten me.
You have forgotten me.
Throwing away,
which Freddie was never going to play. I would never would have even played that. And it's over.
And Matthew, from a moment that he could have won this game, unable to seal the deal, it was a story of being just bricked, not being able to draw the inks when you needed it, not having the answers, not seeing it, and by the time that any answers could have potentially came, Diablos to potentially draw, blasted. Yes. Second Diablo, blasted. Third Diablo, blasted. It was just answer after answer, and Freddie only just kept drawing the answers as it came up. He was never in an excess of answers, but it was enough. It was enough. Freddie from the Illuminati is moving forward. Freddie from the Illuminati will be facing Hector, who won his match against Ray, so it will be Hector versus Freddie going into the finals.
And Freddie will be playing the same deck again, because Hector is playing a version of this same deck. So
correct.
Freddie will be playing the same kind of deck and going first. So let's see what he can do going first for the next one.
It's going to be an interesting thing. I mean, is this a benefit now? So did Freddie get the practice that he needs to successfully overcome Hector? Freddie is first seed. So again, Freddie is going to get the opportunity to go first.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Freddie's got to be feeling good.
He does.
It's not an easy matchup.
No.
This is by no means a good matchup for Freddie. I would call this as maybe 50-50, but maybe more in the favor of the Emerald Amber deck. And yes, Haniolo, Hector is not playing his trademark Sharknado deck. He is instead playing Emerald Amber.
No, I talked with Hector before I did an interview. Interesting thing is, Hector, when he made it all the way in that DLC, he was on this
correct
on this Emerald deck.
Yeah, so it's not new to him.
This is his old deck.
It's been a while though since he's played it, and it's a few sets old at this point.
Yes.
Now, what I will say about that deck is that it hasn't picked up a whole lot of new pieces. So it is fine as it was built back then as well.
Yes, and he's playing a different style of deck. He's not using the Paint the Roses. His deck is different than the deck we just saw. His deck, I think Hector's deck, I don't know if it'll be better against Freddy, but it's a different deck for sure. It's a different deck list than what we just saw.
Correct.
Which means
there's a lot of similarities. I mean, it does the same thing.
The discarding stuff is similar.
Yeah.
But but Hector's using the Hypnotize. He's still using some cards that.
Sure. He's a little bit more bought into the discard element.
Yeah.
But the Under the Sea still exists. The key to he's still doing the thing. He's just cut some of the top end to be able to be more efficient at the discard portion of it.
Yes.
Which could present a bigger problem for Freddy for sure.
Yes, because he does have Under the Sea as well. So we could see that come out. And he is playing Kita. He's playing that combo.
Yeah.
And he's playing Muses. So it's a similar deck. There are just a few differences, and will those differences make it? He's not playing Lucifers.
I mean, the Lucifers are being replaced by Hypnotizes. So you've got inkable solutions that does what the Lucifer does.
Exactly.
So, I mean, it's half a dozen.
The inkable solution is better because at least you can ink. And if you get...
Well, there's an argument to be made that having the body is better because it then presents lore the following turn.
It does, but here's the thing. If you end up in a situation like Matthew did where you can't get out anything because you keep drawing uninkables, drawing Hypnotize, at least you can ink it. If nothing else, you can ink it.
Yeah.
So it's the 1 and the 2 seed here. I mean, both of them are undefeated. They both have won 5 games and ID'd twice, so they're both 5-0-2 at this point.
Yeah.
Or 5-0-2, I think, because 6-0-2. They're both 6-0-2 now. So they both won 6 games, and they're both 6-0-2. So you're talking about two people who, let me look, game record. They have exactly the same game records. They've won 10 games, and they've lost 2 games, and obviously the 6 is from the 3 IDs, but they've gone 10-2, so they've only lost twice. In fact, we saw one of Hector's losses.
Oh, if you want, give me water.
If anything, Gatorade White, the cherry one.
Yeah, what is chat? What do you want Jason to drink? Chat.
Please say Gatorade White and not pickle juice.
Please say red pickle juice.
Do we have it here?
I
could drink
it. He's thirsty.
Whatever.
Our boy's thirsty. No, we threw that a long time ago. That pickle juice went rancid pretty quickly. So don't.
But yeah, we're talking about two people who have only lost 2 games, not even matches, just 2 games.
Oh my God! No! I threw that away with the quickness. That night that we ate it, this room that we're sitting in right now smelled rancid.
It did.
I felt I felt guilty that I did that to SSG management and to Kylie and to Devin. So we immediately dumped that stuff outside in a toxic container.
Yeah.
Immediately.
So Hector 2-0'd against Ray, and Freddie went 2-1. So actually, Freddie has lost 1 more game than Hector throughout this.
Yeah.
Hector's on his game. Freddie's on his game. These are 2 elite players. I would call them elite players in the world of this. And we're going to get to see really good matchups. Like, this is going to be a great matchup. It is showing the best of everything. 2 players who have topped or gotten high seats at DLCs and other things.
Pickle juice.
Thank you.
Pickle juice.
Hector's requesting to put the white noise down.
Okay. All right. So we can't be too loud.
Okay.
All right.
So here we are, and this is going to be a great matchup.
Yeah. What I would say is avoid talking about the hand is the best thing to do in this era. So just for those of you that are, if you've never been to SSG or have never had the benefit of being on stream, we use white noise. So the players, you see that they're wearing headsets, and the headset pumps in white noise. We are pretty close to the players. The white noise allows us to be louder without them hearing us. But for some people, it can be a little bit distracting. So the players are requesting to lower the white noise. So we are going to have to be a little bit quieter, and you're going to hear us talk less about what we see in hand, just to make sure that there's no lapse in integrity. We want to make sure that
yes.
So we will not be talking about their hand. You can see that on stream. But we'll be talking about the action though.
I figured out the next step here. Soundproofing on this whole wall.
I'll let you pay for it. All right, so
We'll let Devin pay for it.
yeah, we'll
But
say, hey, Devin,
we
let's
can.
fix that.
We're gonna soundproof the wall. That'll be the next thing. Soundproofing foam isn't that much, actually.
Isn't it?
No,
I wouldn't have any idea.
it's cheaper than what one of these cameras cost.
Well, that I would imagine. Yeah, these are good cameras.
So if we soundproof this in the future, then we won't have to worry about how much white noise there is because this room could be soundproofed and they can't hear out of it no matter what we say. Of course, if we scream, we would hear it.
There you go. Hey, Sploosh. Yeah, bro. 2 short kings for sure. 2 short kings. I love it. They are 2 short kings, and we love both of our royal members here.
Yes, and I love how Hector's like, I'm showing off my south side mat. Showing off south side.
Yeah, man. He's a man of the team, bro. He's doing the right thing.
Hector's not just a man of the team. Hector's the captain of the team.
He's the captain of the team.
Hector is the captain of Southside of SSG of the team, and Freddie is not quite the captain, but an important member who wins a lot from Illuminati.
He is a co-captain of the team in general. He is the head of the competitive branch of the team. So Freddie is the player that is the captain of like the play team. So when it comes to anything competitive, everything gets run by him. So you are looking at 2 essentially captains of their play field in their teams. Freddie is our guy. Now I love SSG, and as we've talked about many, many times, SSG is the place to be when it comes to gaming, period, Lurkana or otherwise. And every member of SSG, fantastic. From the TO, Justin, all the way to the manager, Kylie, to the owner, Devin, to every single employee. And there's so much respect built. I'm so excited to see that this is where we're ending as we watch Smee hit the table as Hector had inked and passed on turn 1.
What's he going to do on turn 2? I see a bare necessities. Oh, and I see.
No, don't say what's in hand. That's okay.
Yes, I don't see anything.
Well, you see it, but we won't say it. That's okay. That's okay.
It's
exciting stuff.
We'll see what he plays.
They see it too. That's the best part. So we can talk about it as it happens. What we're seeing is a decision here being made to see Freddie's hand. Now we're going to get to see it in entirety. Did Freddie keep a song? Of course he did not. Of course he did it.
He
because
knows what he's playing.
Freddie has just done this. He just did this. He knows what he needs to do to prevent the damage.
Yep. He needs to go for the quick lore, and he's already got 6 lore showing.
Absolutely.
He'll be at 6 after this turn. He's fine because, with Daisy, the cool thing about Daisy is that if you hit one of those under the seas or something, you just put it at the bottom.
That is, yes. Daisy right now could be a blessing. It could be a curse.
There you go. There was you
have forgotten me. That is a big hit.
That's a big hit.
That's a big hit.
It's a big hit. So he just knocked the song underneath. And Daisy is very good at messing with a deck like this that runs a lot of songs.
Absolutely, yes. Hector, of course, got more cards in hand. That's what happens when you go second. You get to draw a card. You get to see more answers here as we go in here. Of course, that Ursula did not get the value that Hector wanted.
No.
What does turn 3 look like? We're about to find out.
And Hector is going to have issues because Freddie is going to get to 12 lore next turn.
But yes, absolutely.
And how quickly can Freddie rush the game?
I think Freddie knows now that he needs to run. And that's what you do at this point. At this point, because the longer this game goes, the more in favor it is for Hector. Hector is putting 100%. Down, look at that, Diablo. Diablo presents potential draw next turn. We do have the ability, if it matters enough to Freddie, to either sing something or if he has the song, which he so far it looks like does not.
No, but he has.
Yes.
He has that girl with the long hair.
Would you please? We get it.
I'm saying it low.
Yes, absolutely. And so we see that there is use for that.
Yes.
Of course, Freddie correctly opting to use Daisy Duck first, make sure that we see what it is.
Another song
and
underneath.
I believe it was a cove that went underneath.
Yeah.
Which, yes, that works too.
Another something went underneath.
Yeah, a non-character.
Which is, every time that Freddie does it, it's really good for him.
Yep. You're right. And it looks like we are doing exactly that. We are going to that 12.
Yeah, because Lawrence has no reason not to quest, unless Lawrence sings.
And of course, Freddie deciding, do I play this? Do I not play this? No, instead we're inking it, but I believe we have another one, and that's fine. So let's choosing to play the Rapunzel instead, which allows you to heal. And Markoth, I think that's exactly what Freddie is opting to do, is running towards potentially a turn 4 lethal. And that's exactly what it is.
This is lethal here.
Yep, we are lorthal because it's Disney and that's lethal's a scary word.
And yeah, or he's showing game. Let's call it showing game on board.
He's showing game. He's such a pimp. He's showing game.
He's showing game.
Oh, that's not what you meant either? Oh. Sorry. We're getting a little loopy here. Okay. This is we are on hour 8. And look at that zoom in on Freddy's face. That was disturbing. Yes. That was the most frightening thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah. So
let's get a zoom in on Hector's face so that we can be just as scared. Come on, Steph. Give us a zoom in on Hector. Yeah, bum bum bum. I wish Hector knew that so he can give us the scared squirrel meme.
I like how,
but we didn't get that.
Freddie knew, and Freddie just gave a wave to.
That was so funny. Yes.
Freddie's like, I've got game on board. High camera. That Diablo's gonna have to attack. It's gonna die.
Yeah.
Because the Diablo's gonna be forced to hit the Smee, and he's losing that Diablo, but he has to do it.
Correct.
I don't think he has any other options at this point other than to do that.
Yes.
Which means he's not getting a draw.
Correct. Now we do see the muses hit the table, of course. If we do have some songs that we can sing, that'll help to bounce some characters back.
It will bounce one back.
Potentially, either the Daisy or the Rapunzel. Choosing to use bare necessities. Did Freddy pick up a non-character card? He did. So there was a hit.
Yeah.
We do have a hit. That means that was valuable. And
there's
he will get to choose.
Lawrence. There's another Lawrence.
There is.
There, so.
Now, one of these characters, is it potential? He's deciding which character to bounce back. Do we bounce back the Daisy Duck? Do we bounce back the Rapunzel? That's a tough one because we don't want to also give Freddy the ability to draw.
The Daisy.
And Hector's deciding that that's the right way to go.
Yeah. Sends back the Daisy. Now Freddy does not have game on board anymore.
Correct. Now here's the thing: we know now that Freddy has a character higher than 2 strength.
Yep.
But Hector also has enough characters cost on the table to sing it Under the Sea if necessary.
Exactly.
So Freddy is incentivized to continue to play those high strength characters.
Correct. And here comes
and Rapunzel is about to get sent back to hand as well.
Possibly Rapunzel. I don't know if Rapunzel would be the right.
Well, it's the only choice because the other two are too high.
Yes, that's true.
So it's either that or choosing one of his own characters.
Right. You're right. Rapunzel would be the other one. The problem is this is going to be an extra draw now.
Yeah, I mean potentially, and that's fine. This delays the turn for Hector.
Does.
Freddy needs to deal with these problems if there's an Under the Sea.
Why did he turn Diablo back? Diablo should be tapped. Yeah, there you
Correct.
go.
Yeah. Yeah. Hector realizing it was. Yeah, they solved it. We're good.
And here.
And yep, the mistake that Hector made, of course, was creating a window for Freddy to draw more cards. Does this end the game? Oh, Diablo goes away.
Diablo goes away. So now
that is a problem.
Freddy can show board again.
Freddy can.
If he plays the Daisy again.
Which he will because he has the ink to do it.
Yeah. So he can show board.
And board is on the table.
Board again. 2 turns in a row showing board.
Yep. It is Under the Sea right now, too rich for Hector's blood.
Too rich for it. So Hector's got to figure out another way to do this now.
Yeah. I mean, he can only delay so many times.
Mm-hmm.
He can only delay so many times. He does have a lot of cards in hand, so he does have the ability to throw down. We do see 2 of those nasty, vile, green little birds. Mm-hmm. Those nasty little dudes.
They won't do anything at this point. That's the problem.
They won't, but they could be a problem. Now the question is, does Hector have a song to sing with the muses?
Well, the fact that he's doing that means he does, which means he can bounce back 2 things.
Correct. Which will be the same 2 characters because there you go. Yep.
He might not be.
Yep.
Let's see.
So it was a roses. Of course, this does bring the math a little bit awkward. So the Lawrence will not be able to because the Lawrence is going to be down to 3 attack. However, Smee now becomes an option. Rapunzel becomes an option. Daisy becomes an option. Well, they've been an option, I should say. Smee becomes a new option.
So there it is. There's Painting the Roses.
Yeah,
which he can bring Smee down. And if he brings Smee down,
choosing Rapunzel
and
Lawrence,
not Smee.
Interesting choice.
So he's going to leave the Smee.
He's drawing the card. Let's see which ones he chooses. I think he planned on choosing. Let's see which ones he's choosing. That's an interesting choice. Well,
not Smee, it turns out.
Oh, so Hold on, I'm okay. Maybe I missed that. I thought he selected. I guess he touched Lawrence, but maybe he told Smee.
He must have.
He must have said Smee. He must have said Smee.
Yeah, he must have said Smee, even though he pointed at Rapunzel on Lawrence.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the only way that makes sense. Yeah, I think he touched Lawrence, but I think he said Smee. And Freddie's not the kind of guy that's going to be like, well, you touched this one. If he said Smee, Freddie's going to accept that it was Smee. So don't be confused. I'm confident that what happened was he selected Smee.
So he took out a music.
Yeah. Yeah, remember a reminder that in this game, it is not what you do physically that determines your actions.
It's what
it's what you say.
So I don't know what he has, but he stopped under the sea again.
He did. Yes.
If there is one, he's inking strength and he's playing Naveen. And what's he gonna do with Naveen?
Correct. Rascal. Yes, of course. There are obvious exceptions for accessibility, for sure.
Yes.
For sure.
So.
Yes.
He's now
accessibility is important.
He's now showing lethal and saying you got to get rid of 2 of my things if you want.
DMOC, yes, it's always going to be asked what was said. In fact, if you have a silent opponent, it is required that you speak. If meaning that they're able to speak, but they're choosing not to speak. If they did not request an accommodation, they should be speaking to you. Mm-hmm. If you aren't able to speak, if there is a mute situation, you should be asking for an accommodation from the location for which you are playing the tournament at. And they do make accommodations for you, but you just got to request them.
Yeah. So Freddie is showing game on board again, and Hector needs to send 2 things back. He could put the muses into Lawrence and take out the Lawrence, but then he has to figure out a way to get rid of anything else.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, Hector's been now for 2 or 3 turns on the back foot. Just kind of being forced to respond to Freddie, just dealing with the board. And this is not what you want to do. What you want to do is you want to be able to be on equal footing, at least on equal footing, start to establish a board, be able to sing that under the sea, mm-hmm. and start to garner that. And what we're seeing here is back foot as
Naveen.
Yep, Naveen gets sent to the hand. Now, here's the thing. There are some cards in hand. So it's not a guaranteed pick like normally it is when people play Bruno. They're going to have to make that roll. They choose number 1, and that reveals, opting for, number 2. There you go. Revealing a whole new world, which is fine. I don't think we're going to play that.
And he sends back to Rapunzel.
And then, attacks the Lawrence, which now has 0 strength because it has damage on it. That does create the situation here, of course, where the
Smee can attack.
The Smee can attack, but it's not enough to take out the muses.
But the Rapunzel can then draw more cards.
Correct. Yeah, so we could draw more cards, assuming we have a Rapunzel. Lots of options here. Freddie is not out of it, but Hector is doing a fantastic job
of
managing and delaying this thing.
Yes.
And the thing is, the longer this game goes, it's Hector's favor. Hector wants this game to go longer.
As long as Hector keeps those muses out, Hector could keep bouncing stuff back.
Correct. As we see, Freddie's got some answers in the board there.
Yeah, Freddie's going for the lore. He doesn't care about attacking the muses, which means he's probably not going to play Rapunzel. He might anyway, but
at this point,
he might do it just to spread the board.
What's that? What do you mean?
Play the Rapunzel.
Oh, potentially, yeah. I mean, you want to try to play characters that have higher than 2 strength, higher than 2 strength at this point to make Muse's effect not as effective. So he may be thinking about that Naveen just to have a 3 strength character on the board because that
correct.
So that's potentially a situation he's thinking about. But granted, he may be forced into a position to just play all the characters he can. He's got a few ways he can go here as he thinks about this. He is opting to. He's thinking about it.
I think he's going to do Naveen even without the song.
Yeah, which I mean, if you got to do it to keep the character on board, then that's what you got to do.
Yeah.
This will also present Lorthel. Ooh, Freddie is thinking about it. Freddie's saying, "No, forget it. I'll spend the 4."
After all,
he is sending it. And then let's see what else we send. We also send the Daisy Duck. Okay, we have 1 Muses on the table. Freddie is unaware that there's a second Muses sitting in Hector's hand at the moment. And of course, that likely determined the decision that was made here. Hector thinking through this though. Hector's got 6 ink. Hector's got a few options. He can play a couple things here.
Yeah. It's a lot of choices. Did he play the muses out, and then
Ooh, we're paying 4.
he's going to bounce 2 things back.
And we're playing the muses. We do see with 2 choosing the play, painting the roses red. He reduces the cost of, or the strength rather, of the Smee and the Rapunzel.
Which means he can send them both back.
He can, absolutely. But he's opting to keep the Mr. Smee out because he can still attack that one with the dry muses, which will deal with that problem.
Correct.
Yep. So there you go. So we see a board wipe on Freddy's side. We have Hector with 2 muses on the table. And there was a reduction.
Here comes something interesting. Let's see which one of these. Hector has 3 interesting choices here. Which one will he do next turn?
Yeah, he has a few choices. He has a few ways to go, 2 of which present additional card draw if the cards play themselves right. We see, Freddy's about to slam down a Pete. That is a big deal here. So Pete stops those actions. This is exactly what Freddy wanted to see. So he just put Lorthel on the board.
Yep.
He may have just won the game.
Again.
Freddy may have just won this game. And
without actions, the muses can't bounce anything. So I don't think there's a way that Hector could stop this.
Hector playing the aerial. No, and look at the look on Hector's face says everything. He knows that Pete was a big Pete. That was a big deal. He's grabbing cards he can't play. He's aware of it. He's saying, let's go to game 2.
And we go to game 2. Freddy pulls it out with, to get that Pete and to just drop 4 on the board and say, I've got the 4, you can't do anything.
100%.
You can't knock me out.
Yeah.
Hector gets to go first. Going first is a big difference in this.
It's a big deal. The good news here, of course, for Freddy must be excited because Hector was not able to steal one from him. Interestingly enough, in the last game, in the last match, one was stolen from him, and he was able to claw it back. He's in a good spot. Freddy's in a good spot right now.
Yes.
We are in a position now where Hector needs to do the stealing.
Hector needs to do the stealing. We'll have to do it.
Oh, no, this one's
Hector will have to do it in game 3 because in game 2, Hector's going first.
Correct.
If Freddy could somehow steal, it's over. But if Freddy doesn't steal, he gets to go first. So it's a very interesting choice here of what's going to happen. Hector should have more power going first and should take this.
But that's the thing, though, and I'll tell you, I think that the win rate is not as high as people like it to be. People assume that if you go first, therefore you win, and the reality is
over 50%. It's
barely over 50%.
It's
barely
enough over 50%,
like 55%.
That's still
it's an advantage. It's an advantage. Don't get me wrong, but 40. That's 6 times out of 10.
Yes,
5 to 6 times out of 10. That's not a lot. It is the majority, but it is not a lot.
Yes.
Especially considering how often, if you ask people out there, they're like, yeah, no, it's such a huge difference. I lost the die roll, therefore I lost the thing. It's like a 55% difference.
Yeah, you could steal a game going second easily.
I'll tell you when
against decks like this, Hector has a deck with a lot of uninkables.
Absolutely.
So it's the uninkables that could make the difference of whether you could steal a game.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. I think there obviously it's a card game, right? Variance matters. So let's not pretend like variance is not a thing here. And speaking of variance, that's part of what this altar phase is all about. Mm-hmm. So we see both players making some very, very interesting decisions on their altar. Hector looking to stay the course. Hector will be going first. Freddy, of course, choosing, it looks like, to respect that Ursula, as some of those decisions are coming into play here.
Yeah, this is now Freddy's 5th match going against the same thing, and he's now won. This will be his 5th, and he's 3-1 so far. He lost the one when he was going first, and now he gets to go first again, or he gets to go second. But we'll see if he could steal one. Either way, he knows at this point, don't keep songs. Just draw them as you go.
Right, draw them as you need them.
Use the aerials to get them, and use your other characters.
It's tough though, because when you choose to alter a large number, you are creating a window where one of those songs are going to slip in. If we were on the other side of it, if we were altering 2 cards, Obviously, you got less of a window of those cards sneaking in here.
Yeah.
I think that this could be bad if that.
But if you're altering 5, then you know ahead of time that you put away a bunch of songs, so there's a good chance that you're not going to get as many songs.
Yeah, fair enough.
Just by assortment wise.
Yeah. And wow, so again, Hector is put in a position where he doesn't have a Diablo, doesn't play a 1-drop.
Yeah.
Freddy, of course, takes advantage by dropping a Cindy. So what this is, of course, signaling to Hector that there might be songs. And so you got to respect it. You got to respect that there might be songs. You play the Ursula.
I think I saw one.
And there is one. So he did gather one from the altar. He sent it away.
There's one he couldn't ink.
Yeah.
So.
He couldn't ink it. And it was drawn in during the altar. It wasn't that he tried not to keep it, but he didn't have a choice.
If he got one of the inkables, like Strength, he would have inked it. But he didn't get one of those, so he's stuck not inking and losing a song that he obviously would have used.
Yep.
But you don't need a song to push ahead in this. You need to quest quickly if you're free.
Absolutely, yeah.
In this, questing quickly is more important than
it is, but the information that you gather, and not only that, but the song he plucked was not the song he was looking for. He's looking for a Zeus. So either way, he knows there's not a Zeus pending, but there's Zeus's in the deck now. We can potentially top deck. The Troubadour is what you're more worried about here.
Yep,
because the Troubadour is a bigger problem.
It could sing 4.
Correct.
And Hector can't do anything about it for a while.
Now we do see, again, large grip in Hector's hand here. We see PJs. We see all kinds of stuff looming and threatening the board state here, potentially coming down to create some solutions for him.
There's a lot of interesting choices on what Hector's going to play, what Hector's going to have to ink muses. In order to play the Prince John, he has to ink muses. So he's giving up the bounce capability, but
he's increasing his ability to draw.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, he's forced into a position to do that. He did not want to ink muses, but he doesn't have a choice.
Yeah, I mean, when you have that many non-inkables in your hand, you're forced to do things. Just watching his flip, you're like, there's a lot of uninkables.
Yes, there is.
It puts you in a position where you have to.
Yeah.
Ink something you might not want to.
Correct. Now we know that Hector has the bare necessities, but the problem is Freddy is not going to be keeping that song. I can't imagine Freddy keeps that song.
No, he's going to use it.
He's going to, his goal is to blast that thing off into the sunset. Let's see if he correctly identifies that that's what needs to happen here. We see him ink the Rapunzel. Of course, he goes to 3. He needs to use that 3. He needs to play, of course, the character Oaf. So now that bare necessities might be useful if he does keep something. He whiffs. And what he doesn't realize is that might be to his benefit.
He doesn't realize.
He might not realize it's to his benefit that he whiffs.
He doesn't realize it, but he might learn.
That might have helped him. The whiff might have actually been a good thing for him here.
He's sitting there going, what do I do now? Is he going to do it? Is he going to not do it? Is he afraid of losing
Let's see.
stuff? He sees the Prince John.
Does he correctly deduce that he needs to send that thing away?
He sees the Prince John. He knows there's Ursula's in the deck. Because he just got hit with Ursula.
Oh, he's deciding. He doesn't know what he's going to do. Freddy, let's see what happens. He quests for one. He incorrect. He incorrectly deduced. And he made the wrong. He potentially, this could be a problem. This is a serious problem for him.
Taking out that Ursula, he
Yeah.
didn't.
So what we're looking at here is a situation where Hector could potentially play that second Prince John, sing the bare necessities with the Ursula, which will net him 2 cards.
I know. And here's the thing about it is, Freddy doesn't know that. Freddy's thinking, what if he has sudden chill? But if he used it, he could have taken out that Ursula, so it couldn't be song.
Yeah.
Taking out the Ursula to not sing. Even bare necessities can be song.
Correct. Absolutely.
So having it and not taking out the Ursula, and
it's tough. Yeah, and
waiting for whatever.
And we fully understand. Like, let's be real here. Me and Jason fully understand that we have the advantage of we have the ability to see both players' hands.
Yes.
So it's easy to talk like this when we're in this position. So this is not at all a knock on Freddy and the decision that he made. You make the best decisions that you can with as much as you have in that moment. It's tough.
Hector just whiffed on
He did.
He didn't whiff. No, I thought I saw him pull something in.
I didn't catch that.
It looked like, I think you have forgotten me.
Well, it's not a song. He couldn't bring You Forgot
no.
Me. He,
Okay, yeah, there is rough.
yeah. Freddie realizing.
Now he realizes.
Yeah, Freddie realizing that might have been a mistake. As we see the bare necessities go to the discard pile. We're showing the other cards. Yep. Look at Freddie's face. Freddie's face is kind of saying the whole thing
Freddie's face is saying, why didn't I just use it?
Yep. And pass him back. So it's a bit of a slow turn. We did get one card from that Prince John. Hector, that aerial would have been better suited as a Prince John, unfortunately. It would have been one more card to draw.
Yeah.
But, you don't know that until you play the cards. You don't know that. So Freddie now in a position to decide what needs to happen. We've got some cards in hand. Naveen is an okay card when you have songs.
Yeah.
But right now, no songs in Freddie's hand. So then Naveen is an interesting choice.
Yeah. And now Hector is also at under the sea level. Freddie's in a tight spot here. Hector, I think, has the advantage at the moment. Even though the lore is 2-0, I think Hector has a big advantage.
Yeah, I think this can still go either player's way. We see, okay, so Freddie has decided to put his characters in danger.
He's now decided to use that.
Yeah, he's saying, hey, he knows that which even then, you still got the 8 that you need if you do want to sing Under the Sea.
Yes.
Between the Ariel and the Prince John. So if we don't see if we don't see an Under the Sea here, Freddie's got to know at that point. It's just that it's not there yet.
Yeah, Freddie looks exacerbated. He's like, why didn't I sing that last time?
Yeah, and he needs to shake it. If he wants to win this game, he's going to have to shake it.
And he's going to ink. It looks like a baby Robin Hood.
Yep. And we pass. But if we get a You Have Forgotten Me, that's going to go big here. We do see a Sudden Chill in hand, which can be sung, of course. We see a second Prince John that potentially can come down.
I think there's 2 of them in there. Yeah.
There is, yeah. So there's 2 in hand, 1 on the table.
It's basically 2 Prince Johns and a Diablo. The only problem is,
second Prince John hits the table.
So now when he hits
that Sudden Chill is big. That's a big Sudden Chill. That's worth 2 cards to Hector's hand.
No, because officially right now Hector has no inkable. Well,
Hector,
he
yeah.
has a bunch of uninkables.
Hector is at the point now where he can go in for the kill. Now is the time to do this.
Yep.
If Hector, if you're hearing me, if you can hear me out there in the radio world, you got to blow his hand up if you want to win this, my friend. You can do this. I believe in you.
Exactly. This is and he sings it with Prince John. He's too scared to sing it with Ariel for some reason. Oh, he wants threw another one.
He did. He wants to. The singer's a big deal. Like the singer is a huge deal. He has a second Prince John in his hand. Losing a Prince John is not the end of the world, but getting rid of that Ariel is a worse problem, I think, in Hector's mind. And that makes sense to me. You want to be able to sing. You need that 5 and that 3. That's the magic number, 5 and 3. Yeah. So you want to leave that window open for that Under the Sea.
I would sing it again now. He's going to hard cast it.
And so now he gets 2 more cards in hand. Does he see the Under the Sea? He sees a Bruno and he sees a Bare Necessity. More songs on Hector's side of the board. Yep. And going in for a Bruno, of course, to get rid of the Ariel.
2 more.
This is a big move. I think at this point the game is over. If I had to guess.
Yeah, it's Hector. I think has it locked.
Yes. This game is locked.
Freddie's at 4 ink. Has to ink the big Robin Hood. Can't even play the big Robin Hood anymore. Has to ink the big Robin Hood.
Correct. Yeah, forced into a position to ink very viable characters.
And it all goes back to he didn't use the strength when he needed to.
Yes, exactly.
That one decision not to use that strength changed the entire course of the game.
Yep. Hector confirming the resists on that. On that Troubadour. And Hector is his hand is insane right now. It's insane.
Yes.
Freddie's this is just the amount of just advantage that Hector has garnered. There's no way out of this thing. I don't think. I think Freddie is done for here.
He just got to draw 2 more from the Bruno.
We see the Cove. What happens in the Cove? Wisby's no stays in the Cove, and that Prince John is very, very mad in the Cove.
Mm-hmm.
So mad that it takes out that Cindy. Who needs Under the Sea when you've got a bunch of angry characters hiding in coves?
Yeah. Now he's controlled everything. There, at least Freddy can get a card out, but what can the card do at this point?
Exactly. And we know that Hector has Painting the Roses red. Mm-hmm. So even if he wanted to Under the Sea, he could. He just needs to get the Under the Sea. Not that it matters. You got one character on the board. So we are essentially just turning things sideways and drawing and just seeing more and more answers. Strike a good match. Great card here.
Yeah.
Great card.
Yeah. Hector can just run with it now. I don't see a reason not to start questing because he has the advantage. Whether he uses it or not, that's up to him. But at this point, you have to run with it.
100%. Yeah, we see the kind of thinking through it. We have available ink, so of course we're going to play out our characters. We need to start turning things sideways before we get there, though.
I mean, at least he knows he can do the aerial, but the Robin Hood can't kill the aerial.
Yeah.
So.
Well, the Robin Hood, in the COVID cannot kill aerial. Yeah, correct. Yes.
Robin Hood can't kill aerial.
Yes, so correct.
He can do that. The Prince Johns he can't do yet.
Yeah, Prince John is not the place you want to be at. Let's see, what did Freddy draw? Did Freddy draw anything worth dealing with it? We see him turning
whatever it is,
2 sideways, 3 sideways for a Pete. So we're going to prevent the Pete. That might be too little too late, though.
I think it is too little too late.
Yep, it is too little too late. I mean, the best that we can do is to basically hope that we can get into a strong game 3. Freddy, of course, is wanting to make sure he sees every out, which is what you should do. Granted, it's going to be tough. Hector went wide.
He can't take the aerial with the Robin Hood. He can't take the aerial. Hector's going to wait. I mean, it's only 3-1, and you would think, okay, it's 3-1, but this 3-1 it's really a lot more than 3-1 right now.
100%, yeah.
And Hector's going to wait to get a Bruno or something else to get rid of that Robin Hood.
Oh, for sure. There's no reason not to. The game is better for him the longer he waits.
If you see what he has,
we're shifting the Diablo.
He's just going to go for draw. I mean, there's no reason not to.
Oh my goodness.
Shifting the Diablo.
What we're seeing here, of course, is just this complete domination of the board from Hector, completely controlling it. We've got now just our draw engine is on fire. We've got not just the 2 Diablos. We've got the Prince John, just in case Freddy does draw a card. We see the Ursula come down, just multiple singers. At this point, there's no denying it.
Everything in the code. Every single one of his characters is in that code now.
Yeah, so every character, +1 strength, +1 willpower.
He might lose the aerial, but he doesn't need it anymore. He doesn't need to sing Bruno. He could hardcast Bruno if he has to.
Correct.
So he's in a great spot here. He finally quested with everything, so now he's at
14.
He's at 8 so far. Most likely, the 2 Johns are going to get killed. That's what
banished.
I would do. And banished, yes. 2 Johns would get banished because at least you're holding him down to just getting 4. He can't kill the aerial with it. But he just realized.
Yeah.
He just realized that he needs to do a John.
Yeah.
Or I guess he's still keeping on the aerial.
Well, there you go. The Rapunzel does allow him to draw 3.
Yep.
All right. Freddy is drawing those 3 from healing that
drawing 6.
That Robin Hood. Yep.
And drawing 6.
Yeah, but what choice do you have? You got to see answers.
Exactly.
You can't just. I mean, Hector's already got every answer. You may as well see some more answers yourself.
Yeah.
There's just no way around it.
And that's why I don't know if doing the John and taking less cards would have been a better move. I don't know what would have been a better move at this point.
I don't know if there is a better. I think
this game's over.
Yeah, this game is over. There is the right thing is to make sure you have answers, and sometimes that means if your opponent's already got 5-6 cards in the hand, what's another 3? I mean, let's just be real here.
Correct.
You got to see answers. You got to figure out ways. In terms of things that could be done here, of course, when we think about Steel Song, If he had drawn a whole new world, that could have really messed that up. But yeah, there's just like, there's just really there's no way here. Now we do see that Freddie's kind of thinking through some of these options. Freddie does fight it out. Freddie wants to see more of the deck. Freddie wants more information. So for those of you asking, why not just scoop it up? Freddie wants to get more of that information. He wants to know what's in Hector's deck. He wants to know what he can expect going into game 3. It's untimed. It's not like they're going up against time anyway. If they were going up against time, sure. But why? If there is no time, you may as well.
Now he sees you have forgotten me, which I know he knows.
And Freddie, of course. Yep.
And now he's
calling it and scooping it. Yep. As we go into game 3.
So Freddie will be on the play again, where he won the first one.
Correct.
So it really comes down to, will Freddie get good draws or will Hector get the better draws? And if Hector gets what he had this game, Hector can steal the victory. If Freddie gets...
Terrace is like, what spice is Hector? Hector's crazy, bro. Let me tell you about Hector. Hector's crazy.
Yes.
With Hector, you never know, bro. You never know with Hector. He likes to spice it up.
There could be a dog in there. Maybe.
All of a sudden,
he's like, I got a dog in there too.
Yeah, Hector's a wild card, bro. That's one thing I know about Hector. I don't count that man out.
Yeah.
Freddie wants to make sure you got all the time in the world. You got all the time. There's literally no reason not to play it out. Even if it's like, you know why I'm going to play it out? Because I want Hector to get tired. Okay, there's no time limit. I want Hector's fingers to hurt. I want Hector's brain to hurt. Even if it's that, forget it. Do it, bro. Put him under stress, under duress. But now we are 1-1. The team captain of SSG. The team captain of Illuminati. Both players playing it out for the victory here. This determines who wins the whole thing.
And it's not just the victory. It's like, it's the bragging rights for the week until we get to Reign of Jafar tournament in a week.
Oh, goodness gracious. You know what the worst part is? If either of them wins, I'm going to have to hear it. Like, we've already lost.
Yeah.
If either of these two players win, we're going to hear it.
For a whole week.
For a whole week at least. And then they're going to carry that into the Reign of Jafar event where they're going to be like, oh, I'm the best. Blah, 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 blah. Those are my Hero Academia sleeves, the sleeves that Hector's using.
Yes, and you know what Freddie's sleeves are, right?
Admiral Akbar. It's a trap.
It's a trap.
And we see, we're doing that alter phase. And listen, we play with each other a lot. Lots of friends here, as you see Hector and Freddie both chopping it up. They're going into this game 3.
And this one's going to be interesting because what is Freddie going to keep? He can keep a song because he's on the play.
Yep.
So he can keep one, but he doesn't want to keep too many because the more you keep, the worse it becomes with all the discards.
Yeah, and of course we're learning all the same lessons. Freddie is now on his 6th game back to back against this color combination.
Yes.
He knows what he needs to do. He knows what he's altering for.
He only did 2.
Which is, I'm sure Hector's like, interesting decisions. Only 2.
Only 2. Hector did 5.
Hector opting, it looks like for 4, actually.
Oh, is that 4?
Yeah, it's 4.
Yeah, that's 4. So Hector did 4. Freddie did 2. Freddie is happier with his hand. So it looks like Freddie has a combo of some sort in there. We'll see when he does his first play, whether it's Cinderella, Daisy, Robin Hood. Not sure which one he's going to go with.
Well, he's going to go with whatever he's given. That's what he's going to go with. He's going to go with whatever the magical karmic cosmic deck gods tell him he's going to get.
Yes, or Admiral Akbar.
Yeah, or him too.
Akbar is saying, "Go for it."
Yeah, there you go. With that awkward looking face, we love it as we see. Yep. Of course, and a good show of good sportsmanship here. Final pound it.
He is making this trend because he doesn't want to get stolen.
Exactly, and of course, we're showing that Robin Hood, because we're indicating is that there potentially might be a third turn shift, which Hector might not like. Robin Hood's kind of annoying.
Yes,
kind of a big deal.
Robin Hood early is annoying, so Robin Hood early is annoying, but Hector also showing a possible shift.
And Diablo confirms that the Robin Hood does not have, at least right now, does not have a shift pending.
Correct. Doesn't mean he won't draw one in a couple.
Correct.
But he has a path. He has Icy Smee. He has a path without songs.
But a bunch of characters that quest for 2. So Freddy can still go pretty quick. Not as quick as a Daisy, but still quick enough to potentially just steal this thing. Let's see if Freddy can put together the plan.
Yes. So Freddy is going to probably drop this Smee that we saw and go for quick.
Of course, naturally. Yeah, and why not, right? You go ahead and thinking about it, questing for the one that the Robin Hood offers. Yeah, Hector's saying, "Let's do this."
There's no reason not to. Even if he shifts, Hector's not going to send that Diablo into Robin Hood.
No, there's no reason to. Yeah, like to lose it so quickly would be insane. It'd be the worst thing you do.
Yes, I'm going to throw out all these cards and shift it to just kill it.
All right. This is game 3.
Game 3 of the finals. They're tied 1-1. Freddy is on the play. Freddy went first. Hector just inked his second ink. And he inks the bare necessities. He knows that Freddy abandoned all his songs.
Yeah, which I mean, that's what you do, right? That's the time to do it. It's right in this matchup at the very beginning when Ursulas are looming.
Yep, Ursulas and bare necessities. All of them are looming.
We see the Sir Hiss come down. Sir Hiss, an evasive threat. We've seen this a few times now.
Yes. So Sir Hiss can neutralize a lot of things. Could neutralize Mr. Smee. Could neutralize the Robin Hood.
Yeah. Freddy, of course, deciding, what do we do here? What's the right call? What's the right path forward? We see Freddy looking and flicking that Cinderella that he has turned into ink.
Yeah. If he's doing that, the question is, what's he gonna play for the next couple turns?
We are putting down that Lawrence. He's
putting down Lawrence. He's like, I'm okay with whatever you do.
Yeah.
Is he gonna quest and let this Sir Hiss take something out, or is he gonna?
I know. And of note, and again, we're talking low because of the players outside could potentially hear us.
Doing
Hector, if you look at his hand, has a lot of the answers that he's looking for that come later in the game. He's got that Under the Sea. He's got the You Have Forgotten Me.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things that are basically pain points that Freddy does not want to have to encounter. Freddy doesn't know it yet, but there's a lot of hell heading his way.
This is the game where Freddy wants to get the whole new world and wipe that hand.
Absolutely.
But will he get it in time?
I don't know if he will, but his only time will tell as he says go. And there we see a little birdie. A little birdie told me.
Yeah, will he shift into it?
I mean, you can afford to play it directly. You can shift into it. You've got the aerial that can potentially find a song that'll do it. So there's a few options here. Let's see which way Hector goes. We do see the inking of that Ursula. We see, selecting to play that aerial. Aerial, there is a song in that hand.
What song is it? Is that Under the Sea?
That is Under the Sea. Yep, it is Under the Sea.
Under the Sea, and Freddy's face is like, uh-oh. Freddy just had the uh-oh face.
Yeah. Freddy realizing that there's pain and pain and pain to be had.
So the question is, does he bring out the big bird now? I would shift it out.
Yeah, I mean, you get yourself some draw. It's evasive. There's nothing on Freddy's board that can deal with it.
And then if Sir Hiss does something, then you still have the 8. You still have the 8 because the bird plus aerial is 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to see here. We're going to find out very quickly here. We see. Oh, Hector's holding on to it.
He's using his shift.
That is strongly indicating to Freddy though that was not the first one.
Yes, that's strongly indicating that Freddy's like, oh, I don't have any stuff. Pete.
Yeah. So the fact that Freddy has 2 Petes.
2 Petes will keep him in
That's
the
kind
game
of a big
for while.
deal, yeah. Yeah, so we'll see what happens here.
2 Petes is keeping him in the game. Yeah, I'm surprised Freddy didn't quest with Robin Hood.
Yeah. Was probably hoping to draw that shift. Who knows? I mean, like I say.
Even so, which would the hit? I'd rather send the Hiss into the Smee than the Robin Hood.
Yeah, but remember, you're also talking from the perspective that you've been sitting here the whole time.
Oh, but he quested with Hiss. Interesting. He didn't even
Yeah.
attack.
He probably wants that. He probably wants that cost, which Crazy Talk forces that Pete. Of course, let's see if Freddy deduces that Under the Sea is waiting. And Freddy, oof, Freddy, what's the choice, bro? Do it.
There shouldn't be a choice.
I don't know if that's true or not. I guess we figure this out. We pay the 3. Yep. I think he's doing the math in his head. Like how many times can he quest before he loses those characters? What he's doing right now is he's doing the math like 2 turns ahead. Because like he's got the first Pete, he's gonna have the second Pete. Does he race with the characters and force Hector to deal with the board? And then if that's what he does, how close to the 20 will he get before the Under the Sea is finally live or not? So there's a few things happening in that thought process.
Yes, it's very interesting, and he's in an interesting spot with it. I'm assuming he's going to quest with the Lawrence, because why not? So let's see what happens if he does quest with the Lawrence.
Yeah, and so we are looking at the board here.
I would assume at this point, if he's going to pedal to the metal, he's also going to quest with Robin Hood.
Yeah, let's see. All right. Decisions being made, math being done in the head, figuring out what the right call is, of course. Hector observing, staring down the cards, choosing not to do anything. Interesting. Opting not to quest.
So he's not pedaled to the metal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's showing 6. He's showing 6. So he so far he's given up 4. He would be showing 9 if he did it differently.
Yeah, certainly.
So we'll see if those four lore will make a difference later in this game.
I mean, potentially, but you make the decision you can in that moment. It's like the one thing that I always hate is to do that, because it's like you sometimes it's worth giving up the lore if you strongly believe that you're gonna just sputter to death, you know. So like,
well, Lawrence isn't gonna sputter.
No, it's not.
Robin's not gonna sputter.
Yeah. And so we're seeing Hector deciding what we do here. We've got, sending that Sir Hiss into Smee, of course.
Yes.
Questing with the bird, with Burb, as it were. We see, the Diablo revealing the hand, showing that the same cards that we know are there.
Yep.
We've got a Pete, we got a Lawrence. And then, of course, goodness gracious, Hector is sitting with 2 You Have Forgotten Me's in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Freddy's going to want to deplete that hand as fast as possible to make that You Have Forgotten Me useless. But the problem is, right behind that is that Under the Sea. So Pete, of course, a big turn Pete here if we play that second Pete.
Yes. As long as he keeps playing Pete's, he's okay.
The problem is he only gets one more. He only gets one more.
Maybe he only gets one more.
If he's able to draw, of course, but yeah.
The thing is, if he was going to try to quest out with the Pete's, he should have been questing everything. He should have been at 9 right now. Because if he was at 9, he'd be going to 10, 11, 12, 13. He'd be going to 13 right now instead of going to 9 right now. And 13 showing that board with 5 more, he'd be at 18.
Oh, yeah.
With not many answers.
Zephyr, yes, I'm sure Freddy would love to see that right now.
Yeah. Yeah, if Freddy can get a whole new world off the top. But of course he has the hard cast. He doesn't have any 5 singers.
Certainly, yeah. And Hector, of course, it's interesting because Freddy is ahead in board state, but with this Pete, this final Pete currently, unless we draw another one, that this is going to be kind of the end of like these free turns here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Freddy could have 4 more if he would have quested with the Robin twice and Lawrence one more time. Freddy would be at 13. Instead, he's at 9. I don't know if that'll make a difference, but if he was at 13, if he quested everything next turn, he would be at 18 and at the precipice of winning.
Yep, certainly.
But instead, now he's gonna have to fight much harder for it.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to fight much harder for it now.
All right, and so we are in the final Pete. We do see a Lawrence. We see a Cindy in hand. Of course, we know that there's a lot of pain waiting for Freddie at the end of this turn. Choosing to play the Lawrence.
I mean, at least the one thing is, if he does quest here for all 6, or for 5, he'll be at 14, and the Pete's and Lawrences will not die to an Under the Sea.
Correct. So we're seeing Freddie opting to quest here. Realizing that he's going to lose those characters, he's choosing to quest with them, but he's keeping his Lawrences face up in order to avoid having them being attacked and to be dealt with.
Mm-hmm. What does he do with this last card?
I don't know. He can choose to ink it. He can choose to play it. He opts to play it, which does increase the value of that Under the Sea.
Yes, he should have inked it. He knows what's there. He saw it get drawn with the aerial. He should have inked it and gotten use out of it, better use out of it, I think.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
Can you imagine right now if Freddie was at 16, he'd have game in hand, or pretty close to game in hand.
That's correct, yeah.
The times not questing the Lawrence early could make a difference. Oh, now he's going to quest with the Lawrence.
Yeah, I think he's realizing at this point, which should have done it before.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, now Hector can take out the Lawrence, but if he does, he can't do Under the Sea. So what are you going to do, Under the Sea or take out the Lawrence? You can't do both because it's going to take 2 of the things to knock it out. And if he sings it with those, he's got a Baby Diablo that could hurt Lawrence. And yes, he could take out the Lawrence, or Lawrence will lose his strength, but he's going to still have 4 to go. If he quested earlier, yep, there goes the baby into it.
Yep, which shrinks that thing down to 0 strength, and that will sing the song Under the Sea.
Yeah.
And all but one character will be swept under the tide.
Imagine if Freddie had that extra 4. Imagine if Freddie had that extra 4 right now, or just the extra 2 from the Robin Hoods.
Yep.
He was so close to going over there and couldn't. He was so close to going over and he couldn't.
Yep, and Hector, of course, using the remaining ink, all 5 that he had, to Bruno away that Lawrence. And yeah, drawing a card.
And now Freddie's kicking himself going, why didn't I quest those extra 4?
Ooh, but a big time song from out of nowhere. Oh, big move. Big move.
Cleared board.
That is a big move.
Board, he's at 15.
That was one hell of a top deck. Freddie just top decked. Oh, this is insane. Oh, is this the comeback? Are we about to come back from what we thought was a throw of this game? We do keep the sudden chill, which is fine. There's no cards in Freddie's hand.
Freddie will never have cards.
Oh, Hector, can you?
Sudden chill is kind of a waste, but
oh my goodness, this game is getting wild right now. So we see multiple sudden chills. We see the muses. This, of course, right now, not fantastic with 3 attack characters. Freddie, what do you top deck, brother? What do you got? He top decks another Pete. He top decks another Pete.
Did he really? Wow.
That is insane. He just top deck another Pete. He goes to 17. He says go. Hector can't do anything with that.
The crazy thing is he could have been at 20 right here. He could have been over, but now he's got to push it.
Yes, he's going to have to fight
he's
for
gonna
it.
Have to fight for it.
We do see the cove. The cove is going to be, this is a big cove.
It's a huge
It's a huge cove because both of these characters are going to take out
the
Pete's. Oh my goodness, yeah, so that'll take out one, that'll take out the other. Both of these characters will survive because of that cove. That was a big cove.
What did he get?
Oh, Freddie, what'd you get, man? What'd you get, buddy? Let's see. Show it to us.
Did he get a 2 thing?
Let's see. Let's see what happens.
Did he get something to play?
Freddie plays Lawrence. Okay, that's kind of a big deal here too.
Lawrence. So If he quests with Pete,
Right. If he quests with Pete,
he's at 18, and
correct. And
Hector has to deal with the Lawrence.
Well, he doesn't. If he quests with Pete, barring whatever Hector draws, he's got 2 sudden chills. That Lawrence is 4 strength. Muses does not touch it.
Correct.
So even playing the sudden chill here does not stop that Lawrence. If Freddy turns this character sideways, if he turns Pete sideways, he might have won the game. He might have won the game. He needs to determine whether he needs to quest or not.
Even if he doesn't quest, he can quest out next turn. The thing is, the Muses can't bounce him. The only way he can is that he has to draw.
He chooses to quest. He quests.
He's questing. He's forcing the attack.
We see 2 sudden chills and a You Have Forgotten Me cards.
Cards that don't do anything.
They're great when your opponent has cards in hand, but right now they're not so fantastic. Freddy might have just won this. Let's see.
Pulling that Pete, what he did was the hugest thing.
Freddy just won this.
The third thing.
Freddy just won this thing.
It's crazy.
Despite not questing when he should have quested, despite not doing that.
I know.
Freddy may have eaten this out.
Should have been over 20, and I thought he was going to lose board presence.
And he reveals the victory.
Yes.
Freddy with the win. Whoa, here we go.
4 Pete. He played 4 Pete.
Crazy. That was nuts. Pete coming in huge. That Cove could have made a huge difference there.
Mm-hmm.
But the story of the night, Freddy,
rushing.
He went to Yu-Gi-Oh school and he learned how to top deck like a monster. Okay, that's what happened there. Freddy is a top deck king. Period.
That was a crazy top deck. I mean, and to pull no songs, he did that with very few songs that game. That was just, I'm going to show that I could rush you out. I don't even need the songs.
That was crazy. What a crazy series. Wonderful match between both players. Oh my goodness. Hector, hard-fought fight, made every decision that he could with what he had with him. Freddy, of course, just drew like a beast.
I think this is
Freddy's
place. This is now his, I think, 4th time he's won a tournament here.
There you go. And Freddy, of course, posing for us, as we do love to see.
Freddy has won his 4th SSG tournament here.
Yes. Yeah.
Takes home another champion, Matt, and is getting ready for next weekend with Jafar. And of course, that Jafar tournament is going to be in a week from now. So we're looking forward to seeing what happens at Jafar. How many cards change? Will Freddy put in the Beyond the Horizon into his deck? Will other people bring other things that will change the way it goes? It's going to be a lot of fun next week.
Yeah. I can't wait.
I'm expecting some cool things. I'm excited to see what happens next week. I think it's going to be a great tournament. We're hoping we can get more people, and we're going to get to the 100 person tournament. We've had 100 person tournaments here before. We're in the 70s already. So hopefully some more people come out. We'll get an exciting tournament. We'll get to see all the new meta. We're going to be the first one doing a tournament with the new meta, with the new cards. So anyone who wants to see the new cards, this is the place to be to see them. So come here for that. And it's been another exciting day. It's, for even this was just a set championship and it was an exciting day.
Yeah, we love to do it big here. Terrace, we'll see you there. Can't wait to see you, bud. Cannot wait to see you. It's always a thrill when you come out here. Mm-hmm. Can't wait to see what you bring. Terrace, are you going to break the meta or what, bro? Come on. This is set 8, bro. Break the meta. Come here and let's break it together. I want to see you do it.
Yes.
I want to see everybody come and bring what they got to break this meta.
We want to see someone come in, bring a deck that is so strong that cards get banned because of it.
Yeah, we want to ban more cards, folks. Let's ban more cards.
The whole goal is to show how good these cards are and get the cards banned.
There you go. Let's mess up Infinity. Let's mess up Infinity format. Terrace is like, I'm trying, bro. I'm trying. I'm good out there. We're going to do it. Well, folks, SSG, the place to be here at Margate. We'll see you all next week as we do the Reign of Jafar tournament. I'll be here. Skinner will be here. We've got our friend Jason who'll be here as well. All of us will be here. Everybody that you know and love will be here. We are excited to bring it to you. Steph's going to be doing all kinds of stuff. Steph's everywhere. But friends, don't go anywhere. Just kidding. Leave. Come back next week and come here. Get on a plane. Get in the car.
Yes.
Come here and play here. Sign up on Melee right now. Reign of Jafar. Break the meta. Let's freaking go. We'll see you all.
Yes, we'll see you next
week.
Jason Levine, the gaming machine.
Gabe from the Illuminati, representing, of course, supporting SSG.
And
Freddie,
our defending champion, has just now won 2 tournaments in a row
my
in 2
man.
days.
Congratulations, Freddie. Congrats.
Yeah. One on Friday night, one again here on Sunday. Can Freddie do the trifecta and do it again next Saturday for the Reign of Jafar launch?
Freddie's already qualified for the Invitational. So this would be a pass down. So if Freddie does it, then whoever's in 9th place should be thanking Freddie. All right, there you go. Bubble gets to thank Freddie.
Exactly. The bubble person will thank Freddie if Freddie pulls it out. It's amazing. And for Steph, the producer.
Hey, Steph, what's up, buddy?
I'm just wrapping up right now over at the stream table.
All right, friends.
So we're going to sign off here, and we're looking forward to seeing everyone next week. And enjoy your weeks, and we'll see you next weekend for some more stuff. Jafar's coming.
Yeah, well, he's already here.